Don't even worry. Willard was first. All is well in the universe.
Willard. Oh, wait.
I have this song on a loop in my house.
Oh, no.
I sure don't.
That's my jam, D.
Oh my God. Willard says, what do you say if you accidentally fart during confession? Forgive me, Father, for I have wind. What the hell? A woman who lights all her bills on fire, Bernadette. That's kind of funny. Kind of a dad joke, but I'll take it. Good to see y'all. What do we got? Roseanne somewhere. I need to get an update. I say that every week and I never do it. Another new one of hers.
Greetings, Earthlings and humans, clones, drones, disembodied spirits, Nephilim, Gaborim,
Anunnaki,
what have you. People who think they're Nazis, but are just ready for the next level of conspiracy theory. Anyone who's been magnetized here, welcome. I'm glad you're here. Animals, of course, I love animals. Animals are real magnets. They are.
So I wonder what a PPN chatter is. Leanne said any PPN chatters. I guess that might be a channel name or something. I'm curious. Good to see all of you guys. Stephanie, Paul, Vicky, Annalisa, Regina, everybody. Good to see you all.
Wasn't Jeff just
Hello,
here?
everybody.
He was, but I guess I said do an audio check and there he went.
He fell out the bunk bed.
Ruh-roh.
Ruh-roh.
Mary Freeland, good to see you. Bella. Willard Hall's got his trophies for being first, I guess. Good to see you all. Jersey Joe, Camel Carl's trying to give away kittens. Uh-oh. Ziva's mom. I always thought that was a cool name. So how are you guys doing tonight?
Yeah.
Doing all right.
He's on.
To Craig
What?
and
Happy.
Yorga. I'm
Hey,
actually
Dee.
happy to see you, Craig.
You know what, T? It's actually good to see you.
Absence makes the heart grow fonder, guys. Look at this.
When I pulled my vessel into the harbor, I was worried about the horrible sea creature known as D.
Oh, God.
I'm just kidding, D. I love you.
I love you.
Linda. Dang, Shih Tzus are 3,000? Holy crap.
Marla, baby.
We're going to start breeding Shih Tzus. Clint Torres, you are the legend, sir.
Oh my God.
Marla, baby.
I'm sorry, Paul, man. And everybody else was late too, besides Yorga was actually the one that did make me panic. He wasn't coming. So, but yeah,
See y'all.
but popped back out again. Jerry, good to see you. Everybody. Bella Vanilla. Am I echoing?
Bella.
So much is happening. I'm sure I don't have all of it or much of it. So Echo was saying something about Tulsi Gabbard being raided by the CIA. I couldn't find anything on that, but she said,
Oh, yeah. She
That's
sent me
true.
something, but I don't know if I got a link or not. It was more like a paragraph.
That's
Nice.
shocking.
That is
Yeah,
shocking. How do they have the power to do that? I guess, what is up with that? That's weird, huh?
I don't know. She must have done something messed up.
I was going to run that one by Jeff B, but I don't know. He's having technical difficulties or
Jackie,
what.
baby.
Or is she just getting too close to finding out? I mean, let's think about it. That 3-letter agency has not been on the up and up at all forever.
Hey,
So
Devin.
I kind of believe in her.
Marla.
Yeah, I heard something today about Radcliffe too. He may not be.
Hey,
he might not
Carl
be that
put up I'm sorry, Pooty, but Carl put up a link that I assume is going to say something about the Gabby thing.
Gabbard. Yeah.
No, that's probably him selling kittens.
Well, they say they're going after her because she's releasing all this stuff. You know how she used to be a Democrat, and then they turned on her. You know, and now she's releasing all this stuff, and now they're going after her again hard.
Oh, wait.
Just gives
we pa-
everybody a target now. Runs
Yeah.
that narrative.
Can we
That's
pause
it.
for a commercial,
They're getting-
Cola?
They're getting desperate.
Commercial break already?
Oh no, for Clayton Blaze, attorney at law. If you're looking for a non-sanctioned attorney to get you out of any trouble, call Clayton Blaze.
That guy again?
And remember his slogan: the bar is for girls.
Oh. Well, no girls are calling you, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and PPN is a channel that says I can't stand Chaz. I don't know. I don't know what PPN is.
I don't know what PPN is.
Me neither.
Outlandish says, fine as frog hair split 3 ways. That's how I'm doing. All right, good to hear that. So I don't have it up on the screen. I guess I could. What are you talking about, Willard D? You need help. Help with what? I don't know. I missed something. Good to see you, Bill. So I've got this article here. I wish I had it up here. From Breitbart. And I don't know why more people aren't talking about this. Good to see you, Zach. DOJ Operation Iron Pursuit nets 350 child, predators as officials warn we are coming for you. Hundreds of sexual abuse victims were located and over 350 sex offenders arrested in April as a result of the U.S. Department of Justice Operation Iron Pursuit. They located over 200 children and 350 predators were arrested during the operation that ran from April 1st till April 30th. 30 days. That's wild, y'all. The U.S. Attorney's Office in Western District of New York announced Friday. All 56 FBI field offices and U.S. attorneys' offices around the country participate in the coordinated takedown effort, including Buffalo FBI field office and U.S. Attorney's Office for the Western District of New York, the press release said. I mean, just for a 30-day thing like that, to get that many predators and kids rescued is a big deal. And I've not really heard it. I just saw this article and read it, and I was like, wow, you would think that would be bigger news, right? Are you laughing or coughing, Yorga?
I'm coughing.
What are you laughing about? Just go on and tell me. Now I need to know.
Nothing. It's nothing.
Oh, whatever. I'm missing something.
I'm
Yeah, I didn't
looking
hear
at-
anything in the news about that. I don't think. Oh, well, in April, maybe I did. Sometimes those stories do get recycled a lot, but they're still worth repeating,
Right. Linda said, I think Jeff was checking on the Tulsi thing. I sure hope so. I'd love to hear some more on that. Because I just got a phone call before I fired up about that one. So I had no backup.
I think Camo left a link in here. I'm pretty sure, but I don't know how to bring that shit up. So I don't know.
Can't from here. I can maybe do it from my phone, but Fox has a segment on the Tulsi thing. All right.
Anyway, thank you, Camo, for sending that, even though we can't use it.
No, I could probably figure it out. I just have to go through my phone, and then PPN is Patriot Party News. Thank you, Stephanie. I was wondering because I definitely saw it in chat and I had no idea what it was.
Patriots know how to
Yeah.
party.
I don't watch any news like that anymore.
Okay, good. I'm caught up. All right, let's see. I'm getting a text. Maybe that's it. Okay, yeah, it is actually. Let's see. But I don't know how to sell off your One Nation Under God's got it. CIA just raided Tulsi's office. With your own friends.
Drop it
Just
in
had,
chat.
what's that?
Drop it in comment chat back here.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't understand you, Pootie. I'm sorry. What'd you say?
I put it in private chat.
Oh, well,
Well,
sheesh. We can do it that way then. It's exciting, man. This is a different one than what he sent me. All right, let's just pull this one up. But yeah, I mean, it's like we'll put this in the Nothing Ever Happens files. I don't know if it's a good or a bad thing. Like, I don't know why her specifically, and I guess we'll find out soon enough. I wonder if it's like, infighting or whatever. Like, I don't know. Oh,
They're going
shoot.
after her because she's dropping all the dirt on them.
Oh my gosh, you guys.
The CIA just went in and raided Tulsi Gabbard's office, the DNI director, and took files that Trump signed executive orders to be released to the public. This
Wow.
is the deep state going absolutely rogue. Please smash that thumbs up, subscribe, share this with as many people as you know. We need to get the word out there. I'm really interested to see how Trump is going to react when he gets back. Listen.
Wow. Angel
You also
said,
have some news coming out of the CIA that you'd like to share.
Yeah, so we were actually just notified that the CIA went in and took documents out of ODNI, multiple boxes pertaining to the JFK files as well as MK Ultra. The reason why this is troubling is there was an executive order that the president had directed full declassification of JFK, but then also to the MK Ultra. The CIA famously has said that all documents were released and other documents had been destroyed. So these are allegedly those documents that apparently never existed, and so very troubling. I did just talk to Chairman Comer. In the next hour or so, a preservation of documents request to the CIA. I have calls into the White House to the director of the CIA himself, and so obviously, as this develops, we'll keep everyone up to date. But strange times we're living in.
Trump signs executive order on JFK, on MK Ultra, on other things, for everything to be declassified and released to the public. Tulsi Gabbard goes in and grabs everything, and she's going through it. Well, Trump is out of the country, in China, busy with whatever he's doing there, right? Working for the American people. You have the deep state going into Tulsi Gabbard's office and stealing everything, pretty much raiding a confirmed, right, cabinet member. She was confirmed by the Senate, so she's above the CIA, but the CIA doesn't care. So they go in and take everything. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the deep state rogue. This is the deep state unleashed and saying we don't care about.
holy, that's a lot, man. That's a whole lot to take in.
Yeah.
So they are, let's say, assuming that Tulsi is deep state. Is that what I'm hearing?
No.
they're
They're saying
suing the
CIA is
Yeah.
deep. Yeah, going after her for apparently some kind of, they're trying to get something on Trump.
Okay, so she's not in trouble then.
No, they're going for the big guy.
Oh, good. The big chair.
Brew,
big
who is
chair.
definitely a guy and not a girl, says that Trump has backups for those files that were taken. Huh. I hope you're right, Brew. I totally been calling Brew a girl for God knows how long. I now know that it's not a
Wait.
female.
I thought Brew was a girl. Are you kidding?
Thank
me?
you. I did too.
That's a man, baby.
We can always
Yeah, Brew.
pretend Drew is the girl and just leave it
No,
like
he
that.
I don't
doesn't
think
like
Brew
both.
likes it.
Damn it,
It's
Brew.
man, baby.
Somebody said it.
I like Brew more when she was a girl.
Me too.
I mean, I don't know why in the world I thought that. I swear, I think it's because I thought we were really similar. Well, I guess.
I know. I thought it was like Brucilla or something.
It's kind of.
But
No,
Brew,
I
I
know.
still love you. So all the hearts that I send you, those are still valid because I send hearts to Yorga too.
They're just gay hearts. That's
They're
all.
just
I like
gayer
them.
hearts.
Rainbow hearts.
Angel says they're
Yeah.
looking for the. Oh man.
Jeff gets all freaked out when I send them to him. He doesn't know how to handle love. He was
No.
never hugged. He was never hugged as a child.
Everyone thought I was a chicken. Dudes can't have a best life. Sure they can. Man, y'all, that's a lot to take in. It really is. I can't keep up. I really can't. There's so much. Stacey Abrams is subpoenaed and has to be somewhere Friday 10 a.m. to answer about some financial crimes. I mean, Out of the Darkness covered some billionaire Democrat getting in trouble. I mean, it really is hard to keep up with it all. It really is. And meanwhile, all this other stuff. Yeah, it is impossible. All this stuff we've been talking about for years is starting to come to light, and seem like something's going to happen. Fake Biden, but now I'm wondering what the hell, like the fact that they're doing that though tells you that they're nervous. They're fighting against things.
Yeah. Trump is draining the swamp.
Oh, I'm convinced everything is like a fake that we're like it's all been done. It's all been planned. We're watching the residuals.
Scripted.
Yeah.
Because some of it, though, don't you think? I was just wondering. Well, I wonder if that Stacey Abrams is really, some of them are probably legit trailing and just maybe in real time fluid, but I do think a lot of the big heavy hitters, like the big C's, like the meat cartel thing is a bigger deal than I guess, I would have even thought, but that's really a big deal because that's who knows what that's all wrapped up in.
And dude, look, I've been thinking about this lately. They're pushing the alien agenda, which I think is the demon agenda. Apparently, these things have been living underground. They feed them. I think that's where all this, all this human goes to like almost appease the creatures that are living.
Scary.
It really almost seems like that, and people talk about lizards and you think they're crazy. And the more and more that life goes on, I'm thinking, holy cow, they might be right.
You ever see a video of the one that was supposedly some demon over in the Middle East somewhere, like a tomb someplace? I've seen video of somebody going up to the ground, and it's just, those are the noises you don't want to hear. You don't want to repeat. And it sure sounded like a scary thing underground.
Oh,
there.
are you talking about the Euphrates drying up and the angels that are locked up under the Euphrates? Because that's what
I mean,
I've
I
heard.
don't know. It's possible. I can't say where that video was that I seen. I can't remember, but I should look for it. Even though I don't really want to hear it again. It was
Oh,
quite
no.
scary.
No, it's really scary. I know.
When we were in Mazatlan in Mexico last year, I was driving on the highway, and I got a couple photos of this one cave, and it had like it has like a devil on it and a couple bars. And I seen some people post it on X one time. This is the gateway to hell. And I was like, oh my gosh, I took a picture of that place because it's wild. It's like on the highway facing the ocean, devil bars and a cave that's like closed off.
Creepy.
Super creepy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Super
And what about the
creepy.
Grand Canyon? What's that
I mean,
whole
we don't know shit
section?
about it, right? Not
Well,
much.
well, there's a section just blocked off that humans
Oh, sure.
we can't go to. So what's there? What
I've seen a video of a guy driving some kind of aircraft that was like one of those big fan things, and he floated by not a pyramid, but a temple, like a cave in,
Oh,
like etched.
like a parasail kind of thing? That
Well, but he had some kind of fan thing. Yeah, it was a parasail with a fan. Yeah,
yeah,
it
with the
was like,
fan. Yep.
and he rode by, and it was like a temple that was like carved out of the rock, in the gully. So, and definitely some different things. But I don't know if Cola was ever been
Sorry.
down the Grand Canyon rabbit hole. Have you, Cola?
Sorry, Cola.
I'm not sure. No, I definitely have heard
He
stuff
loves all
about
the rabbit holes,
Antarctica.
Craig.
Antarctica.
It might be
them.
true. It might be
water
true, D.
stuff.
Oh, by the
Um,
way, do you know why the Indians would lift up their hand and go how and show their hand? Like,
Not
I never thought
sure.
about this. It goes back to they were looking to see if the other person had 6 fingers.
I've heard that before. I don't know if that's true, but I've definitely heard it.
It makes
Definitely
sense.
heard that.
Like they had to deal with giant. We know there were giants back then because Abraham Lincoln even found mounds with giants. They hit all this. All right, we don't want to go crazy, but folks, look into it.
No, but I was saying just a minute ago that there's so much that also we already kind of know about, but it's coming out.
Yes.
A lot of people aren't covering a lot of it. I follow Govea, and he covers stuff all the time that's not really big news. It should be, but it's not. There's a bunch of stuff about Hunter, that of course we already knew, but there's evidence and proof of it, and they're acting like they're actually going to. I know he did have that one handwritten pardon, but they tried to get these text messages when Biden was in. How are you backstage?
Hunter made a deal for sure. Hunter made a deal because if you remember when the fake Biden got into office for the first time, it was like 2 days later. They played a smidgen of him saying it was Hunter on tape, like saying that he flipped and gave evidence.
Oh.
So yeah, I think this is all we've been we've been put through the ringer, and like, you know, they don't want you to see everything. They're going to hide everything.
It's probably the only way to really pull it off, you know.
Yeah.
Now that you see it, if it'd been attempted so many times before, and humans can't win because these reptilians run the damn media, you'd have to blend in and fake it. And I mean, who knows? You just don't know how deep the psyop goes.
I know.
Bob says he's backstage, but that's impossible because I
Who?
think Bob, but I think he's on an old link. I sent another one to your email if you did want to come up, Bob, because there's no way you're actually backstage.
No, he's in the Philippines. I'm sure of it.
Okay. Well, I don't know what that one meant. So, anyways, I want to play this real quick about the stuff that's coming out with Hunter. They basically wanted these texts before, couldn't get them, and now they do have them. Whatever.
And Ron Johnson now releasing evidence that Hunter Biden committed Mann Act violations.
Same as Diddy.
We'll brief ourselves on what exactly that means, but these documents just got released. Grassley saying, Johnson and I released records showing that the DOJ, the Biden DOJ, possessed text messages from Hunter Biden, indicating potential trafficking of prostitutes and hookers and Mann Act violations. Records support concerns that we raised back in September 2020 before the 2020 election. And the DOJ did nothing about it. The media didn't care at all. Biden family report, and they show a double standard of justice. So that's Chuck Grassley speak, a little bit of a compound sentence there, but you get the point. Now, Ron Johnson, his colleague, also came out and said, Biden's cronies at the DOJ stonewalled our investigation into whether Hunter and whether the FBI under Christopher Wray investigated Hunter's tie to human trafficking of escorts. Then they let him off the hook, despite mountains of evidence. He said, recent revelations don't surprise me, but they should shock everyone. And I don't know that anything Hunter does shocks us anymore because he's a disgusting degenerate, but the records are now available for our review, and we'll take a look at them. But remember the Mann Act? It was previously called the White Slave Traffic Act. It's a U.S. law, and it made it a felony to engage in interstate transport of any woman or girl for the purpose of prostitution or debauchery, which Hunter is very familiar with. And it's enabling the prosecution of sex slaves and prostitutes. It's also been used to prosecute polygamists, and it's been on the books for a long time. Now you can see we've got some convictions under this. R. Kelly.
Yeah, R. Kelly, Ghislaine, Diddy, all kinds of people recently. Hey, Bob, good to see you.
Hey, Bob.
Hey, how we all doing?
And good to see you too, Kiss Off. I saw you come in. And Carolina, good to see you.
Hey,
Doing
Bob.
good.
Hey, Carolina. Echo, everybody. Good to see y'all.
Hey, everybody. Hey, Bob.
All right. Here we go.
I'm trying to keep up with all the good stuff happening because anytime they put things like this, like we knew all this. Oh, and by the way, he goes through all the text messages. I figured we'd only do like one little short just to get an idea if y'all wanted to, but we don't even have to if you don't want to. But they're real clear that he's like ordering girls like pizza left and right. He's like, oh, is she skinny? Oh, what about this one? And can I get the one as the last time? And it's super obvious. So it's not just like, you know.
Can you add cheese?
Do they have any fat ones?
Right.
It's pretty gross, man, when you really think about it. Like he's just, you know, and then he's like, what for all night? And they talk prices like $6,000 or $600 for an hour, $6,000 for all night, stuff like that. You know?
Outrageous.
Classy fellow. Oh, he's a classy guy.
Man, I've seen divorces cheaper than $6,000.
I'm telling you, the prices here. What is it, gold?
Uh-huh.
The most powerful weapon in the whole world, Craig.
You're right.
The clam.
The honey pot.
The honey clam.
Hey, Cheryl.
I was hoping Jeff was gonna. I mean, he was here. I don't know if what's going on, but I was hoping to ask him a couple things. But I don't know.
He's on his tail.
Right. Well, he acted like he was going to grace us with his presence and then dipped out again.
Yeah, nobody's watching that channel. It's full of static and all that. No, we're just kidding, Jeff. We love your channel.
Like I said, the Stacey Abrams thing with her getting I guess I mean that's basically all there was to it. They go into all the details. Something, like he did a real good thing about it, saying, they don't care about this. Like, they give $300,000 fine. Oh well, she got everything she wanted out of it.
Yeah.
That's nothing to them. They just take the fine. But now she's being I don't know if anything will happen to her either. She's gonna have to talk about it, explain herself. I can't believe this stuff with Tulsi. It's pretty crazy. And I feel like that's the only way you can look at it, is like they're fighting against it. You know what I mean?
Well,
What
that may be a way of exposing the evidence too.
Karen said, call Jeff. I don't want to. I mean, he'll be here, I think, and if not, I ain't gonna make the guy be here. I really did have a lot of questions for him. There's no doubt about it. One of them is because I'm not sure if it's true, right? And it was on Jaco. I don't have the clip. I should have gotten it, but they said that the stuff leaked onto the internet. And it was about a Supreme Court decision that they have not told us about in concerning income tax. And I know a lot of people, Jaco and a lot of these names, they're like grifters and they bullshit about, Nasara Jassar, whatever. It's hard to tell. And if something was quote unquote leaked and they said it was out for an hour and 14,000 people got screen grabs. I mean, you could say that and just doctor some shit up. So it's hard to tell. But I would like to ask if he's heard anything about it or if he can confirm or deny that. But,
Oh, Schmidt said, remember, she went to the Bilderberg meeting. Stacy.
Oh, I do got a screenshot someone took about Trump talking about a jubilee and the rededicate. And actually, there was a short snippet video I reshared on X that Trump was talking about it and rededicating our country back to God.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody did a video on that, was also complaining about the Sabbath day thing, because if you read in it, there is talk of that as well, of bringing back a day of rest for God. So there's
which is
in that
Friday
way.
night at sunset till Saturday night at sunset. I've been
That's
saying it all along. Ain't
That's
nowhere
it.
in the Bible Sunday is the Sabbath. It's not.
That's cool because I go to church on Saturday Mass. I do the 5 o'clock. So but it counts. It counts for Sunday.
That's right at the end of the Sabbath. Yeah.
It counts.
Yeah.
And I get the Eucharist. And by the way, I don't know if y'all know this, but the Eucharist is the living body and blood of Jesus Christ. There's proof of it. There's so many Eucharistic miracles. Just check it out. That's all I'll say. All right.
Right. I agree with you about May 17th, Mary. And I was talking in a backstage about that. And I think I'm going to try to fast and pray on that day. And what are you laughing at now, Morgan?
Karen Thompson has a good comment, because when somebody said they thought Stacey Abrams went to the Bilderbergers, I'm like, she's not smart enough to be around those people. And then Karen said she went because she thought they said build a burger.
But that's probably why. You're right.
Ooh, build a burger.
Oh, Lord, I'm going to put bacon and lettuce and tomatoes and
a little bit of mayonnaise,
pickles.
And can you hold the onions?
Well, I definitely encourage anybody that does believe in God on that day to pray. And the thing is, you don't even have to like Trump. You just pray for our nation. Pray that God does what God's will be done. But I think it would be powerful if more and more people, if that's what we do, we pray together and we pray. Some people will pray for Trump, other people will just pray for the nation or whatever. But that'd be wonderful, because I think he knows it's a spiritual warfare, also a spiritual aspect. And why else is he rededicating the country? Why is he asking people to pray? Why does he have prayer meetings all the time? I think there's so much to this, and I think we should definitely, there's nothing wrong. There's power in numbers, and I don't know. I think we should all, I'm going to.
You know what? Today's the feast day of Our Lady of Fatima, and that is when the Mother Mary visited 3 children in 1917, I believe, and was on this day an angel of the Lord came to the children. He said, "What are y'all doing?" They said, "Well, you told us to play." And he said, "No, I told you to pray." And he gave them this prayer: "My God, I believe, I adore, I hope, and I love thee. And I ask pardon for all of those who do not believe, do not adore, do not hope, and do not love thee." Isn't that awesome? True story.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I've heard that.
The church.
Good of you, Sharon.
I think those kids were in either Italy or Spain. I can't remember which country.
You know
now.
what? Wherever Fatima is, I know I'm a loss on that one. So
I'm going to go with Spain.
I think it was
probably
Spain.
so. Probably so. And it was Lucia. I know the name of the kids, but I don't know where the geographical. So
Right. There you go. Echo says, or one up on that, fast and pray Friday evening through Sunday evening. Cover all the bases.
yeah.
Yeah, I truly believe that most of this political nonsense that's going on is a spiritual war. It's part of it.
I
You know,
agree.
for sure.
I'm sorry. Portugal. Yeah.
Portugal.
Okay.
Thank you.
Portugal.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Portugal's like a half-assed Spain.
It
Yeah.
really is. I think a better Spain. I would say.
I'd rather go to Portugal. They have all the ocean front.
Dude, I got a buddy who has family there. We could go live there, Yorga.
Yeah, they got all the beaches and they've got good-looking women. And I mean, think about all of Brazil. People think people in Brazil speak Spanish. They don't. They speak Portuguese.
Correct. And in Brazil, you get mugged. You better go to Portugal where you don't get mugged as often.
I mean, you could probably get mugged in Portugal too.
Well, yeah, but not like Brazil.
Yeah.
So
Hello, Echo Dragonfly. Hello.
yeah, Echo.
So this is a weird one. I got a couple clips about Fetterman, and I am curious your guys' opinion about some of this. Just basically him talking about billionaires funding, paying to other people to protest against other billionaires and how ridiculous it is. But it seems like the Democrats are turning on him because he stands not 100% with everything that they stand with. And also there's some clips saying that maybe there's something about like the Republicans are trying to flip them, and maybe they are, but I'm curious, do we even want them? What you guys think? Let me just play this short one here.
Do you think this communist movement is?
Well, I mean, there's that phrase where terrible or bad ideas refuse to die. And it's very sad to see that kind of thing being revisited in this kind of way. And a lot of these, these terrible groups like Code Pink and a lot of the other ones that are strongly aligned to the CCP, but without a doubt, they're being financed. It's ironic. I mean, these kinds of protests are being funded by billionaires against billionaires. I mean, I don't know if they realize the irony in any of those things right now. And now there is kind of a small communist takeover in Maine. Plattner, he's already announced that he's an avowed communist. He's made that statement and he put that online. Now he's going to be the Democratic nominee. So there is a resurgence about the socialism, and that's becoming more and more part of it. And now there's more. It's like a marriage of the Palestinian, the anti-ICE, the abolish ICE, and now turning it in to like an orgy of socialism.
Army of socialism.
Cola, could you remove that comment? It's blocking Pootie's face and Bob.
I did what? What is it?
The comment on screen? Could you remove it? I couldn't see Pootie. It was now it's fine. I'm sorry.
You couldn't see who?
I couldn't see Pootie. It
Oh
was
my
blocking
gosh.
Echoes, and Pinks. All right, thank you.
Communist is anti-God. Yeah, that's part of their goal is to destroy the church of every kind. Yeah. Worship the state. Don't worship God and Jesus Christ or Buddha, Allah. Nobody. Worship the state. That's all you need.
And pray for Russia. That's actually, you're funny. They say to pray for, and that goes with the communism and all that crap, So
Our problem in America is we worship the almighty dollar.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is a fake dollar, too. It's not even almighty. It's a.
That's not Fetterman, says Kissoff.
Yeah,
it's a fake
He's
Fetterman.
like number 5.
Yeah, that's what I started to say. They ain't even the original Fetterman.
Fetterman was long gone, long ago.
Why in the hell?
Right. Well, he just
mean-
says and does
Okay.
everything that they could ever want too. That's the obvious thing too. Besides his
What'd you
looks.
say, Yorga?
I said, why in the hell would you clone Fetterman? If I'm gonna clone somebody, it's gonna be somebody like
It's not a
freaking
clone.
Brad
Oh
Pitt.
no, they just got to look alike. Oh,
Or
dude,
wear a
there's
mask.
another Yorga out there. I know there's a Yorga somewhere
Sure.
out there.
Oh, there
There's
is.
a doppelganger, and we
There
could
is.
find him and we could bring
That's
him
right.
in, but he's not going to be the same Yorga. But we'll be able to control him.
Amanda
Oh,
Grace
you
said,
can't. No, you can control me easier than you can control my doppelganger. I can tell you that. You ain't controlling that bastard. He does what the hell he wants to do, and he has a damn good time doing it.
You're probably right, Yorga. I didn't even think
No,
about
I know I'm fucking right.
you're talking about your alter ego, not your doppelganger. That's what it
No, I'm
sounds
talking about my doppelganger. There's one of them out there too.
Yeah.
Yep. We ain't gonna go there tonight though.
All right. So everyone's saying it's not Fetterman, which is interesting, but Fetterman will be played by someone who's very
It's
interesting.
him. Jeez.
That wasn't me.
Which
That wasn't
parties
me.
will- Okay. So they are all actors. You guys are on this. All right. Craig is going on about living space again. I don't
Don't
know.
listen to that communist bastard. He got pissed off because we were talking about it, and Jason Schmidt runs the Communist Party of America. We all know, Jason. We know what your game is, okay? But we still love you, Jason.
All right. Well, it's funny that everyone's saying what they're saying out here in chat. Bruce says the guy playing Fetterman needs to switch parties because I'm going to play this real short clip. I skipped over Van Jones talking about you can't be a moderate Democrat anymore. You know, you got to be all in or nothing. But this is a clip talking about this quiet but serious effort to flip him. And I'm wondering, well, maybe if it ain't him, I guess it doesn't matter, huh?
Martin is reporting that there's a quiet but serious effort by Senate Republicans like McCormick, Katie Britt, to get Democratic Senator John Fetterman.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on
huh?
it just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
To switch parties, to become an independent and caucus with Republicans. What's your take on that?
I mean, look, I don't know what Senator Fetterman's going to do. I know that Pennsylvanians voted for a Democrat to represent them in the United States Senate. And so I think he needs to honor that and continue with his service to Pennsylvania and hopefully get back to what he was elected to do.
Mm-hmm. So I don't know. I just found it interesting. And I
Yeah,
want to
but-
say I want him,
but
but
the-
apparently it's not him. Go ahead,
The,
Booty.
the four left and the Democrats are fighting each other, and they're going to destroy each other.
Well, that's kind of what that's highlighting. Yeah, he's not going along with every single thing. He's pointing out some of the things that don't make sense, and they don't like it, I guess, you know?
Yeah. No, look at that.
Not just him, but the four left, the crazies, and the regular Democrats are fighting, and they're going to bring down the whole party.
Mm.
Which, I mean, we really are taken over by demons or lizard people. I mean, why else? What could explain this shit? We were loving it in the 80s, the 90s. I mean, even in the 2000s, even with all that crap. But now, what is going on?
Mm.
Now the demons are practicing what they do right in front of our face.
That's it.
No one even sees it anymore.
It's not
Dark-
hidden anymore. I used to have to listen to
Dark to
Led
light.
Zeppelin backwards to get
From
my
dark to light.
message from the evil one, you know? But now it's all in the open. And
Everywhere.
everybody's in. Yeah.
But what about it's only like a week or so ago that Met Gala? I don't even know what the Met Gala
Met
is.
Gala,
but
yeah, Met
all of
Gala.
those people that showed up, I mean, it was just like, hey, I'm satanic. What do you think? You know, I mean, it's just right in your face, man.
Yeah, you know, I was looking at all their outfits and stuff like that. Yeah, I was
Who
definitely-
could out Satan the next guy, you know?
Yes.
I
Damn it,
think
Willard.
they're really pouring it on, and we should be like more repulsed. And I think the nation is. You know, I
Well,
think
they
we are.
definitely-
Their numbers got to be garbage. They
Yeah,
have
I
to
do
be.
believe it is. And what about, okay, I don't have any clips from it, but I'm pretty sure everybody here is aware, especially you, Morga, about because it affects you more than others with for being in Virginia or whatever, but the redistricting and the Supreme Court switching that, and the Democrats lost their shit. Now they want to abolish, they want to get the age limit on Supreme Court. They
Yeah,
want to
they
change.
want to get rid of the whole Supreme Court now. They didn't get their way, man. It's like,
You know what Steve Turley said about that? He said if they do that, he said that they'll have to drop the retirement age to 54 because that'd be the new thing. And then
Well,
everybody,
the sad part is, it's just like before the American Revolution, we had the colonies over here, and they're not being represented. They're not being represented. Well, the bulk of Virginia is not being represented. The northern part of Virginia, up where D.C., there's more million billionaires there than anywhere, I think, in the world. And they run the whole thing. They're getting outside money. So what I'm getting back to is where I live at, down in basically central Virginia. None of us are represented. It's all about the will of Northern Virginia and Washington, D.C. That's it, man.
yeah. I'd move if I was you.
And it sucks. I ain't moving nowhere, Pootie. Where am I supposed to move? Down to bumfuck Egypt where you live?
Yeah. You're
No.
over here.
Do they have vampire ladies there?
Yeah.
See,
Okay,
that's what's
where do I sign up?
Yeah, I got to drive around about midnight and they'd be walking the street.
Somebody believe in South Carolina, put Richmond north of Richmond. That's a good one too. Remember that big redheaded goomer that had that song Richmond north of Richmond? It was a big deal and went all over the country and everything. I said to myself, 2 years from now, you're never gonna know who that guy is, and it's the truth, man. I mean,
he still got songs out, man. Good songs.
nobody
But he's
listening
going
to
on
him
tour
now.
now. He's still pretty famous.
The loser. No, I'm joking. Yeah, I know. I wish the guy well. I really do. But I don't know. Somebody else talk. I'm in a bad mood and I'm going off on a tangent. So somebody.
That's okay. We'll just slap you around a little. That's what I'm here for.
How you know I don't like that, D?
Yes, you do, honey.
I know. I like a little smack every now and then.
Yeah,
I
I
actually
figured
do
so.
remember that picture of Obama with the 6 fingers. Sorry, y'all. I just wanted to throw
That's
this.
okay. Oh
Y'all
yeah,
remember
his
that?
portrait. Was it his portrait that they did that with?
It was like a painting or something. Yeah. And then people said it wasn't, I don't know, it looked like 6 fingers to me. And as far as the Met Gala goes, just to go backwards, because I said 6 fingers. I feel like they were saying some of those outfits were, alien, like not alien idea. Okay.
Oh, can I bring up a topic that's going on in my region right now?
Sure.
It's a perfect example of how a Democrat-controlled city or state operates. I live in the Seattle area, and on the 1st of July is the World Cup being held in Seattle. So Seattle, in all of their wisdom, is busy cleaning up the city, this is not the first time they've done this cleanup stuff. Okay. And we've been through this before. Okay. 1st of July, they got to have the city cleaned up for all the tourists, because people from all over the world are going to come here and to Seattle and watch the World Cup. I live south of Seattle in Pierce County. So instead of cleaning up the homeless drug addict population, instead of doing something about it, guess what they're doing? Again, they're moving them out here to the suburbs. Again. And I saw 2 more of them in my small town right now. That's how the Democrats handle anything. Don't fix the problem, move it.
You see Republicans do the same shit.
That's true.
Yeah.
But I can pinpoint that the mayor of Seattle is a Democrat. She has never held a job in her life. She's been living with her parents, and she's a dedicated communist. But that's affecting me and mine right now, because we've been through this before. My son is strapped. I'm strapped right now because we've been through this several times already when they come here. But there is a saving grace, is that the leadership of my small city and another small city nearby have already passed city ordinance to where there cannot be homeless people living on the sidewalks or in a tent or along the riverbanks. The law enforcement has the authority to go in there and remove them and run them out of town. So I thank God for that, for my little town's leadership, that they've had the foresight to be able to get some kind of legislation and passed. Now we have a little more protection for the population, but
Yeah,
I'll
for the
add
time
this.
being. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But it takes a little bit of time to get all these homeless folks swept up. I saw 2 more new ones today. One of them just arrived in town. He was sitting outside the supermarket with a handful of cash, fresh
Who brings
$20
them
bills.
there, Bob? Who's driving
Huh?
them there? Who
What?
drives them there?
They put them on a commuter train that goes from Seattle all the way down to almost to Olympia.
And I bet
It
they
runs
give each one of them $100 just so they don't gripe about it.
You bet they do. That's what that one guy was counting out, fresh $20 bills and sitting in front of the supermarket.
Yeah.
Now we do have an emergency homeless shelter in this town, and I'm used to seeing the homeless. I know who they are. Now those people who've been placed in this temporary shelter are sober. Okay, the new arrivals, they are not sober.
Right.
They're still messed up, and it's dangerous, guys, because these people are unpredictable. They'll do anything, and the street name for that is called they're savage. And I saw 2 of them that are savage. So that's what we're dealing with. Thanks, Seattle. Thanks once again.
Yeah, that's messed up.
It is. And this is not the first time we've had to deal
We're
with
on
this.
our own. We really are.
Yes, ma'am, we are. Yeah. So I'm going to put out a video tomorrow about some of the things that I do to protect me and mine, and things that I have done in the past. Because the savages, they have no limit. They'll come right into your house, dude. In an instant.
Yeah, we've
But I'll
seen
put a-
some videos of that, man. Looking for people's daughters, following some pretty girl or woman, wife, mom. Shit, they don't care, grandma. I mean, they are savage.
How much for the little girl?
Yeah, dude, they do. You look at some of those Ring doorbell videos, man.
Exactly.
And those are freaking savages. They have no sense of humanity left in them anymore. Just desire and want.
Never did.
Good to see
Yeah.
wild edibles.
And we heard about them coming across the border and all the atrocities committed on the way up here. And but I'm sure they're here as well.
Yeah, the ones I've seen recently here, and I also stopped in different businesses in town and talked to the staff that work in these businesses. The ones that I saw recently were white Americans, so they come in all shapes and sizes, babe. Lucky me. I'm strapped with a 45 right now. So is my son. We've been through some BS, man. But all right, I'm done. Thanks for letting me talk.
No
Hey,
problem.
stay away from Bob if y'all are in the neighborhood.
Don't piss off Bob. That is the.
Well,
But can I say something real? Can I say something real quick about what he just said about being?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Dee.
No, I'm
No,
sorry. I'm
she's
just kidding.
being silly.
I'm just messing
Go
with
ahead,
you.
Go ahead, Yorga.
Damn it, D.
I swear.
Fudge. I forgot you're in a bad mood. My apologies.
He's in a
Mr.
great
Virginia. Now I forgot my shit anyway. I'm sorry.
He's in a
Sorry.
Right. Did you forget too?
No. All I was going to say was, Bob said, being strapped up. I do too. Pretty much every time I go out, and
Yeah.
I was doing it the other day. I'm about to leave the house. I said, wait a minute, let me go back. And I'm thinking, how sad is this? I don't look at it like, hey, I'm Billy Badass now. Look at me. I don't want to put it on.
correct. Correct.
I mean,
why?
I go out and all I got to do is watch the news and go, man, anything could happen anywhere. I don't care where you are. It could
And
happen
here's the
anywhere.
problem.
And if you didn't have it, then you're going to go, shit, I wish I'd put that on. But I truly hate having to do that, man. I do.
And Yorga, you could be
100%.
subject. You could be subject to being the guilty one in an incident of defending your own life.
Of
you
course.
may be put in that situation. And because think about it, you're a white male, Yorga. You are the
I'm the father.
you are the
Yeah.
epitome of the worst thing in this country right now, as far as the media is telling us.
I know. I tried to
So-
tell them I was
No.
black. They didn't believe me.
No, it's them liberal pigs.
This is
with
what
the
I carry
septum
now.
rings.
I said
I,
Chinese.
I don't carry a handgun anymore, and I don't carry a razor sharp knife anymore. This is what I carry
Yeah,
right
that's a
on my
good
phone
idea.
bag. I put it on my phone bag, and I got I put a safety pin underneath it, and I just carry it right there on my chest,
That's a good
so that
idea.
anyone passing by can see that I've got pepper spray.
Yeah.
And, you know, I passed by a bunch of different state patrol and cops walking right past me. They had nothing to say at all.
Yeah, good.
Oh, I've been asked twice now, one by a cashier in the supermarket, why do you carry that? I said,
Oh, duh.
I'm 63 years old, and I've been approached 3 times smoking outside of the store. Yeah, now I go way off in the corner and smoke my cigarette while I wait for my coffee to be put together. And I mind my own business. I put on my headphones. I don't bother anybody. And 3 times people have come out of the parking lot screaming in my face. So after the 3rd one, I got some of this pepper gel, because I knew it's just a matter of time, man. I'm going to get attacked by somebody.
Yeah, Bob, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scream at you that time. I was
No,
But you know, have you heard about these Burnham poo-poos? I don't think they're worth a damn. They're promoting these things everywhere. It looks like a hand poo, but it shoots these it's under
balls.
CO2 pressure, these balls, and they do different things. They have pepper spray in them and whatnot. But I've seen them demonstrate them. You know, somebody will do a YouTube. You can't be showing that.
He was tall and fat.
Yeah, he was tall and fat.
Lethal. No,
And they unloaded. Oh, you got a burner there. Okay. They
it's a burner.
they all right. Well, they shot this guy like 10 times and he kept on coming, man. I mean, you know, so I'm sure now if you shot me with one, I'd haul ass and run away like a girl, you know. But this guy just kept coming. I mean, they were demonstrating it, and he had a few welts on him, but it didn't look any worse than maybe a paintball to me.
Correct. Yes. No, you're
I'm
right.
sorry.
Yorga.
That's what I thought you were talking about, but I probably shouldn't have showed that.
It was the burner.
But
Yorga, if you're in a situation where it's force for force.
Mhm.
So, you know, you're trying to be the good, not, you know, take anyone's life. But when it comes down to it, gosh, man, it's a horrible position to be put in for anyone, you know?
Yeah.
And if you're flat out crazy, you're not going to stop. You know, just like this thing I went through with my neighbor last week, man. I didn't know, you know, I mean, if he'd have come after me, there wouldn't have been shit I could have done, you know?
Yeah. Wait, dude, I didn't even hear about that. You got to call.
Well, I'm not going to go through it again. You're going to have to watch the replay on that one.
Oh, I didn't even know you spoke of it. Dang. All right.
Yeah.
Sorry. Missed it.
Oh, we did a full Yorga story.
Oh, dude, I got to go back and watch. Everybody, where is that last week? Last week's episode?
Even while I'm out cutting the grass and gardening, I got a belt I can put on real quick with a small bag, and I carry this even while I'm outside gardening.
I do too. I go out to my garage because I mean, I don't live in the ghetto or anything. I'm almost kind of in the country, but there's something about this corner right here, man. From time to time, there'll always be some freaking goon standing out there doing something stupid, man. You know,
You always hear stories, Yorga, especially where you are in that crossroad of people just stopping in to rob the guy who's cutting his grass, you know?
Yep. Yeah.
You never think that you're vulnerable, but dude, you're so vulnerable. And but yet protecting yourself could get you, because let's face it, there's a faction that does not want you to protect yourself. They do not want you to have these things, you know?
Oh, England is a mess, man. I don't know how those people don't revolt. You know, because they would literally are like, no, let the robbers stab you, and then we'll fix
say
you up.
something
You know?
before
Yes.
you move on to the subject? Okay, thank you. Because I shared that thing, I thought you were going to share something. Somebody mentioned to me, oh, those burners, you know, they're not really dependable because some people have gone to them and the cartridges
are out of
CO2.
air. And
That could
that's
happen.
true. I checked my thing twice, and that was the only reason I showed that. So again, I do apologize. But that has been true. I went to go use it yesterday, and I know I just put a new cartridge in. It hasn't been more than 6 months, and my husband can't figure out how come it could even lose air at all. He's like, how
Oh,
does it
yeah.
even lose air?
No, it does. Slow leak. It's
But
just
it
like
does.
a pellet.
Yeah.
Right?
They,
It's like a
they,
pellet.
one of them I heard advertised, and I thought it was funny that they actually advertised this. It was on the radio. It was on like conservative talk radio. It was a commercial for Byrna. And they said, I forget how they worded it, but because I used to have a CO2 BB gun when I was a kid and works the same way. And so I'm familiar with CO2. But it said something about it won't puncture the cylinder, the CO2 cylinder, until you go to fire a shot. So apparently they've improved on that.
Good. That sounds
So
good.
it won't. Yeah, it's sitting at the ready, unpunctured until you're ready to go,
Now
and then
mine has to. I mean, it has to puncture to engage. I mean, I want to know it's ready, so I definitely.
right.
It gets. I see they're both punctured. The last two I've used, I haven't even.
Well, you got to look at that seal that goes from from the gun to the cylinder. All it does is puncture it, and you tighten it up a little bit and hope for the best. Hope it ain't leaking. But I mean, it's bound to be leaking a little bit. Like you said, 6 months, it's gone, man.
Yeah,
I didn't even fire it once. Is what I'm saying.
It don't matter. It's leaking out of that seal right there.
Because it's
So
not
they're
really
not
much of a
dependable.
seal.
It's
No,
not much of a
really
seal.
much of a seal. You pop it, it pops through the metal, so there's going to be a leak point.
Right
Yeah.
there.
There's no gasket or anything. Yeah.
Shouldn't be a surprise. Yeah.
Yeah. But still, it's something.
My pastor was impressed with it, but actually it was just my purse. He's like, I'm just impressed
You
with
might
your
not
purse
ever
and all
have
the
to
things you
fire
got
it.
in there.
You might, if you just pulled it out, they might run, and you might not ever have to fire it because it looks like a poo-poo.
I forgot it. I thought it doesn't because it does not really the colors of one as much, but
The orange. Yeah. But still, hopefully you never have to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what we pray
No.
for.
But I'd rather have my real one these days. I should have my real one these days.
Yeah, but you never know. That'll get you in some shit.
Yeah, that's true.
I'd rather be alive though.
Can you guys hear me?
With the shit.
Correct.
Yes.
No, you're correct.
Okay. I was just going to share this about California mayor. Speaking of California. Well, we weren't speaking of California, but I know it's close to home. It's I consider it good news, but here we go.
Usual story about a local mayor in California who has admitted to spreading propaganda on behalf of the Chinese government. Eileen Wang agreed to a plea bargain just 3 months after she became mayor of Arcadia.
Wang.
Following this poll, so let me get this straight. The FBI accuses her of working with Chinese agents.
That's right, Nate. Good morning. Eileen Wang agreed last month to plead guilty to one felony count after admitting she promoted interests for the People's Republic of China through propaganda efforts. Yesterday, prosecutors unsealed the filing, and city officials say Wang officially resigned as mayor of Arcadia.
Had a little wang to it.
When Eileen
Campaigning to join Arcadia City Council, the U.S. Justice Department says the now mayor was acting as an illegal agent of the People's Republic of China.
Say it isn't
say
so.
between 2020 and 2022, the 58-year-old and her former fiance operated a website called U.S. News Center that looked like a legitimate outlet for the local Chinese American community. Wang admitted she received directives through the messaging app WeChat from Chinese government officials, posting pre-written articles denying human rights abuses in China and reporting back to her handlers on how many people viewed them. In one case, a Chinese official sent Wang an article saying, in part, there is no genocide in Xinjiang. There is no such thing as forced labor in any production activity, including cotton production. Wang reposted it on her own website, and a PRC official responded, quote, "So fast, thank you everyone." Wang never disclosed that the Chinese government told her to post the content, according to the court documents.
At this point, it's not entirely clear why Eileen Wang conducted these activities.
CBS News national security contributor Sam Vinograd.
There are specific requirements for U.S. citizens who are
Why?
conducting
'Cause she's getting
activities
paid.
on behalf of a foreign government. You
You got
can't
paid
actually
well.
spread narratives on behalf
Yeah.
of the Chinese government. You just have to register as a foreign agent.
In a statement through her attorneys, Wang says she recognizes the seriousness of this charge and has agreed to accept responsibility for her past personal mistakes. She now faces up to 10 years in prison.
Holy schmackles.
Oh,
At least she's getting
how
in trouble.
many of them folks snuck across the border in the last 4 years? I would like to know, but I've seen films of them, groups of them from the same country coming across the border. Yeah.
Had a little wang to it.
Uh-huh. Yeah, if she wasn't a communist, I might.
I thought it was going to be about
Wait, what about
Karen
Chip?
Bass.
What about Fang Fang? Fang Fang. I mean, dude, what
I
about
didn't know. Yeah, but I did see that. That is good news. If they catch her, and they've
Yeah, but we've heard
investigate
about
her.
So what happens? I mean, we heard about Stallwell. He's still out there. We heard about
I remember
that.
one gal
yeah,
from
that's
Humboldt
the,
County went to the.
I'm sorry, but
government
Swalwell, that's the
offices, and
Democrat
they had
that got arrested.
the
Or he
Capitol
got
in Sacramento, and she went to go to one of the offices there. She was going to deliver something for us in Humboldt County, and she said the office, everything on the door was in Chinese. That's what she came back and told me. I was like, what? Yeah, all Chinese.
So you were talking about
Sold
Swalwell.
out.
Yes, Swalwell. Yeah, with Fang Fang, and then you also had that. Who was the old lady and her driver was like a Chinese spy for like 30 years. Her driver was hearing everything. Who was the old bag? Y'all remember? What was her name?
Oh, was that Pelosi? Was
No,
that
not
Nancy
Pelosi.
Pelosi?
It was the
No,
other old
Pelosi.
bag. There's several old bags. Oh, gosh. I see her face. I forget. her
Maxine
name.
Water? Was it Maxine?
Not
Water?
Maxine. No, it wasn't Maxine. She was a white woman. I think she's dead. I remember they had like.
I know who you're talking about, and I can't think of her name.
I can't think of the woman's name.
Last time.
Wait, what's that, Pootie?
People are saying Dianne Feinstein in the chat.
Yeah, that could be. That could be. Yeah.
I was
Feinstein.
trying
That's
to
her.
say that a good friend of Swalwell's is also in trouble. Another Democrat, billionaire Democrat, that's been arrested. Out of the Darkness was covering it. So that was today. Ties
Hey,
to
what
Swalwell.
about Fauci? Nobody's talking about the Fauci crap. We've been waiting forever. We knew it was all a scam. And what's going on with that? That's really quiet, huh?
I think they are getting. I think they are going
Yeah.
for him. They've definitely got the guy right under Fauci. He's
Yes.
Yeah, they had a CIA whistleblower on there today questioning him about it, all that. Fauci's toast.
Right.
Didn't any of the Democrats even show up to question him?
Another weird, like, just once again, blast from the past thing. There was audio of Biden a while back showing how mentally jacked he was. And
That wasn't him. Sorry.
They definitely kept it covered. And I've got a real short, it's like a minute and a half, of course, Govea covering this. And what's okay, Jason says Fauci is pardoned, and then they need to test that file charges. I feel like depending on what the charges are, doesn't matter. Pardons don't cover treason. I don't know. I guess it wouldn't be treason, but Outlandish said, Jeff said there's multiple attacks inside Ukraine. I don't know. I literally can't keep up with it. Like I said, I'm going backwards right here. But this is this week. They're fighting. They don't want it out because it and there's the part of it's here, right here on this.
That they were going back to those book sessions saying Biden's people are expected to object to this. He had a ghost writer for one of his books to whom he was shoveling classified information. And it's 70 hours of redacted recordings that they want now to come out. And we remember some of the exchanges between Joe and Robert Hur in these conversations, which were taking place. Laura Ingraham, of course, covered it on her show. But here was one sampling when Joe didn't know much about his son who died.
We were living in Chambers Road, and there were documents related to the 10 Biden Center by the cancer phone shot. Well, where did you papers that related to those things that you were actively doing?
Well, I don't know. This is what, 2017, 18, that area?
Yes, sir.
Remember, in this time frame, my son either been deployed or is dying. And by the way, there were still a lot of people at the time when I got out of the Senate that were encouraging me to run in this period, except the president. It's not a mean thing to say. I mean, he just thought that she had a better shot of winning.
So that's what we've got from Joe. And Joe was struggling in that little short clip, but he was asked about a prior exchange. And now Biden's people are trying to fight the release of this audio. And so here's what the lawsuit filing had to say. This was a joint status report that went into the District of Columbia. And the plaintiffs are Heritage Foundation and Mike Howell. And so they sued. They said, we want action here. We want the information that was relied upon by Robert Hur, okay, the guy who was actually interviewing him at the time. We want to know what he was listening to in addition to his interview with Joe. There's underlying materials. Specifically, the request seeks all records relied upon by special counsel Hur to write the passages of the report. The report was and continues to be the subject of widespread media and government attention. A good deal of interest has been focusing on this, on his mental.
Sorry, I let it play a little longer than I meant to, but yeah, it's definitely a lot not being talked about, and I don't know what they're going to do with that. They can't just prove he was completely incompetent and put it all out there and do nothing. I feel like a lot of this is gonna there's a lot going on, and I don't understand it all, but I'm trying to keep up with as much of it as I can, and it is a lot, you know. I'm not sure what that means. I think maybe I feel like people are saying that would be a good test to see if they can override these pardons. But I don't know. What do you guys think about all this? Safety meeting. Yeah, let's see. What do we got? I need to get one of these clips. I'm going to. I just always forget.
I'm already there.
I need a clip of a safety meeting instead of just the alcohol. Do I still have the alcohol? Safety meeting has officially been called. Anyway, are you still here, Yorga? Did you ever tell your Yorga story, or are you not wanting to tell it?
I don't care. I got one now.
Well, then, if you want to tell it, go ahead. Might as well.
Yeah,
Nobody's
hear
talking about
This happened today now, man. I mean, and I ain't gonna go about all my ailments and shit, but I ain't felt with a shit today either. But so yesterday, I've got this tool that I inherited from my dad. I'm never going to use it, and I know Billy is into, you know, basically machinist stuff, and that's what this is. It's some sort of caliper thing or something. I don't know. I said, shoot, I'm never going to use it. It's made by Starrett. I mean, it's the real shit, you know?
It's a penis.
So I said, you know, I was going to send it to Billy, you know, and I've been waiting for the right box to come in. And so I got a box, and I said, okay. So yesterday I pack it all up, and I take it up to the post office, the United States Postal Service. These people in there were completely freaking incompetent. And I'll try to make this not, here's a long story long. I'll try not to make it long. Take it up there. And the lady gives me an ink pen. She said, you got to write to who it's going to and from, who it's from on this package. And I got an ink pen and this package, and the package has already got printing all over it from what was in it before. And I went back and I said, can you give me a piece of tape or something to put on this thing? You know, come on, man. You know, I mean, this woman was completely stupid, right? And she went, you know, she's got tape everywhere. She gives me a piece of paper, just a piece of paper. She said, write, you know, who it's going to and who it's from on this. I went, okay. 2. Oh, Billy, you know, somewhere in Kentucky, you know, from Count Yorga, you know, 1313 Mockingbird Lane, blah, blah, blah. Put it on there, or put it on this piece of paper and bring it back up to this woman. And she goes, okay. And she just takes this piece of paper, took some pieces of tape, went around it. So I'm thinking that ain't going to last through shipping. That's going to come off of there. You know, you need to put a piece of clear tape or something on top of it, right? You know, she didn't do it. I didn't want to embarrass her. Paid the money. Done. Okay, fine. Got up today, go out to my mailbox. There's a big hanking box in my mailbox. And they mailed it to me. instead of down to Billy, right? Maybe these dumbasses, right? So I pulled it out, and that sticker I was telling you about was still on it. And so I've got some of that clear tape. I took it in the house, put some of that clear packing tape on it, so the dress ain't going nowhere. Because if that comes off, it's lost forever. Took it back up there now. Same lady was there, but there was another lady there. And when it was my turn, I didn't get the lady who had waited on me yesterday. I get this other woman. And I said, look, I was in here yesterday. She immediately goes, you weren't in here yesterday. I'm dealing with madness everywhere, man. My neighbor, the post office, she said, you weren't in here yesterday. I said, yeah, I was. I said, that lady right there is the one who waited on me. And I told him, I said, this was accidentally mailed back to me, not to where I said it's, She goes, well, you didn't fill it out right. I said, what are you talking about? She said, you should have put the from on the top and the to on the bottom, And I was like, but I did it just like she told me to do it. She said, well, you did it wrong. I said, well, can't you just mail the damn thing? She said, yeah, but we're going to have to charge you again. I said, oh, no, you're not. Went down to UPS. I took it down to UPS and talked to that guy. I was telling him what I just went through. He said, man, them people down there. He said, my God, man. He said, I said, is this going to be a problem the way I have this filled out? He said, hell no. He said, I'm going to print out a label anyway. It's going to have all that shit on there, So anyway, that was my story.
The post office is a nightmare, dude. Yorga, DEY or whatever it is. That's
DEI. That's what it was. Oh, it was dripping with DEI. What I was going through.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the part you said. I'm not going to say that live, but they said it for you.
I did. I know. But that's exactly what I was dealing with, man. This woman had no clue, and at least the first lady that did the label and everything, at least she was pleasant and nice. But this woman had a mean look on her face. I guess I've got that Trump voter thing going on or something. I don't know, my look or something. But yeah, I was like, well, I was in here yesterday. You weren't in here yesterday. It's like, that's the first thing she said to me. I was going, this is getting off to a bad start right here, but no, you did it wrong. You did it. I mean, she's pointing at me. No, you did it wrong. Shitty about it. Anyway, that's my Yorga story for today.
Well, thank you.
Well, you're welcome.
They literally rolled out the red carpet for him. I heard somebody saying that for Trump. This is just what's going on at the time. I haven't.
And I've heard that Obama didn't get such a great reaction when he went over there.
Yeah, I thought they did like the side by side. I also listened to that guy, Pooty, that you have, but Dr. Turlet or something, TUR something. Do you know what I'm talking about, Pooty?
Yes,
Okay.
Stephanie. Yes. Didn't
Wait, is he still here? Did we lose him? Shoot, we did. I'm sitting here talking to nobody. Well, it's somebody that Yorga Pooty follows, and he was just pointing out all the things that are with this meeting. First off, it's the first time in a decade, and the last time was Trump as well, or near a decade. Trump was there to meet with him, and also the leverage and the things that he's got. Yeah, there it is, Hawk. Jonathan Turley. I follow him because of Pooty. What the hell? Jeff, come up here and talk to us about things. UKR is getting drilled huge by Russia right now. I definitely sent you the link, man. But I want some news, not some PL story. Well, it's Yorga always tell some Yorga stories. I want to hear them, so you got to live with them if you're here. Sorry, chessboard. It wasn't even
chessboard. Hey, kiss my ass, okay?
Uh-oh.
No, I just got to get that out there.
Did UPS get the package delivered? I don't know. Some people are interested.
Oh yeah, that chessboard. He's a problem.
Oh my God, you guys.
Oh shit! What's going on? I missed some drama.
He said he wanted news, not the Yorga story.
Well, it's all about him,
No,
So-
I'm saying that's what I
he's
said.
in a
There's
bad
gonna be
mood already, chessboard, and we got him up on panel. That isn't cool. That wasn't nice at all.
Well,
I mean,
I lost.
here we go. Look there's my president.
Right. I don't know. Like, but they were saying about his leverage with the Strait of Hormuz and all the things.
You know what he's telling Trump right now?
What do you think he's telling him?
He's saying, once you go yellow, your bank account say hello.
Oh my gosh. How come it's like that? Is it what just happened? That's weird. You also see the screen? What the heck?
Hey, Regina. Good to see you, honey.
Can y'all hear me? Is it black on your end?
Yeah.
Yeah, it went black.
Yeah.
Something
Okay.
happened.
All right, good. I
Oh,
thought it
there
was
we
just
go.
on.
We're back.
That's a lot of stairs. Hang in there, Mr. T, Devin. He's not Biden. The steps are Biden's enemy. Vicky loves the Yorga stories. Virginia loves the Yorga stories.
Yeah, sure.
While Trump's
We
away,
all
the
love a
mice are
good
clean.
story.
Well, yeah, Steve Turley. Thank you, chat. I love chat. I really do. So he was saying like it just the leverage is different right now. It's a different time. Like, and I hope that, in other words, like they needed this meeting more than we needed this meeting. And I hope that's true. I don't have the clip ready, but I wish I did. So much going on, man. Yorga is the news. Well, Chessboard didn't rage quit. I think he was just kidding. You know, there's no tone in chat. You can just
He was just kidding. I know he was kidding. I wasn't, but he was. Yeah.
I wasn't, but he was.
He's
No,
gonna get
I missed
upset.
you and your Yorga stories. I did. It's nice to have you back.
Marla baby likes him.
Jerry,
all
good to
kinds of
see
people
you.
like that. Karen said he's telling Trump how much he paid for all that red carpet. Oh my goodness. That's pretty funny. Because who knows? Who freaking knows? I hope it's good news. I think it probably is. Oh man, Chessboard said the only reason Yorga said that he knows my ankle's broken.
Oh, your ankle's broken? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention, man.
He's saying
Oh,
because
yeah.
if his
Didn't he
ankle
have
wasn't
two
broken, he
broken
wouldn't talk
ones?
to him
Two
like
broken
that.
legs?
Yeah, but he's saying if he wasn't broken, you
Yeah,
would talk
he's
to him
probably
like that.
grumpy too.
I'm sorry, y'all. It's funny.
Yeah,
It's funny to
he's
me.
probably grumpy too.
Echo's happy you're back too, Yorga. We all are. Let's do a.
Well, I know that sucks. I broke my foot one time, and that blows, man. You're down for months, man.
Yeah.
So
Chronic pain sucks. We
still
all
kissing
can
your ass,
definitely
but other than that,
sympathize with that. Chronic pain bites the big one.
Oh my gosh. And so look, we were just watching I was over at Jeff's the other day and he was sharing and people were marching. They weren't bending their knees at all. At least these guys know how to bend their knees when they march. Like it looked painful the way these guys were marching. I can't remember exactly what in the world. There's just like so much at all times. I was going to play your little guitar thing here. I remember that's all we had of you for a while. It was kind of sad. I'd play it every so often.
it's still a good lick, though.
Echo's happy Craig's back too. That Carpy was made in China, so it was cheap. I love chat. Y'all are crazy.
I'm happy Craig's back too.
I'm not back. I don't know
I
what
gotta
y'all
go,
talking
guys.
about. I ain't even back.
Leaving Bob. We were happy you were back. Now we're going to be sad because you're gone.
I got to bounce. Some missus will be home from work any minute now. So
Thanks for coming.
peace
up.
out,
Have a
everyone.
good night.
Bye, Bob.
Thanks for
Bye,
thank you.
Bob.
Good to talk
Good
to y'all.
see
ya.
John Dunning says the Masonic Temple of China.
I bet you Bob's always eating ramen noodles, just like Virginia Roots. Him and Virginia always eating ramen.
Yes. Fighting that.
Do you know we have a factory that makes that shit, and it's about a couple miles away from here. And when you drive through there, it smells so good. I don't know. I don't know if it's the noodles or it's the sauce or what, but it just kind of got a chicken soup smell, you know.
Sauce. Yeah, it's a broth. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because really, noodle has no smell, I imagine, you know?
Yeah.
I have the sound up, but there's nothing coming through. So
You know what's great? We got a coffee plant. And when you go by the coffee, oh my gosh. Talk about a great smell.
I had to go into a place where they make McDonald's bread. They're all their buns, and that place had a glorious smell too.
Oh,
Our coffee roasters stink. It smells like shit. And the chocolate factory in Chicago did too.
Really?
Your coffee business must be different. They must not be roasting it.
Hey, what's the worst smell you've ever smelled, Steve?
Ew.
What is it?
Human. Dead human. Dead. Well,
Okay.
dead. Yeah, dead. Whatever carcass.
Man,
Yeah, that's a horrible smell. But my
I had
father said burnt human flesh is probably the worst.
man.
So I've never had to
The
experience
worst one for me, I had to take a boat out of Reedville, Virginia to go over to Tangier Island. And when we left, we left right next to a cat food factory that was owned by the Bushes, the presidential Bushes, supposedly. But it was a smell. It smelled like rotten fish and shit at the same time mixed together. And I mean, it had a hang time to it too, man. It was awful.
A paper mill has a
Oh God, yeah, we've got those around here too. They stink like crap.
That is a horrible smell, but not as putrid as a cat food factory, I imagine.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. It's all Menhaden. That's Menhaden aren't good for nothing. I guess they just make cat food.
Are these guys in China, Cola? Hegseth and Rubio? Is that where this is at?
Rubio was rocking the Nike sweatsuit like a Maduro.
Like
Maybe it was
Maduro.
Maduro's shit. Yeah, he's pimping the freaking Adidas outfit.
Yeah.
They call that the Gopnik look. Gopnik look, right?
But Cuba's screwed. Nick Shirley reported from Cuba. There's no gas. I think Cuba's going to pretty much be America's South pretty soon. Key West. We're going to send all the homosexual children of the rich to Cuba now instead of Key West. We're going to send them further south.
This camera guy. Who hired this guy's getting fired today? What is this? Sorry, audience. Oh, it makes me nervous. I'm all thinking something. Oh, look who's gracing us with their presence.
I didn't know Hegseth went over there too.
Yeah, did you see where they changed Marco's name to get him past the sanctions?
You hear, Jeff? Your audio working?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh,
I do.
Is Jeff here?
Hey, Jeff.
Oh, I'm
Good to
so
see you.
excited. Jeff, it's so good to see you.
Don't be gay, Craig. Fuck.
Jen's nature.
When that camera guy went on wonky like that, I thought maybe there was some boom boom.
Yeah, I did too.
I was a little nervous. He's like hauling ass, running from something. So
Hey, I saw
tell us
Lee
something, Jeff.
Wahlberger was on earlier, Jeff.
Do what?
I saw Lee was on earlier.
Oh, Lee Harvey?
Yeah, I saw Lee Harvey.
Yeah.
Good to see you, Jeff.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, for sure.
No, it really is. We had a lot of questions for you, but you
I have so many. I've got one real quick. This is not on this topic, but just in case if you've heard this or not. So I think it was Jaco, right, who said that the Supreme Court decision, Jacko, I don't know.
I'm just fucking with you.
He said, I'm going to mute this just in case it does pop on right in the middle, that all this Supreme Court decision had been leaked to the internet by an accident, and the girl was already fired. It was only there for an hour, and it was concerning taxes, and that it was about 14,000 people screen recorded and got shots of it. Well, I don't know if it's actually true or not, though. It's supposedly a leak. I mean, they could, doctor documents to make them look that way. I just wondered if you'd heard any of that or have any information on that.
What's it dealing with? The structure of
Income
the
tax. That supposedly it was like a 7-2 or 7-3. I don't know what the numbers were, but that it wasn't illegal.
illegal. It's unconstitutional.
That type of stuff, that it was leaked, and that this Supreme Court ruling has happened, but they did it behind the scenes, and then some person that's only been working for a year accidentally leaked it to the internet. Supposedly, I'm kind of wondering if it's all some kind of scam or something, because I know a lot of those guys are grifters. but even a
Yeah.
broken clock right 2 times
They
a
were
day.
told to leak it. Yeah.
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 I don't know if you'd heard of it, Jeff. Do you know what I'm talking about? Have you heard of this?
Well, I mean, I know that they've been working off of what they call a secret docket at the Supreme Court. That's how they've been able to keep a lot of this shit hush hush. And with Trump replacing Powell with the new Federal Reserve Chairman, guess what number Federal Reserve Chairman he is? 17.
Oh, there was something else 17 too. I can't remember what
Oh,
it was.
really?
Isn't
Is
it?
there a new one? Are you saying that he is signed?
Yeah, he's the new Fed chairman, is the 17th in the nation's history.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And Trump took 17 business executives with him to China.
Uh-huh.
Interesting.
Well,
Too
you know
many
what's funny
17s.
about
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. Oh, I was just gonna say, you know what's funny about that is when the one of the governor's candidates that's running, Sheriff Bianco, when he came to Humboldt County and he did a little speech here, he said 17. I'm not exaggerating. He said it 5 times in less than a 6-minute speech or 2 or 3 minute speech,
It's a
laying out
calm.
all of what and I thought
I think like
he sound like he's just picked up on it and he just uses the
It's a calm.
Well, I think did you guys see Marco Rubio on Air Force One?
In the Nike tracksuit
No.
that Maduro was wearing.
How much do you I don't want to say how much do you want to bet, but all the plane traffic that's around Cuba right now, I have a feeling we're about ready to go into Cuba before Trump gets back.
Oh yeah, dude, and no fuel there. Jeff, they're on the verge of total collapse.
Yep.
They have no
God
food,
help them. God help our
no
guys and God
electricity.
help them. Mm-hmm.
They're held hostage. It's a Soviet Chinese hangout. No more, baby. It's the what do they call it? What do they call that? What's the plan? The Monroe Doctrine.
Yeah.
Yeah, Monroe
all there.
Doctrine. This
All
is
right.
full blast, and I don't know why the audio is messed up. Can y'all hear that at all?
No.
Yeah, I can't really either. As loud as I can make it on this one. Sorry.
Dude, who just said that? Cuban cigars. And Jeff, think about this. We're going to have Romeo Juliet's made in legitimate Cuba. We're going to be able to get high off of Cuban cigars, baby.
Yeah, have you ever had a Cuban cigar?
Yes, they're fucking phenomenal.
Yeah,
My
you
friend.
Don't yell at me, Vicky. Quit
They
yelling.
actually get you messed up. You get a little
Really?
screwed up from them.
Yeah.
I love a good cigar. I've never had a Cuban one. Never.
Oh, they're incredible. I had them on a cruise. I had to go to Jamaica to get it through a connection. Yeah.
Hold on.
And Jeff,
What's
he can
up?
get you anything.
No, hold on.
Rasta Bob can get you whatever you want, buddy.
Hold on
Just so you know.
Uh-oh, what's happening?
But
What's
something's happening.
Oh shit!
Okay, what's going on?
Fucking Chinese.
Lord.
The
They've already
fucking
had
Chinese. You know what? Let it happen. Let us just nuke the fuck
Is it
out
just
of them.
press
Sorry.
stuff?
No, see, China just turned off their coverage too.
Oh, great.
What is going on?
I heard they were going to do like a behind the scenes one as well. Is that what's going on now, or is this?
Well, no, you have to look how Rubio was looking. Something happened out in the hallway.
What in the frick? What, dude? China, America, it doesn't matter where you are.
Trump can't go anywhere anymore. He can't go anywhere. Forget it.
They have to meet in a bunker. They're going to
Too
have
much
to meet in
of
a
a risk.
bunker.
Too much for a damn risk. And see, this is an embarrassment to the Chinese because You know, they keep iron fists on everything, and if there's some shenanigans going on here, that makes them look. They've got egg on their face right now.
Cola, change the title. Something happened at the. Change it.
Hey,
But why is Jeff B always show up when this shit happens? Jeff, we were watching your stream when this crazy crap happened at the correspondent, and now this.
well,
It's great too. Like
on.
it's not.
But hold on. I told people earlier in my stream, every time Xi and Trump have met, something major has happened. The first time that they met when he became president, we launched 52 cruise missiles at the Taliban in Afghanistan. The second time they met, we went down and captured Maduro. And now this is the third time they met. So what the hell's going on?
Did the feed go dead? Did we lose the feed?
They
was buffering, so I stopped it. It's still buffering over there. I
No.
just shared it or whatever.
they cut the feed in China and they moved it to an outside picture. So
Man.
something has happened.
I hope they didn't get him.
Yeah, can we talk? People were talking. Did you already talk a lot about the raid against Tulsi? People are saying it's the deep state trying to get the information back.
Okay. Here's the problem with this story. The CIA can't operate inside the United States.
Okay.
So anybody who if they worked, if these individuals who allegedly raided the offices of Tulsi Gabbard were CIA, they're about ready probably to get hung because they cannot operate within in the boundaries of the United States. So that's why I think this story is all bullshit.
The plant. It's a plant, Jeff, to get us outraged.
It's a script.
Yeah.
They don't even have to show us real people.
Yeah,
it's like
it's
a cheap script.
I don't know what the hell happened inside this meeting. Everybody's cutting the stream. I just text the big chair to ask him what the hell's going on, but I haven't gotten anything back yet.
Maybe we'll find out before anybody else does.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, Trump was at a secret meeting or a public meeting with the Chinese delegation when all chaos ensued. We do not know. Cameras cut. We don't know what happened. Stay tuned.
John Dunning said we are stealing another leader. Good grief, you guys.
Cola, you need to do a thumbnail with your mouth open wide. They've proven that is a big.
Right.
If you have your mouth
over your mouth.
You need to do a thumbnail with your mouth open wide.
If your
Chris.
mouth is real open wide, Jeff, I know you can do this. You'll get so many more views.
Well, there is a Skymaster message that's being transmitted by the Pentagon to the fleet.
Oh, what does that mean? A Skymaster, like something we can track, or just somebody like you knows how to track?
Delta was training in Kansas 2 days ago, Jeff.
Yeah, it just happened, Cheryl, until it didn't happen. Yeah.
I don't know if you know that, but they had the Night Stalkers and Delta were all in, I think, Kansas. I believe that's where they were.
Let me see.
Do you have a cigar, Jeff?
Yeah.
Sure. He's got something in his mouth.
He's a lover, sure. You could tell. Oh my gosh, you guys, this is a lot. So yeah, it's crazy because so many other things all at the same. What do you think much about, okay, this is totally not on the same subject, but I'm curious about the wanting to try to how they're trying to block the release of the tapes of Biden sharing the classified information. I mean, we already have it. They already have it in their possession, but I don't know. Go Bales.
Yeah.
Totally not Biden, by the way.
Right. Yeah. Was that the 6 foot Biden or the 5'9" Biden?
Yeah, I mean, come on. We've been and only us who have paid attention have noticed. The rest of the world is worried about their cars, whatever, they could care less. And God bless them. I wish I could be like them. But we
Damn,
have seen it.
Larry. Well, okay, Larry says, would China be brazen to, to Trump?
No.
Well, when they cut the feed, there was nothing crazy happened before they cut it. Everybody started moving. I don't know why, but they were just having a conversation. Good to see you.
Well, no, you could see Marco Rubio look back, and then Witkoff looked back towards the main door. So the Secret Service may have rushed the room.
Dude, I hope so. Jeff, what if this turns out to be an international incident?
Too crazy.
Oh gosh, Greg.
Well,
I got
think
a
about it. Wait,
question
you
for
know what
Jeff.
this reminds me of? When George Bush puked at the dinner
Yeah.
in
They were talking
China?
about that today on the radio.
Yeah.
I'm guessing with all these emergency action messages that have been going out over the last hour, some big world event just happened.
Okay.
Shit. And is that the real Trump? We know they have several Trump decoys. We've seen them.
No.
Well, how
Yeah.
many people say that he's
So-
safe and tucked away too all the time?
I got a question for Jeff.
I don't know. I was telling people earlier I had a bad feeling about this.
Yeah, I don't know that the way that was the second time the camera went wonky. I had a bad feeling. What's your question, Yorga?
My question is, so
That's true.
I don't like it. I'll be honest with you. I don't like it when Trump goes anywhere. And
Right.
him going to China, I had a little bit of anxiety about that, to be honest with you. And,
Yes.
Yeah, I agree.
Well,
So
I
he
can't
comes
hear
in-
Yorga.
he
I can hear
comes in.
everybody else.
Oh,
He
Can't
comes
hear
in.
you
He
hear
has,
me?
iPhone, Jeff.
Can you guys
Yeah,
hear
I
me?
can't hear Yorga. Now I can hear. Let me refresh and come back in.
Yeah, refresh.
and I'll hold my thought.
Clay
What a
B.
jackass. That Jeff B is such a jackass. Go ahead, Yorga.
He's
All right,
got to
I'll go
ask
ahead.
Jeff the question.
I was going to ask him, but I'll ask him again. But it's just short and sweet. But all right, can you hear me, Jeff?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
What
Okay.
a jackass.
So Trump goes to China. He comes in with all his security, all his Secret Service and whatnot. Well, China, they're going to have their own Secret Service and their own agencies that are like that. How do these two entities work together? I mean, they would have to, right?
Yeah, I mean they work together. Each Secret Service agent is assigned a Chinese agent, and vice versa.
Okay.
Because the last thing you want probably is a world leader getting taken out in your country while visiting. So you're going to do
that's
whatever
terrible.
you can to save that person,
Yeah.
I would hope.
Yeah, I don't think it's any. I think a world event just happened.
Oh, shit, Jeff.
Well,
why? Why does this always happen when you come on, Jeff?
Well, and I do know. I do know Russia's blowing the hell out of Ukraine right now.
That's what I was thinking, was that those two countries right off the bat. But also Cuba,
Zelensky.
maybe. I don't know what they wouldn't be attacking us though. Cuba
Gosh,
wouldn't.
I need to be nicer. I feel so much more animosity towards the Jews after all the news. It's so crazy.
I got a question for Jeff. Do you think that there will be much kickback from Cuba? They don't have much of a government running, do they? Or anyone that's really gonna
Nothing.
I mean, what do you think is gonna
I-
happen?
I mean, they have Russian and Chinese troops down there.
Yeah.
Oh.
We
Well,
could be
maybe
dealing
that's-
with a Cuban Missile Crisis, and we don't even know about it, Jeff.
Look, I'm telling you, come this Sunday. After this Sunday, I think it's going to be on like Donkey Kong, full bore. This Sunday is the National Day of Prayer, and you got this mayor that is, I think it was a mayor. I think she's getting arrested by the FBI because she's admitted she's a Chinese spy.
Yeah, correct. We talked about that earlier. Yes.
Okay, so she's fucked. There's you're gonna see a lot of shit real quick.
And dude, Jeff, we brought up Feinstein, we brought up Swalwell.
Yep.
You know, like it's all China connected. You know.
Well, I think like with this alien shit, I don't know. And the messed up thing about it, all of this stuff, Trump just put out this right before he got on Air Force One to head to Alaska. He put on True Social, hunted has become the hunter.
And the best is yet to come. I saw getting dropped a
Yeah.
lot too. Like it's a lot of those phrases are coming around, man.
No,
That's
it-
crazy.
And
No,
didn't Scavino play
he's
that
posting
opera?
them. Yes, right. And
None
he
shall
put
sleep or something like that.
he put that up 2 days ago.
Yes, it's my favorite.
Dude, I'm wondering what the world event is that just took place.
I'm looking,
find it,
Craig,
Craig.
I'm
What
looking
is it?
online right now under news in general, and there's nothing. It's except for Trump arrives in China, blah, 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 There's nothing current on here.
But something just happened.
Something
just
happened because I got Chinese TV on, and all they're showing is the outside and the traffic. That's it.
All right. Well, real quick to the chat.
Jeff.
If you guys see something, a news update or
Yeah,
whatever,
let us know.
throw it in the chat because we're all sitting here waiting too. And I mean, sometimes they see it before we do. So anybody
Yeah.
sees it on Telegram, X, whatever, let us know. Go ahead.
Jeff.
Sorry.
Oh, well, I was just going to say, he just reminded me. My mother used to tell me when I was a kid, you had Chinese writing in your underpants. That was the old phrase for leaving doo-doo stains in your underpants, Jeff. Just so you know.
Thank you for that, Craig. That was
Sorry.
so
Yeah,
nice.
D, I knew you wouldn't like it, you sea hag.
Yeah. So
I'm just joking, dear. I love you.
yeah.
We love
So
you.
so I got a text message saying that the Secret Service did crash the room. So
Well, something definitely happened. I wonder what.
Yeah, I'm waiting on any breaking news.
I hope nobody's gotten hurt, but
Might
man,
not find
that's
out for
cra-
days.
And whoever is doing it is, I mean, how brazen can you be? You think him in China in that, arena would be the safest place he could ever be? More than like, I mean, I would think so.
well, and it may not be an attack on him or Xi or anything. It may just be a major world event that took place.
That they've got to go deal with. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Did Trump
Aliens.
and them have dinner tonight? Did they really have much time together already?
No, it's only 10:47 a.m. on Thursday in China.
What time did they meet? I mean, have they just
We
It
were
just-
literally
no,
when
it
they
just
were
started.
walking.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
when
it's
we
a
were
luncheon.
showing that footage and they were walking in the background and the red carpet and all that, that was happening live. We were watching
Yeah.
them live.
Oh.
And then they went in that room. First, the camera went wonky like that, and I was making a joke because I thought, this guy can't walk straight, or he's going to.
Can we see it again, Cola? I missed
I
it.
mean, maybe. I don't know. It's still buffering. If it'll let me back it up.
Oh, it might not. Yeah.
It
okay.
does. Yes. All right. Cool. Good idea, D. Actually, since what else are we doing? I have
Right.
so much more, but this is
Trying
like
to
kind of
figure
taking
Yeah.
precedence over everything else. Yeah. So here's.
Let's
this
talk
is-
about it. Talk about it.
So this was what 15. This was 20 some minutes ago, and they're
Okay.
kind of just whatever. And actually, where they both are walking with each other.
Wow. Is that for real? All the kids, huh?
Oh, yeah, they're trained to do that.
Godzilla.
Right.
Everything seems normal, there for a minute, and then
Mhm.
let me turn this down a bit. They're just screaming. Let's see.
Poor kids.
Screaming ass kids. No, I'm just kidding.
Their calves are going to be hurting after that.
Okay, look, now these guys are doing the march with their knees not bending again. What is with why were the other guys marching? They were bending their knees. Jeff, tell me about that. Do you know? You were the one sharing the weirdo march. Knees weren't
The one's regular forces and the other one's like color guard.
It's like black and white. It's kind of crazy. So what regular
Don't
forces
they-
and color? Which one's which?
That's a goose. Isn't that? Don't they call that the goose step?
Yeah, the goose step.
Okay, so which one's which? One's regular
Goose-
forces or
Goose step is the color guard.
so they're like not the real thing. What does the color guards mean?
It means It's a ceremonial military guard.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Just trying to learn some new shit,
That's where they put the fruity soldiers.
And see, there's a regular march sort of, but that's a band.
Oh, that's the gay ones. The band is the super gay ones.
Yeah, they are. That's where I'd be.
Okay, so this was it says 14 minutes ago, but it also has been setting their stop, so it's been longer than that, I think.
You probably got about another 10 minutes before the meeting.
Right.
Yeah,
Do we
fast
want to
forward.
just skip ahead, you guys? Okay.
Yeah,
that's
fast
what I
forward.
didn't know
Yeah.
if or not, because D didn't see it. I don't think this is what we.
Oh,
it was
that's
in
okay.
the
I
record.
just wanted to see the moment when what Rubio did and all that. But you can play however much you want. Your show, girl.
I was just thinking, Yorga was like a wolf hiding amongst sheep when he was in the band. The only hetero out of them all. Gosh.
Yeah.
They didn't know what happened.
Well, what did it say? Chessboard said AI ain't worth a crap. I asked, why did China cut the presidential newsfeed? What was the answer? Maybe it's in here. Look at his height next to Xi walking together. Well, I just moved it, Mary. Shoot. Did y'all pay attention? What is this height supposed to be?
Boy, I love these Oriental people. They look so peaceful and nice and little, like you want to hug them.
It's all that rice.
They really are welcoming.
Well, I think it's because Pilgrim said Trump does look shorter there, so that might
It's
be
all
why.
that rice.
I bet their legs hurt too, Gracie. It looks terrible. Okay, so here they go walking in. I don't know when the camera went wonky. It already
Where
happened.
is Trump?
He's not there yet.
Okay.
He does sit
I
down.
see Rubio.
He does sit down.
There's Rubio. There's Hegseth. Right? No. That's the gay guy.
Not
What's
yet.
the gay guy's name?
Not Hegseth yet.
What's the gay
I
guy's
can't
name?
get that little square won't show
Bassett,
up.
Scott Bassett is there. and
Hey,
Scott-
Clayton says Luckner is showing a live feed of Trump sitting in a meeting like everything's okay right now.
What's
So
he pointing
I'll go look
at?
for that in just a second. But you see this? This is the first time it went wonky. He's in the hallway just like I was making a joke because it did all straighten out. I kind of wonder what happened right there.
We might just have a methed out cameraman from China on this.
Maybe. That's
Yeah.
what it looked
Well,
like
no,
at
all the
first. Because
networks
he got
are
it all
down.
back together again. Oh, Jeff fell out.
Okay, here he is.
Sitting there, and what does this
Okay.
say? 7 minutes, and then it ends. So they're just chilling. Let me see about the volume. See what's up, Jeff.
So you'll see Rubio look over towards the door here in a minute.
Okay.
All right, I'm watching the delay and the live.
Right. Me too. Me too, Craig.
I know. Well, I gotta watch so I can see the
Put it on the
comment.
TV so I could see something.
Yeah.
See there,
D,
there
I'm right with
Rubio.
you.
There's
He's
Rubio
listening to
looking.
some. Okay.
Okay, he's looking.
Now watch. He'll look again, and then he'll get Trump's attention.
What the frick?
I don't know, man. This is wild, you guys. Why? I shouldn't have prepared anything. We could have just watched what's going on right now. I could have been playing for a show.
Oh, Luckner's just streaming the old stuff.
Good. That's what we're doing.
So yeah. Cola, put your picture on and look with big eyes. guys, and act real excited.
I'm right under the live thing. Even if I put it on, you can't.
Oh yeah, you're blocked. But
You
wait,
never
no,
know.
not on the screen.
Okay.
No, I can see you.
Oh, that's okay.
Open your mouth.
That sounds so much worse than I know you mean it.
Cool. I didn't mean it to come out like that. You're right.
And this is volume all the way up, y'all. I don't know what to do about the volume.
It's okay. We're just looking at their body language.
All right.
You
So
don't-
when does it happen?
Pretty soon,
We
probably.
got 7. Yeah.
Well, you can't tell, you got it. Literally, just the camera starts. Everybody's like, you can see
No,
the floor.
no,
People
you can tell.
Okay.
That's
Wait, no, stay. Just stay.
You can
It's
just
got to
let it
happen
play.
soon.
We can talk. Unless you think
Yeah.
it's real far. You think it's a couple minutes
Oh
away.
man, you guys, I'm sorry.
Oh.
It wasn't
That's
very
what we
good, I can tell you
get.
that.
Originate from.
Wait, hold on. I want to watch this.
Most of the mod.
Because I could see in the square nothing had happened yet, so I went just a little bit further. You can kind of watch it down. If you
Oh,
can, y'all
look,
see
Rubio
the
taps him. Rubio's tapping
he?
him.
Oh shoot!
Yep.
Look,
You'll
something's
see
going
him.
on. Oh, wait, maybe I was wrong. All right.
Wonder if closed captions will. No, yeah. What is that?
Sounds like a bong.
Sounds like somebody snoring.
Is somebody bonging?
Ain't me.
It's Pootie. Oh, Pootie fell asleep.
Pootie. Wake up, Pootie.
Oh, Q minus has gone Q minus.
How could you fall asleep? I'm on the edge of my damn seat.
Dude, Q minus is going Q minus.
Okay, there's Rubio's. There's Rubio looking. Now watch it. He's not one. I don't think he wants to interrupt Trump, but he'll look back again.
Dude, he should shield Trump with his carcass.
Oh, because Trump is talking while he interrupts him.
Sometimes people don't like me say it, but I say it anyway.
I just want to say, on behalf of all of the great delegation that we have the greatest businessmen, the biggest, best in the world. We have amazing people.
It's got to be soon, huh, Jeff?
Yeah.
30 in the world, every single one of them said yes. And I didn't want the second or the third in the company. I wanted only the top.
I can't hear the volume.
You don't need to hear it. I mean, all he's doing is talking shit.
Yeah, you probably heard it before.
But what if we hear like a pop, pop, pop? You never know.
No, it's nothing like that.
Were they coming in with chopsticks?
Nothing.
Here we go.
Oh, here we go.
I
It just
jumped
went
ahead,
like
you
that.
guys. I'm so sorry.
They cut it?
No,
See? No.
that's what happened. You saw him whisper, and then the camera is like, "Oh shit!" Like, yeah, let me go back just a little bit.
Wait, go back a little bit. Let's see
I
what's
did.
going
Now
on
watch.
there.
Somebody whispers.
See there Rubio.
Uh-huh.
Like almost grabs him.
Yeah, something's happening. There's a
Yeah.
situation. Oh, and then those guys are talking too. Look, kind of intensely.
Okay, right here. Now what? No. I don't know. Trump's the one saying something.
Okay, so they just go in to talk.
Cameraman's
All right.
fired. Fired cameraman. What the hell?
Oh wait, chess. I just read their lips. It said, "Don't watch chessboard's videos. They suck." I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, buddy. We love you.
There's only about 40 seconds, and you really don't
This
ever
camera
see
guy.
anything.
He had one
sucks.
job.
I know.
So bad.
So
Man.
and then it's like so everybody's getting the memo all at once. So
Why the cut camera?
Well,
They made him
right,
cut.
right before they did it, you see one of the Chinese Secret Service equivalent basically do a signal, and then he walks in front of the camera. So,
what the frick? Godzilla?
I mean, I'm going. Who said earlier? Oh, we got another one. I'm like, are we? I just you never know.
Mm-mm. No, it doesn't have that intensity. It's not about Trump. It doesn't seem like it's just something happened.
Damn it,
I don't
Chess.
know, man. Something definitely happened. I don't know what, but it definitely did. Anyway, so Vicky says distraction. I'm hella distracted by it, that's for sure. Removing press from talks. Now, see, that sounds about right, Hawk. They said something about having a closed door thing as well. Looked like it went to private meeting mode. Yeah, but it happened.
And I don't think it would be like, I
No,
mean, that
because
looks like
Trump
an
was,
emergency, you know?
Yeah,
yeah,
I
Trump
agree.
was in a, yeah, no, it
That was weird.
Outlander said maybe they didn't like what Trump was saying and didn't want people hearing it. Clay says he said America is hot and we're winning bigly, but screw the gas prices.
Okay, wait. There was some kind of controversy about the accommodations for Trump. He didn't want to stay at the designated area.
no, the Secret Service. The Secret Service didn't want him staying where the Chinese set him up at.
Yes.
So the U.S. Secret Service rented out a random hotel next to the U.S. Embassy
Good
and
move.
purchased every room in the hotel.
Perfect. Well, so that tells you right there, Jeff, something's up.
And they flew in 70 Secret Service vehicles to where there was 15 of them that had the scrambling ability so they can completely surround the motorcade so no
Drone.
communications
Yeah.
could be intercepted.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So something's up, dude, Jeff. That speaks volumes. You know?
Yeah.
Gosh.
Devin says they do shit like that and then make us go work. We are the news now. I like that comment. Johnny said the hotel was tapped. Pat said movie. I mean, they all have good points out there. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah,
It is-
I just find it really odd that Marco Rubio is looking at the entrance door.
He was.
And then Trump said something because they wear earwigs. The delegation, they'll wear earwigs. So somebody probably had said something to Rubio in his earwig.
Isn't that the thing? Didn't he have it on he had like a headset and he took them off and set them down on the table, right?
Well, that's for the translator.
Okay.
So, but no, they have like an earwig for their security detail. So the security detail can talk to the principal.
Yeah, like an inner earpiece. Yeah.
Right. And so if there's something that needs to be done, and I'm guessing somebody from DSS, which is the Secret Service for the State Department, probably said something in Rubio's ear.
Oh, Jeff, it could be that other one. You know, the one that would strap on to the back of the ear. Like it doesn't need to be in your ear. Yeah, it's like a pad that sticks on right behind your ear.
Right.
Basically.
Yeah, and it vibrates your eardrum so you hear it.
You hear it. Yes.
I'm gonna do the pots and pans for Jerry. He said
Dude.
third request.
We've all fallen in love with that. Cole, I don't know if you know this, but all the guys have fallen in love with her.
And the girls too.
Did you see? I was messing with Jerry so hard with this one.
Oh, that just totally ruined it for me, Cole.
Her rhythm was a little worse. You know what I
Might
mean?
need the blonde and the tennis ball now.
What's her phone number?
See, your guy. That just.
All right, hey, I'm gonna go make a couple phone calls. I'll try to come back here shortly.
All right,
cool.
Bye.
I'm going with Jeff. I'm in his pocket. I'll be right back.
Oh my goodness. I just
All right.
rewatched the end of that live. In my opinion, thank you, Jeff. Seems they both did their great to be here speech and then they all took out their earpiece. So yeah, made press leave. Okay.
No, it looked like an emergency to me, man.
Good to see you, Chief. It did look like there was something definitely going on. There's no doubt about it. Let me see what I got here. This is again about oh shoot, daggone, I should have went one more, but so much was happening live. There was one more thing I wanted to run by. Hopefully he comes back. About inviting Venezuela, who's their own sovereign country, to be. Anyways, I'll play that one in a minute. I do have this real short thing about oh, who do we lose? Craig. This real short thing about okay, they're talking about the cover up with Comey and stuff, but I thought, okay, no, wait. All right, I'm sorry, y'all. This is about Biden. That's the one I thought it was. Corrupt cover up. No, I'm lying. It is about Comey and the grand jury and all this and the release. Okay. It's a little bit of both. I think it has both in there, but I might as well play it while I have it here.
Evidence is clear, overwhelming. As it relates to Comey, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't that guy the same guy that used the dirty Russian disinformation dossier that was not verifiable for 4 FISA warrants that years later he said he would no longer sign, but yet we know that he knew back then when he was signing it that it wasn't verified?
Oh, yeah. I mean, Comey is flogging another of his novels. It's coming out tomorrow. So, that's why he ran to the nearest friendly camera, MS Now. But, more than anything, Comey craves attention.
He did an interview and pretty much trashed Trump. That's what happened.
You know this, Sean. He's vainglorious, sanctimonious, but he's also obsessed with Donald Trump. So, I watched the interview. It was a coddling interview today. He spent all of it trashing Trump and sermonizing about the misdeeds of justice and pontificating about ethics, which is perversely ironic and comical coming from, as you point out, Sean, the man who promoted the most notorious lie in American history, the Russia hoax. I mean, he abused power by fabricating a case against Trump. He exploited the phony dossier, deceived the FISA court, conspired with others to create the illusion that Trump was a Russian asset when he knew it was completely untrue. And he was also a prolific leaker who then claimed amnesia under oath. So, his recent indictment may not be the last one. There's a grand jury in Florida that could indict him as well.
Well, the grand conspiracy investigation is going forward. I only have about 20 seconds. I don't think Joe Biden will be able to stop the release of those tapes. Do you?
No, I don't think so. I mean, look, the charges against Biden never happened, and it reeked of favoritism and a corrupt cover-up. Now he wants to cover up the cover-up by concealing the incriminating evidence where he openly admits that he squirreled away top secret records and then read them verbatim. Yeah. Those are additional crimes. And all the while, he kept lying to reporters that he never did it.
All right, Greg Jarrett, thank you.
So I don't know. That's a pretty big deal too. I don't know if they're going to do anything about it. Good night, Craig. Comey looks like he's aging fast, isn't he? Oh my gosh. That's what people say, that he's a 2.0 and all that. But I do find it interesting though that they have it. They have it. I played a little bit earlier, and there's more of it on Gopez about the audio. He's so confused about when his son died. It's all kinds of stuff. And he just doesn't have it together, and it doesn't look good. And they don't want the audio out there, but he also is leaking secrets, and stuff. There's a lot there. I don't know if they're going to do anything about it, but they want the audio. At least release it and let people see what they had, people that have never heard of it. I really wanted to ask Jeff about this sovereign stuff here. I mean, if he's even heard of it, or if it's just something else to talk about, they definitely said it. And well, this guy said that Trump told him that directly. And I don't know. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I'll play it again, or I'll just ask Jeff about it. Maybe he's listening. But he's, I don't know, probably not, because he's on the phone. He said, I hope he finds something good and lets us know something. We'll have some breaking news. You heard it here first type shit. Or, all right, let's see. Oh, yeah, and they were also talking, he had Elon with him and some other big names, people there. There's a lot more to this shit, I think. And I don't know if it's going to take 10 years before we find that stuff out either. I feel like there is a lot more that we're going to find out about all kinds of stuff. But yeah, this is like 1 minute. It's straight in and straight out to the point about Venezuela and something apparently that Trump said directly to this guy, he says on this little newscast here.
For the Oval Office, he kind of surprised me a little bit because he said, John, I just want to tell you, I'm very serious about this. So you can talk about this. I'm serious about beginning a process to make Venezuela the 51st state. Now, there's a rich history in this nation of taking territories and absorbing them into the United States. Puerto Rico is one that people talk about. But this would be the first time, to my knowledge, that a sovereign country was ever invited to join the United States of America. How would that work?
Well, John, I won't get ahead of what the president was comfortable sharing with you as far as those plans go. But look, this is a president who is famous for never accepting the status quo. He is always considering a host of options to improve our country. And of course, Venezuela, now led by President Delcy Rodriguez, is working incredibly cooperatively with the United States. So I won't get ahead of any plans that the president may have to that effect. But look, this has been a tremendous success. The United States revitalizing our relationship with Venezuela and in turn improving the economic.
So, I mean, it sounds crazy, but I don't know. Apparently he's saying it. What do you guys think about that? Anybody here?
Well, there's always something like that on the plate. Greenland, parts of Alberta, Canada, there's always something. He likes throwing these biscuits out there, so I don't know, something could come of it. We'll take it. We'll take Venezuela.
Good to see you, Cujo. You got the link.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah, what, Hawk? What do you think? They have no jurisdiction over a live human being. All right. Wait, what? I hate when I'm so behind in chat. Cooking dinner.
I don't really know enough about the details. I don't really think any of us do. I don't really know what that would really, I don't know if he's serious, what that would look like. There's old treaties, there are old treaties with nations. So it's something to look at, really, is history.
He's not on panel yet, Johnny. I'm hoping he pops up here. He's got the link.
And if we automatically made all their citizens United States citizens, then we're getting their good and their bad. How many Venezuelans have we deported? Was it that gang Trinidad?
Aragua. We don't want them here.
No. So there's a lot to it.
Right.
11:11. Yeah, and it's somewhere.
It is here. Yeah.
I'm an hour off from that.
I mean, America's gosh, I can't think of the term it was. Not the Emancipation Proclamation. That was the Lincoln thing.
I just thought that's what you were about to say. I was just guessing.
I know I was, but that's not what it's on the tip of my tongue. What the divine.
The Monroe Doctrine?
No, the divine path of America. Sovereignty was offered to other countries too, but not as being part of America.
Mm-hmm.
I have to look it up. It's going to drive me nuts.
I fell asleep in history.
Manifest destination. It was
manifest destiny.
We have a manifest destination to help other nations be free and sovereign.
I just find it interesting because apparently that's something that they want. And then there was some more too. I didn't save the links on about Alberta in Canada, how they're wanting to split. And I don't know how it all works, but I was looking into it. It was pretty interesting stuff. I should have saved the clip. I don't know why I didn't. We're all over the place anyway, I do try to stay on topic. I can't believe that way that thing just ended like that. It's hard for me to even figure out whatever else I was going to share. I'm still stuck on that. I'm hoping we'll get an update.
That was pretty wild.
It is weird, what the hell? Anyway,
Cujo, come up here.
he said 20
Joe
minutes.
in the house.
Yeah. Okay. Well, he has
Nice.
officially been summoned.
Mm.
I'm looking real quick because it happens every week. I end up adding something, or I think I have them all in there and I'm missing one, and I'm looking now to see if I ever got it back in here. Yeah, I did. It's not anything real great anyways. It's all about Ilhan. I know I've heard Jeff talking about that a lot, and it seems like they're coming from her from all angles. But also, if she's really guilty of all this type of fraud and stuff like that, then, it's not like they're coming after her. She's guilty, Let me see what all I had real quick. Oh, the whole thing about one of the things she talks about fighting for Somalia so much. And that's one of the, he says something about, you can't have dual, you have to choose America over all. I know I'm messing it all up. That's exactly why I save clips, so that I don't have to say it right. I can just play it.
None
But
of
yeah,
us have to say it right.
well, I at least want to get it right. You know what I mean? And so I'll just play this because I'm fumbling over my words here. But it's interesting, man. It's a lot too. It's like from all the different angles on this one.
You say you're a Guatemalan before you're an American. I think you can pretty well guess that you probably are. We have many members of Congress that could be dual citizens because they're not natural born citizens. They may have chosen to give it up. But when you see people like Ilhan Omar talk about how she's here to fight for Somalia, you have to wonder if she ever gave up that citizenship. The bottom line is you can't serve two masters. If you're going to serve in the United States Congress, you should only serve one, and that's.
So that was just one of the clips. I don't think that's the one I'm looking for. Somali ghost. I don't know what that. She didn't answer the question. She was subpoenaed and didn't show up. I don't know. She just kind of does act above the law. And I guess she's kind of proven to be, though, because nothing's happened yet. And people, I don't get too upset with people because I get it. Like, a lot haven't paid the price, but I am starting to see a shift, and I'm starting to see people getting arrested. Like I said, that Swalwell, billionaire Democrat friend of Swalwell's got arrested, and I didn't get that clip. It was on Out of the Darkness. I think it was today. It's like everywhere you look is a big deal. I had a clip I'm going to skip on over where Vance is talking about it is immigration fraud with the Mary and the brother thing, all of that. I just can't remember which ones I saved and for what. Because there was so much in here for real. And so many other things too. So it is hard to tell. I don't want to think things are a distraction. Like, to me, if it's, moving in the right direction and they're at least trying, I consider it good news. But also, it's like this little thing with Ilhan Omar, whatever's going on here, meanwhile, they cut the feed live with President Trump and we still don't know. And that's bugging the hell. I can't hardly concentrate. I can't believe that nowhere has no news anywhere. They, sent some kind of message or something. Like, it's kind of scary. Like something big's going on. And I don't mean like someone's unalived. That's not what I mean. But like, I don't know, maybe even hostage type thing. I don't know what's going on. I don't think anybody does. I hope Jeff comes back with some information. I really do. Because this feels like so pointless compared to what's going on right now. This is like a minute about how she never answered questions. There was some other good stuff in here. I just can't remember, honestly, what all else it was. And there's little short clips anyhow.
Answered questions to reporters. She could have said then, oh my, I don't have a $30 million net worth. It must have been a mistake in my financial disclosure form. She never said anything. And then when it comes time for all of us to disclose our financial disclosure forms, she amends it and says, oh, I don't have any net worth. But we know there was a winery in question here that has been involved in some type of fraud accusations and lawsuits that her husband was a part of. We know that if you lie on your financial disclosure form, that's a felony. It says it at the bottom. And it's very hard, Maria, to make a mistake on your financial disclosure form, especially if you're like Ilhan Omar and you don't have very many assets. They basically had 2 assets that were 2 mysterious companies that went from worthless to $30 million back down to worthless. That doesn't make sense. Anyone who's financially literate, which would be everyone who's watching your show right now, knows that doesn't pass the smell test. And yet she's never sat down with a reporter
and explained it or whatever. But anyway, there was something else about entering something into Congress or something like this specifically about her. And I don't know which clip it was, but it's not that serious. I really wish we could have an update. What is Vicky saying? She and Trump probably expected that something would happen. Well, something happened, but we don't know what though. I'm way behind on chat. Well, what's Hawk got here? Shoot. Hawk, nice. I have to do it on my phone. My phone won't pull up chat for some reason. My electronics all are acting funny right now. Oh, the 3rd kitten was just born. Okay. He's garroting. Oh, no. You're talking about, okay, Hawk has puppies. You have kittens. She's having a long labor. I'd like to see that link. Are y'all here? Y'all are so quiet.
Yeah, I'm here.
You sound bummed out.
Who? Me?
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm not bummed out.
Well, if you're bummed out, just look at the pretty horses. They're pretty and fun.
Look at the pretty horses.
Yeah. Whoa. Good one, Ding
Her
Dong.
camera's not working right now.
Shoot.
I'm going to try to put you big. Oh, well, it was frozen.
I don't like any animals that are bigger than me.
And Vicky says, sick of hearing that crap ain't happening. That's not true though. Like they arrested all kinds of people and it's going all the way to the top. They totally did raids and arrested people. They got all kinds of stuff going on there. I mean, like of all the things, that is the one, there is definitely tons of movement. And the other thing no one ever talks about that's going on like crazy is all these pallets full of ballots cases and things. There's all kinds of evidence coming out like crazy, like ridiculous stuff. Dead voters or people voting from that were born in the 1800s. I mean, there is tons of this. I mean, once again, it's like huge on mainstream, but that's going on in like several different places. And I believe I will not be shocked if there's several more places that they go because they know what they're looking for now, right? If they're finding certain types of fraud in all these different states and places and stuff, and they know what things to look for. If they're doing this over here, like Govea was covering, and one of the things he talked about, I don't know what they called it, but there was like, the cat-shaped coffee stain, right? You've got a ballot and somebody spills their coffee stain and like, I don't know, you copy it 100 times. Well, you can tell by little certain things like that is individual to this one page, but now you got 100 of them with this one thing, like just dumb shit like this. All kinds of proofs of different types of frauds. And like I said, one of the big ones was like, people born in the 18 and 1900s, they would be like, dead twice, Anyway, that's actually happening too. I don't know if they'll ever do anything with it, but they're going to be able to at least show evidence instead of, and that if do you guys remember when all this stuff was fresh, there was like two sides to things and people were going, yeah, things were fraudulent. And they would go, oh, well, everywhere they go to court, it gets turned over or nothing's been proven in court. They can't prove anything. But what's crazy is, the details were never quite that cut and dry, like if you've got judges that are, they're going to find reasons to throw shit out. And, if they're not good judges, you know what I mean? And now it's like, it's different because it's, different people in charge. It's a different administration. So anyways, it's a lot, but there is a lot of stuff going on people are not talking about. No reports at all. 10 days of darkness, says Vicky. Okay, Devin says it would save my brain if I didn't pull up every comment. We see each other. We love your show. We reply to what makes sense. Well, I do try to keep up with the chat, though. That's one of my favorite parts. And if you don't watch chat, then you miss so much. So much has been brought to our attention through the chat. I can't ignore the chat. I bring them up here in case I ever have to like take something out or something like that. They take the chat away. But if I put all the comments up here and the chat gets taken down for any reason, you can still, when you watch the replay, you know what people were talking about. So I've got, there's a, what is it? Reason to my madness. Yeah, something. I have at least
method.
There's a method to my madness. You said reasons and threw me off further than I was, Yorga, but you knew what I meant. That is why I do it, though. What was it like a couple weeks ago? Chat was like saying something, and we ended up, thank you, Clay B. We ended up sharing it live. We went to X. It was not easy. I fumbled about to get it there, but it was the thing the White House put out, and they had all those glitches, and there were like flags and stuff. It was super interesting. And if I wasn't watching chat, that would have been a completely different show. That wouldn't have even happened. So I have a reason for what I do. And I'm sorry if it gets on your nerves. I'm sorry. Is what it is. And like I do, but the thing is that most of the people here don't chat a lot of the times, so it's kind of funny. I wish more people would chat. And if it went too fast, I'd slow it down and still try my best to keep up, because that is where a lot of the good stuff comes from, straight out of the chat. And like I said, even changed the show before. Oh man, I think I'm almost through the politics. I was hoping for an update, and maybe Jeff would come back and tell us some stuff.
Let me check online again just to see if there's anything. I mean,
sure. You think there would be at least a recap? Wouldn't you? Okay, that it is kind of scary. No, do whatever you want, Zach. No, you got a wrench for a reason. Zach's doing
don't see a thing. Don't see a thing. Huh.
Like, that's what's weird is like you think they would say something just to like calm people down or whatever. I mean, I know PR is usually for stars, but even
how do you not with all the different news agencies and whatnot, a ton of people had been watching that, and something apparently happened, so there should be something on the news, at least somebody going, so what happened, like we are.
Yeah. Here they're probably not allowed to or something, but I don't know. I'm
going to look on YouTube because there's a lot of blabbermouths on there. Oh, Jeff's on.
Yeah. There's probably all kinds of people talking about it. Yeah, but that's the thing. I just feel like they should have to. What I was going to say, you guys are not really into the 17th letter stuff. I know you aren't, but it would be crazy if we didn't hear anything about it for like 10 days. Like if we just like stopped getting any good media, it was just like people don't know what's going on or something like that, because, there is a lot of weird, like no other way to say it, but comms. What was Jeff just saying about something that they said? Not trust plan. I totally heard the best is yet to come twice in some alien videos. But still, it's like, why are they using this phrases so much? Clay B. Chessboard, I have 4 windows open and nothing. Oh my gosh. I'm hanging out with Rat Poop this month. What? I don't know who that is. Anyway. Oh, he's talking about the cruise ship stuff. Okay, gotcha. Anyways, I don't know. That's crazy. It really is that they're not even that. Like I was saying though, like, you're a star, you're in Hollywood, you have a PR team, and they try to get ahead of things and like let people know things about you, whatever. You would think even much more so for the president, but I don't know. What about, I don't know how to, other than like Telegram and X, I wouldn't know how to hear what if China's reporting anything,
Yeah.
Because maybe they're already putting their spin on it. It's just weird. It's freaking me out. Jeff B has the best static. Okay, I saw that. Yeah, Zach's doing his planting videos and stuff. That's awesome. But yeah, it's like something's going to have to come out from this. It'll
Oh,
probably
here's a big headline. Donald Trump's receding hairline exposed during windy departure to China. See photos.
hell, you got to be kidding me. I thought you were kidding.
I am not.
I know. I realized as you kept reading, you were not kidding. That's nuts.
Come on, man. Come on. Jeez.
Yeah, I'm just about over the Hollywood other than finding out an update. Trying to even look at my messy stuff here. It is kind of funny how more and more people are switching parties, it does seem like, and they just I feel like eventually, I don't know what's going to happen because they get ousted out of the circles. I think I'm looking for this thing from this guy's Josiah Rises, and he shares a little political stuff, but usually it kind of leans towards celebrities and stuff like that. I'm looking for this one little short video I think y'all will like. Because I always feel like Mel Gibson was saying stuff against Hollywood for as long as I can remember, and he's kind of and then I see stuff previous to it, all kinds of stuff about the meeting and about, different people's opinions on what they think, but nothing after it that I'm seeing. But I'm also looking through old stuff too on purpose. So much alien stuff too. I've got a lot of it. I don't even know if I want to. It just depends on it. I'll try to find maybe the best clips. I almost have alien fatigue, from talking about it so much, but it keeps on coming out. And they say that's where I heard a lot of the best is yet to come. Like they're just starting us off with these file dumps they're doing to get us primed and ready for the ones that are coming, which is kind of weird, Oh yeah, this is some creepy shit. This ties in Hollywood and Disney, and it's pretty creepy about and cruise ships again. But this one isn't about any sicknesses or anything. But yeah, it's pretty nuts. I think y'all will be.
Arrests that were taking place over this, but Disney put out a statement, okay, and this is what they said: we have a zero tolerance policy for this type of behavior and fully cooperated with law enforcement. While the majority of these individuals were not from our cruise line, those who were are no longer with the company. So of course that shows that there were, and that's a lot of gall for Disney to say that they have a zero tolerance policy for this type of stuff when this type of insanity with people getting arrested, getting caught doing this has happened repeatedly over the past few years. But not only that, but as we know, Disney has continued to try to groom people who are under the age with their absolutely disgusting, horrific content. The craziest part about this entire thing is that we are seeing certain Hollywood celebrities who are mad that there is a sting operation that took place to arrest certain individuals that are doing these disgusting things. I kid you not. This is an actual thing that Kathy Griffin posted. This is insane, all right? And man, she is a sick, sick individual if she is saying this. So ICE agents stormed the Disney Cruise Line as it docked in California, where it abducted multiple staff members. And the way that this is all being phrased is just insane. Like they're literally trying to victimize people for distributing absolutely sick and disturbing material. And this is what Kathy Griffin said in response. Actually, I'm not going to say that. I feel rage if you do too. Promise me you will remember this rage in every election day. How dare they arrest the PDF files? I guess that they're not really hiding it anymore, are they? They're not really hiding the fact that, like, Kathy Griffin feels rage because PDF files got arrested. Exactly. There's a very interesting thing for us to keep in mind when it comes to the man himself, the legend Mel Gibson. This man has had a crusade against this type of sick stuff happening in Hollywood for quite some time. And let's not forget, What did Trump do to Mel Gibson just when he first got elected back into office? He made Mel Gibson his ambassador for Hollywood. And we know how Mel Gibson feels about this type of sick and disturbing stuff. He met President Trump face to face, and look at the way that President Trump is looking at Mel Gibson. With whatever Mel Gibson is telling him here, he's not very happy about it, and he's pretty intently.
Anyways, oh yay, Virginia. Good to see you, girl.
Am I here yet?
Yeah, you're here. Are we there yet?
Hey, Yorga, D, everybody. It's crazy you pulled that up because I was watching stuff about Disney just today, maybe yesterday, but about, you know, we've all kind of heard about tunnels with Disney, the cruises being weird. There's dark connections with, like, I've watched a few kids who allegedly were ritually abused, and they talk about like areas in Disney underground or whatever, and what happened there to them. And it's not like, it's not just the Britney Spears types or it's like, but they know all those people. Does that make sense? Like they've met all those people because there's a mixture of the ritual abuse down there, allegedly. And
yeah. So
it sounds so interesting, like, but it's really dark. It's a dark hole. But
no, but it's, you know, hey, you get tired of some of the other ones, you know, and politics is exhausting sometimes. It is nice to switch it up. So kind of back to Disney. This is kind of crazy. It goes back. So this is going to come across. I'm going to say it all messed up, but I'll find the clip before we close out that will say it better. I kind of don't know if Walt Disney himself was such a bad guy. I know that sounds nuts, but it's like right at the time that his brother was the one that made the 33 Club and took over when he died. And a lot of people have really fond memories and wholesome things. And it's like he was actually working with the CIA to put shows. He was going to do 3 movies that were warning of the dangers of children need to watch out for, something for our kids' benefit. And then he died before those came to fruition. And it's almost like he was the good guy, but they just took his name and ran with it. And it got worse after. I found that through a Rob Reiner rabbit hole.
Right.
And it's crazy when you go back, you know, some of the people, all those different eras of Hollywood were intertwined into Disney and different movies, kid stars and stuff. I've got a lot of Rob Reiner. If we get that far, but I didn't know. Also, I saved another one for you. That's just a couple like minutes clips. I hope I have it in my file. I mean, because it's something we've talked about so many times. And I was like, I thought of you when I heard it and saw it. And I was like, I had it last week. I was like, I'm gonna hold on to this because maybe Virginia will make it next week and I can show it to her because I knew you would, know about it. A lot of people do. It's basically what's his name? There's 2 musicians that both died like within a year. Chris Cornell and
Bennington.
Yes, Chester Bennington or something. And his son's still out here and he's a trip. But yeah, it's just a couple short clips. I'm pretty sure I saved them and everything. I lost some other clips, but I think I saved that one just because I was like, I've got to show her this. I do hope that they get to the bottom of that. They were really putting out that movie to, raise awareness of what goes on with kids and stuff and Hollywood and all that. And then we're taken out basically, maybe. I don't know exactly. Yeah, right. I've seen it. I have those clips, Devin. If we go that far, I've got those exact clips you're thinking of. It's gross, man, but you got to be like, why did he say that? Like, yeah, it's a joke, but it's a really too far joke. You start talking about people's dads screwing their friends, their children's friends, or having their child have actors come over and screw them. That's way, way over the line, roast or not. It's too far. It's not a funny joke, but anyway.
Well, speaking of connections with Disney, all right. Okay, let me put it this way. Hitler, as we're shown, had a certain role for the larger governments going on. There was a whole lot at play then. What if Disney and Hitler were the same actor playing different characters? And now think about the connection of Werner von Braun was very close with Hitler. Then he comes to the US under Paperclip, and all of a sudden he's BFF with Walt fucking Disney. Think about it. right about the same time. And so what I'm suggesting is that they themselves were central casting, and that the underlying activities, whether it's stuff with the war, we all know that's bankers and Rothschilds and all of that, you know, for the last 250 years. Wait, my brain went squirrel. So yeah, the wars. Okay, so the stuff really going on, we don't see in the main, but we have central casting to sell a certain story. Not to say for sure that, you know, I don't know that, but what if they were the same actor? And then you
I don't know. Go ahead.
What they did in those tunnels allegedly with all the MK Ultra and all of that, that connects to NASA, von Braun, Paperclip, Disney, freaking all of it. It's all interwoven, even if they aren't the same actor. I yield.
No, you're right though. There was a lot there. And I had a thought kind of in the just a few seconds like towards the end, but I lost it because I didn't want you to lose yours either. You said a lot right there, but it's true. There's so much to it. Oh, you were saying about one of the crazier stories that and I remember, rest in peace, Truth with Tom, man, he hated this one because he was such a big Beatles fan, you know,
Oh,
so
yeah.
he hated the they got in a wreck and they replaced him, and that's why Fall instead of Paul. Yorga, chime in. You remember this one? What
Yeah,
do you
Paul,
think about it?
I lived through Paul is dead when I was a kid. I remember
Well,
the
see,
point in
I'm
time
like,
where everybody thought he was dead, man. I remember
you know
that
how
shit.
much cooler I am because I went backwards and gave a shit after the fact. You lived through it. I had to go like learn this shit from scratch. But
Mhm.
yeah, tell me about it. Cujo's here. Yay. Awesome. You're buffering. There you are. You're shit.
Oh,
He
too
probably
many
didn't mean to have his camera on. My bad. He'll get it together. What were you saying, Yorga? I'm sorry.
I wasn't saying anything.
I thought about the Beatles. Yeah, I was trying to give you space to respond to
Well, I
that.
mean, you know, in synopsis, there was a period of time, and I could make this a long story, but I'm not. But it was a period of time, you know, way before the internet and everything, back in the late 60s, that it basically Paul just went off into the country and was living on a sheep farm and just said, screw everybody. And there became this rumor that he was dead and that he had been killed in a car accident in 1966. And they had an imposter that came in to play him and yada, yada, yada. And there goes this. That's that story, basically.
Well, that's a different one. I can't remember what it was. A really interesting one, and that went through the lookalike contest, you know, and the
Yeah.
guy's name was Barry something, and they said that he'd been
Billy,
in a wreck.
Billy Shears.
Shears, you're
And-
right. Yes.
And he is mentioned in one of their songs. And there's all
I've
these.
seen it. Oh yeah, only one of the guys is barefooted, and all these
Right.
weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's some weird shit.
Oh, that one
but-
broke my heart too. I watched that. It's the Last Will and Testament of George Harrison, and you can
That's
find it
the
on
one, D.
BitChute. Yeah,
That's the one I saw. You were
every
able to
album
watch
and
that.
lyric, and really, what was sad about it, it wasn't just that he died in a car accident. If it wasn't true, then why did they have to say he was decapitated? It was said that he picked up a fan, and that she acted like an idiot and was like, "Oh my god, I can't believe it's you," and got him all. She lived, and
And
apparently,
she's the one that told the story or something. How did this
I
information
suppose.
come out? I mean,
I
it
mean,
was
I
in the
don't,
thing we
I
were
don't
talking about
remember.
this.
Hey,
Somehow
Roots,
we
I didn't
heard
even
this
know you was
story.
here. I was in and out. I was at the barn and shit. I'm sorry. Good to see you, girl.
Hey, D.
And Cujo, we love Cujo too, don't we, Roots?
Yeah,
Hey,
he has a
Who
fan in chat talking about where's Cujo? Put Cujo on pan. He done left. He
was
got so mad
that?
Cujo wasn't up here. That
It's a pleasure to be here.
Well,
You lying sons of bitches. Anyway,
Oh, I remember that, Yorga. Play backwards says Paul is dead. Well, they kept calling him Fall too for fake Paul, right? That was a creepy.
Oh, John Lennon hated him. He hated that new Paul.
Well, I don't know. A lot of people say, "Oh, it's just not true," and whatever. And
They don't
I think
research it. Go research it. You'll see every album matches the story that's being played as George Will's last will and testament. I mean,
well, they
obviously,
say, "Oh, they're messing with you." That was all just for jokes. That's just
I
what
don't
they were
care.
doing. That was Tom's first. I'm telling you, Tom hated this one. He did. He loved the Beatles, and he hated this theory. He's like, "It's not true."
That's how psyops work.
It ain't true. It ain't fucking true, man. But you believe what you want.
I mean, I don't know what to believe. I'm
I
open-minded.
want the truth.
Yeah,
I
me
can handle
too.
it.
You can't handle the truth.
I can, and I want it.
So I did dig this up. Let me make sure I'm on the right one. This is I'm just flipping gears again. This is because this is something Virginia and I have talked to death about. It's Dave Navarro who's the one that spoke out, that made it a thing again,
Right.
about Chester Bennington or Benningfield. I always get his name wrong. And also Chris Cornell, who was my favorite of the two. And anyways, I just thought he was a really awesome singer. I liked it a lot. Anyways, doesn't matter. It's just two little short clips. We'll just start with this one real quick to kind of.
Just released a statement that has a lot of people raising their eyebrows.
He said Dave Navarro just released this
and a lot of fans talking. He's now questioning whether the loss happened the way the world was told it did. So to get a better understanding of this, let's take a look at the timeline and the anomalies that he's pointing to. It starts with the song Hunger Strike, written by Chris Cornell in 1990. It's a song about rejecting a world where the powerful eat while the powerless starve. The hook centers on not minding stealing bread from the mouth of decadence. In 2008, on Linkin Park's Project Revolution tour, it became a live duet between Chris Cornell and Chester Bennington. Chester grew up idolizing Chris, and that tour solidified a friendship so deep that Chris and his wife Vicky eventually asked Chester to be the godfather to their son. Two men bonded at the deepest personal level, singing a song about refusing to feed on the powerless. Then came 2017. On May 18th, Chris Cornell was found deceased in his Detroit hotel room. The coroner ruled that he had taken his own life, but almost immediately, questions surfaced. The EMS reports referenced a laceration on the back of his skull with minor bleeding. That detail didn't appear in the final autopsy report, a fact Vicky Cornell herself pointed out publicly, noting she could see a visible gash in photos from the scene. There were reports of multiple broken ribs. There were unexplained gaps in the timeline between when Vicky asked a bodyguard to check on Chris and when medics finally arrived. A forensic pathologist not involved in the case publicly stated the amount of blood at the scene was unusual for the manner of death. And Vicky Cornell sued his doctor, alleging an overprescription of medication, stating her husband didn't have control of his faculties that night. 8 days later, Chester Bennington sang Hallelujah at Chris Cornell's funeral. And just months later, on July 20th, 2017, Chester Bennington was found deceased in his California home. It was Chris Cornell's 53rd birthday. And these are two profound losses that fans continue to mourn to this day.
Man, we really do. But there's only one, a little bit more they talk about. So I don't know, Cujo, if you've ever heard of this one before, because I know you don't get into a whole lot of like these types of conspiracies, but a lot of people are saying and have been saying that those two were putting a documentary together to expose the love of kids in the wrong way of the industry and sickos at the top. And the next clip does explain it a little bit better, but I didn't know if you'd ever heard that before. And then they died like boom, boom, back to back like that. I did, and I knew it was one of the birthdays. For some reason, I thought it was exactly a year apart on somebody's birthday, but they just said a couple months apart and on his birthday. Like, I don't know.
Right.
That almost does make you think it could have been like an OD or something like this, because he was thinking of his friend and emotional, and maybe did something, but I don't know. Their last song was live together. Chris was great. Tangela, remember Tangela, Virginia?
Yes. I
we
hope Tangela comes back. It's good to see you if you're here.
Mm-hmm. Now I find out they lied to us about history, altered timeline, mud floods in school. I don't believe anything anymore. I meant to say they lied to us in school. I respect both. I did too. I just really like Chris Cornell a lot. I don't know, a lot. He was in a lot of different bands, and every time he was in any band he was in, I liked at that time. You know, he's got a beautiful
I think everybody liked him. You know, I mean,
voice. Yeah, I did for sure, man.
I don't even know who he is.
Oh my gosh. He's the lead singer.
Maybe.
He's the lead singer. And he did, okay, let's see. He was in Audio Slave, and I absolutely
Yeah.
loved Audio Slave.
Yeah.
Never heard of him.
Oh, man, I bet you.
Wasn't it Soundgarden?
Soundgarden was another. You're right. And then there was maybe a third also. Anyways, every single one of them were awesome because of
it
him.
was in one called Temple of the Dog or something like
That's
that.
the least popular one. Yep, that's it.
Yep.
Yeah. And then
I'll
there
be
was
back in a
Aaron
few minutes, Cola. I got to step away.
Yeah, we'll be right here, girl. All right, yeah, Pilgrim Soundgarden. Black Days was an awesome song. I liked it, and I watch it. I watch him sing it and listen to him sing. Nothing compares to you, and he's just so raw. You know, he's just there in front of the mic singing it live, and he gives that chick a run for her money with his voice. He's got a beautiful voice. Anyway, I really liked him. I guess I'll go ahead and play the other half. It's only like 2 minutes, the end of this. Just basically what kind of ruined it, but I didn't know if I figure probably everybody else has at least heard it. I don't know. What had you ever heard that before, Yorga, about the supposedly these guys were putting this
No, I have not heard that.
Cool. I'm just gonna play the rest of it real quick. It's short.
And now Navarro is addressing something that many people online have discussed and debated in the years since their deaths, claiming that Chris and Chester were involved in a documentary project called The Silent Children, aimed at exposing global child trafficking. Now, while fact checkers and representatives for the stalled film have denied their involvement, believers point to Chris Cornell's actual documented record. In 2012, Chris and Vicky founded a real foundation specifically to protect at-risk children from abuse and neglect. But one of the most explosive elements fueling this situation comes directly from Chester's own family. In a viral video, Chester's son Jamie relayed what his father allegedly told his mother before he passed. According to Jamie, Chester said, "You'll be proud of me when I finish what I've started. I'm undercover with my buddy Chris, and even though I can't tell you what I'm doing because you may lose your life, you will be so proud of me." Jamie also alleged that his father was disgusted by the time that his band spent around political figures, while Chester's other kids have publicly rejected these conspiracy theories, urging people to stop and saying they believe the official ruling. And that official record remains unchanged. But Dave Navarro just made a massive statement, addressing the rumors head on. Navarro opened up the situation, posting the following on his social media. He wrote, "There's been a lot of talk about Chris and Chester trying to expose what was happening to children in the dark, unseen shadows of the entertainment industry. There's a lot of discussion about their performances of Hunger Strike and the meaning behind the choice to sing that song together. I knew them both, and I can easily see why people are making those assumptions. I do not know flat out if there's any truth behind the theory, but I am inclined to believe it." Now, this isn't some random conspiracy theorist online. This is Dave Navarro, who has been at the highest levels of the entertainment industry for decades. He's been in rooms with incredibly powerful people. He understands the business very well, and he sounds very skeptical, as we have heard from other musicians, about things that could happen behind the scenes in the music business, as he is referencing what he calls the unseen shadows of the entertainment industry. Wow. Some extraordinary comments there from Dave Navarro of Jane's Addiction, formerly of Red Hot Chili Peppers. But whatever you believe about why we lost two of the greatest voices in rock history, it's not crazy to ask questions. Chris Cornell's widow asked questions. Chester Bennington's son asked questions. And now Dave Navarro is asking them out loud.
I thought that was a pretty good little refresher on that. Like we've always talked about it. Now we got at least somebody did a little wink and a nod towards it,
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, I know that's who was asking about you, was Johnny. Cheryl Rich lives where Chris Cornell was from. You got to find the Rick Astley video and do the Rick roll. Rather not. They were schwacked. Yeah, I know it's not any big mic drop moment, but I know we had talked about it to death. And I was like, last week I was up against playing it, and I was like, yeah, I'll wait. I'll see her again, and she'll be interested in this. Pretty interesting, I think. But it's at least being acknowledged, and talked about. You guys are quiet. Yorga, you're the only one unmuted.
Yes, it is nice that it's at least acknowledged and talked about.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I was eating a piece of chicken.
A piece of chicken.
Mm-hmm.
Well, like I said, a lot of people hadn't even heard about it. And that's the other thing. Is like, now that he's talking about this, and putting it out there, and a couple people cover it, now there's people that hear it for the very first time. And I don't know. I would be interested if they could look into that or something. Like,
Yeah, I didn't know anything about that.
No. Well, it did never come out, obviously, but I don't know. Maybe somebody could. And did you hear where they said the other kids believe the official story and all this? I'm not sure, honestly, which one he was talking. I think he was talking about Chester, because I know I've seen that little boy, one of his sons, and I think he was maybe not illegitimate, but like not he wasn't like, he was from a different mom or whatever, kind of on the outside, so to speak. And he's a little conspiracy. He's putting it together. He's like Lincoln Park, was also, what else was Lincoln Park? He was doing some research that was really interesting. He looked like us online and shit. And like all the other kids, I guess, don't want to hear that nonsense, but that kid really believes it. And it's like, it's Chester's kids. And I definitely I listened to that kid for like 2 or 3 hours straight. And he did almost sound a little crazy, but you might be that way too if you were, in that world and finding all this stuff out and everybody thinks you're crazy. I know who Chester's dad was. I've heard this rumor buffering. I don't know if it's true or not. What is it? Yeah, there it is. Jerry said it's supposed to be Podesta. I don't know if that's true or not. That would be a big twist. Plot twist. Lincoln Park, One More Light is the last song he recorded. I can't remember what it was. There was Lincoln Park was also like a boys' school, or there was some kind of where that name came from, and just different little things like that. And he was watching footage of his dad. It was hard to. I had to pay attention. Bob was here earlier, Virginia. He had to go, but he's got the link if he wants to come back. Look that stuff up back then. Wow. Yeah, I guess. And Cujo, did you hear about, or were you watching earlier or saw anywhere else on the news where they were covering, Trump in China, and then they just like everybody's feed cut, the American feeds, everybody's feed, and they just kind of, it was like off it wasn't it was like an emergency, like Yorga said.
I didn't hear what Yorga said. I did see that the only coverage that I saw of Trump was him getting off the plane and walking down the red carpet. No, I didn't hear anything controversial or anything.
They're not saying anything. We were watching it right here live, just like this. He's just sitting here, and it's like a normal meeting. They showed the front with the red carpet, everybody marching, all the things, but this looks like something's going on. Oh, there goes the kid. Let's see. You can kind of see him lean in right there.
Yeah, something happened.
Something's going on.
But I'm looking again. I just refreshed and I can't find anything except for Trump's hairline.
No, I didn't see that, and that's kind of disconcerting to me because first of all, I don't trust the fucking Chinese.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm watching the video. This is my first.
That's all
time
that really
watching
happened.
it.
He was just talking like normal,
And the USA is going to be better than ever before. Thank you very much.
Chessboard says he was watching 4 live feeds and they're all gone. I still can't believe it that nobody has come out and said, "Hey, something happened. We don't know what."
That's the part I'm confused about, that no one's doing that, like cleaning it
That
up.
it,
Or
Okay, I'm back. Yeah, it's either on lockdown or they want everybody's curiosity super peaked. But there's mum. I haven't heard anything from anyone.
Here, the one thing that outside of something nefarious going on, the one thing that I can think of is I kind of thought that while Trump was in China, that the U.S. was going to start destroying Iran.
Mm.
Because that's coming. And I kind of thought that he wanted to go there, and that's why, he hasn't hit the power plants and the bridges and all the bullshit because he's got this leverage card with China that he didn't want to do it yet. But I kind of think that the military's been on call to go ahead and obliterate everything. I don't know why they would cut the camera feed. That would totally, show why Rubio would lean in and start talking to him if, he got noticed that something happened. But I don't know why they would cut the feed. But if nobody's seen anything from Trump since then, that kind of worries me because.
Yeah, where's our Truth Social post or something? Say something.
It's really simple. China has Temu internet. That's all it is.
Well,
Chintzy cheap. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, that is true. But they also.
Somebody's gonna have
Here
to
we
say
go from
something.
Echo. Echo says the mainstream is saying that the business talks are the reason for the press being removed, allegedly. The business talks are the reason for the press being removed. That's what I thought at first, because they said that they were going to do a private meeting also where nobody else was going to be in. And this was I don't know. It just looked off the cuff to me.
That kind of worried me, all those CEOs going with them. Because I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I always think the worst of everything, right? And I'm like, what if all this time I've been supporting Donald Trump and he's done all this shit and he's going to go to China with a bunch of CEOs and make a bunch of deals with them?
Of course, that's what they're doing.
Well, I know that that's what they're doing, but I mean in a way that would undermine our economy.
Right. And there's no way to know. And they're going to have closed deal talks, like you or like no press in there. We're not going to see those private meetings, and
the general populace doesn't need to know how the sausage is made.
Right. Right. Yeah. Something will start coming out the next few days, I'm sure. But in the moment, I think it makes sense that they'd be pretty quiet. They'd probably talking for hours. They're not going to have any.
It was the way they rushed up out of there. Y'all just saw it. Something looked off, and maybe we are just reading into it too. There was a whisper that camera guy should be fired. That he did that right before that too. That is the only thing that makes me second guess it being a big deal. He kind of did a wonky deal with the camera firm, and I was like, that guy's fired. It was kind of like a joke. And then everything, you saw him talking right there, like everything was fine. And then he did it again, right after that. Like you couldn't really see, did everybody jump up? We couldn't really see the immediate reaction. All of a sudden we see feet on the ground walking and shuffling. But the way that it looked like it was hurried out of there. And like people were saying, looked like Marco Rubio was looking at that door, like he saw, I don't know. I couldn't. completely, it wasn't even a big deal. It was just, he did say thank you. You know, when I watched it this last time, right before everything, he said like thank you, like he was wrapping up whatever he was saying. So he was at a stopping point. So maybe we are just overthinking it, and it was just time to go do the private meeting. I don't know.
Well, yeah, they're maybe so. I mean, I don't think China is nearly as suave as the America or England is as far as their production. So it could very well be that they're just. I mean, come on, look at their. Never mind. I'm gonna shut up.
I mean, didn't we have our own journalist there?
I do not know.
I think we did, and it got cut, and then they cut theirs. That's what made it. Everybody go, "What the hell is going on?" Like, why is
They control every single thing that comes out of their country from a media standpoint, whether it's their people or someone else's people. So
That's true.
that's
a good point.
That's just part of life. I don't think they're stupid enough to try any bullshit with our people. I mean, you start World War III with nuclear bombs, and we're all going to be dead within 72 hours if they did. So
I just think our people will have some hard copies of that after. I mean, even if they ended it, to have all the feeds cut and taken away, I guess you're able to rewind, but the behavior was just suspicious too. There's a lot of things that are not adding up. But who
yeah,
knows?
it did not look good at all. That's for sure.
Mm-mm. No, not when the camera guy looks like he's foul or something. You know, it's like there's an earthquake. Like, what the hell, dude? You had one job. You had one freaking job.
Oh, I'm over here muted. So Chessboard saying Sky News back saying live. This is that. I don't think this is live. I think this was the earlier feed. Am I wrong?
You and I have known each
audio's
other
better.
now for a long time. In fact, the longest relationship of our two countries that any president and president has had. And that's, to me, an honor. We've had a fantastic relationship. We've gotten along. When there were difficulties, we worked it out. I would call you and you would call me. And whenever we had a problem, people don't know, whenever we had a problem, we worked that out very quickly. We're going to have a fantastic future together. Such respect for China.
I think so.
Job you've done.
It might be. I can't fast forward because it's saying it's live. But yes, like if you go right here, that we already saw this.
Trump inspected China military honor guards alongside Xi Jinping in the U.S. delegation.
Do us a favor, Chessboard, and keep an eye on that. Maybe see if there's a different angle in a minute that we can see them shuffling out of the room from that angle, because that is a different news than I was on. But yeah, I do think that was a loop too, Virginia, if I had to guess. Bob's back. What's up, Bob?
Hey guys.
Hey, what's up, Bob?
Hey, Bob.
It absolutely cracks me the hell up. How Trump, when somebody is on board with him, how he talks him up like the greatest person ever as soon as somebody crosses his path. Oh, you're stupid. You fucking suck. It just cracks me up how it's like night and day. Are you on board? Okay. Oh, this is the most wonderful person in the world. Oh, you said something wrong. Go fuck yourself. Burn in hell.
And you get a nickname too. You definitely get a nickname.
Oh, you get a nickname.
It's a good one too, though. Hey, you know what? I can say this because none of my family watches, but like everybody does. People do give nicknames. I know my grandmother was notorious for nicknames, and if she would give everybody a nickname. If you better not bring your boyfriend over if you didn't want him having a damn nickname. And one of them, I remember before I was even old enough to know the guy. I don't even think I ever met him. She had somebody she called Cabbage Patch Head, right? Wasn't that his name? Cabbage Patch Head. Yeah. Yep. So Trump's pretty cool in my book. You know, you got to give people nicknames. At least he's honest about it. She wouldn't say it. I don't know. She probably would say it to their face. Everybody does the nicknames. You know, you're like, oh, the talks a lot guy or whatever, you know.
Why was it a Cabbage Patch Head? But like the haircut?
I don't know, Virginia, but it was the funniest one in my opinion. And wasn't there? Oh, I can't remember all the damn nicknames, but it definitely there was. I always thought that one was funny. Cabbage Patch Head. I don't know. It rolled around or something. Cujo, come on.
I remember hearing it, man. I don't remember who it was.
She was funny.
Might have been your dad. I don't know.
No, it wasn't. Now you're just being an asshole. It was one of Lynn's.
Yeah.
Oh man, I hope they never watch the show.
Hey,
It's one of her
hey.
boyfriends.
Now you're just being an asshole.
He was.
That was
He really
funny.
was though. He knows.
Time out. I am not now just being an asshole.
Yeah, right. It ain't new.
I was an
We know
asshole
that.
when I was invited to come up on the panel.
We all knew what we was getting into with
All right then.
That's true.
No, but we all do get nicknames. Like one of my exes, I called the whore bitch that stole my guitar. And I will not refer to her by any other name except the whore bitch that stole my
That's
guitar.
what to have to write on a Christmas card, you know?
There's probably a few that got that name in the world today, especially this country.
Oh,
The whore bitch that stole half my shit. I know there's a few of them, man. Ooh.
Just mad about the guitar, man. It
Yeah.
chapped my
All
ass,
right.
and I'm not gonna get over it.
Now you got me curious. What kind of guitar was it?
Oh, it
Budweiser.
wasn't anything. It wasn't anything special. It was just a decorative Budweiser guitar, but it was over top of the bar of a bar I used to frequent. And when they closed down, the owners gave it to me.
Cool.
And I had it in my closet. And the whore bitch that stole my guitar stole the guitar when the whore bitch left.
With the guitar.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And I thought about all kinds of felonies, but then I thought she's gone, so let it go.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Good
Yeah,
choice.
yeah. You
Echo
gotta
just sent me a-
separate real.
Mhm.
You gotta separate real problems from annoyances.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Echo
but
just. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
I have a whole bar full of Budweiser stuff, and that guitar would have looked really nice. And I'm still butthurt over it. And I'm not going to do anything to go to prison.
Right.
However,
Yeah, there's a lot of low down things out there, but if you steal somebody's guitar, that's a low down thing to do.
It is.
yeah. Well, she did it on purpose because she knows.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I went through a lot of effort collecting not just Budweiser stuff, but Budweiser stuff from bars that I frequented because it meant something to me, right? I got a electronic dartboard from a bar that I used to take everybody's money from when I was throwing darts. I mean, so these bars around me would close down, and the owners that knew me or whatever, they would give me this shit or sell it to me or whatever. And I had this nice collection, and the guitar was one of my prized Budweiser pieces, and now I don't have it. So
You are
I'm
essentially
sorry.
guitarless.
yes, and she will always be known as the
The
whore
whore
bitch that
bitch. That
stole
whore
my
bitch
guitar.
around here, she's always.
Billy
been
said
known.
you can call her WBTSMG for short. That's still not short.
You want to hear and say whore bitch. It just feels.
And then,
better.
yeah, he definitely does. So
You
Hawk
know, it'd be-
says right here, Trump and go ahead, Yorga. Go ahead.
I was going to say, it'd be really funny if you had a bumper sticker made up that said, "I am the whore bitch that stole his guitar," and put it on the back of her car. She wouldn't notice it for a week or so, you know?
You could just do the initials. She definitely wouldn't know. So he's saying that they've reached the 1 hour mark in their meeting. Interesting.
Yeah,
Um,
and Echo sent me a video. Dan Scavino posted Freddie Mercury singing "We Are the Champions" live
you know what?
somewhere.
So, Pootie sent me that too, and I thought, what is he talking about? Why? And I was gonna say that, but I didn't want to interrupt conversation. And he's not up here, and I don't see him in chat. He sent me the same damn thing. You know, the thing is, Scavino always like nobody likes to hear this, but he posts stuff, and then I bet you if you go to the boards, the 17 boards, and you type in the time or the length of that song, or maybe even the song title, some shit's gonna come up. It's Dan Scavino, specifically him, post things, and then they connect to that board, and people follow them, and they know it. Whether if it's all just to laugh at us or whatever it is, the people know it. There's no way it's coincidence. It happens all the time. It's always Dan Scavino. So there's more to that. I don't know. Maybe someone will cover it, and I can cover their covering it. I don't know. Hawk's in here. What do you know about it, Hawk, with the Scavino? I know he knows what I'm talking about, if anybody does.
I know what you're talking about. It's not just Scavino, but yeah, whenever he does post, it's
It's a
definitely gonna
thing
get
every single
it's
time. No, it's
going to
definitely
the
him.
board. Yep.
But specifically him, it's gonna
Mhm.
match something. Whether if
Mhm.
it's whatever reason they're doing it. I got something coming through. I don't know what. Eric Daughtry on X from "Get the F out of here." Unknowing voice says, as the press and camera struggle when President Trump and she walk in. Yikes! It's just a
Oh.
little. Yeah, let me see if I do that. Maybe I can get it on my computer and share it here. I'm telling you, I got this thing so full of tabs right now. I'm going to try to see if I can find that on my computer too. This clip has sound and someone saying, "Get the fuck out." She's literally, I just read it, but I guess I've probably got a delay. So she's probably hearing it after she sent it, you know?
Uh-huh.
I did see that. I saw that she put that the clip said that. All right, I'm on X now, but I'm trying to figure out how in the hell here bookmarks. I did. There it is. Good deal. I'm like, so Scott was.
Wow, you go, girl.
He was messing with me about how come I didn't know if he knew what a wrench was. I didn't know what a wrench was forever. I
His
still don't.
lips are sealed. It's classified. Not sure we have we all have clearance. You know this. Give it
G14.
to us. Don't be
Stick it
holding
through.
out. What the
Right.
hell, Hawk? Come on, man.
This is what Echo had. Yeah, get the F out of here. Gotta move.
Please put on the earpiece for the simultaneous interpretation. Thank you.
Well, that's when they were coming in. Who's he telling to get the F out of here?
Maybe it's the full. Maybe it's at the end.
No, that's the last second. I think. Here, watch again. Listen. Maybe.
Whoa.
Gotta move.
Please put on the earpiece for the simultaneous.
These guys are almost oblivious to it. They're near a mic
Well,
or
that
something.
doesn't seem like the right time, does it?
It doesn't.
That was
No,
No,
it's
that was, we were watching this and the camera went wonky and Cola said, wow, it looks almost like something happened there, but we didn't have any audio for that.
no, and it
That
didn't.
was-
We never did have a wrap up on it, and then he did it again.
Yeah,
No, there
right.
was no beginning.
Well,
It's
maybe that
weird.
audio was the end of their tape, and that it looped towards the beginning of them sitting down. That would make
I mean,
sense.
it could have possibly been a cameraman was moving into a spot that he wasn't supposed to be at, and Secret Service said, "No, you get over here or whatever." I
Yeah,
mean,
it could have been something just like that.
and these
for sure.
cameramen, you gotta remember they're not, hacks. They've got to be the best of the best if you're covering a president. You know what I mean? So
Mhm.
for his camera to go wonky like that, it's like me and Cola both were like, that looked like something right there.
And then it looked normal again, though.
Yeah, I know.
I'm scrolling right now on X because I already had. That's where that came from.
I should
I'm
take a
trying to-
peek and see.
I'm not
But on
seeing
my-
anything though. I don't know. I'm glad that Echo found that. I don't know how in the world she did because I'm not seeing too much.
I
see
would think
something.
Hawk and Echo, their feeds would have stuff before most anybody else's that I know would be Cola, Hawk,
Mhm.
Echo, and a few others. that have good,
I see right here,
sources.
Olivia Coleman. This is false. The CIA did not raid the DNI's office. And then yet there's a clip here that CIA raided her office right underneath her saying this is false. I don't know. It's so confusing. It's hard to keep up. So because that got reported earlier too, and people were saying it was the deep state, Cujo, that Tulsi Gabbard was raided to get the documents that Trump had just wrote executive orders for or something. It's pretty hard to keep up with all this shit. There's really a lot going on every single day. Maybe they were pushing the camera away, says Cheryl. I don't know, man. Still don't know nothing. And I just keep trying to just move on to Hollywood and then something else will come through. I really am curious. I would like to know, but you can't make the news come out, I'm grateful to you, Echo, for sending that.
Or did you see a video about the supposed Michael Jackson being spotted on a bus in South America?
No, I didn't.
What?
See that?
Seriously?
No, I saw some. They doing that Michael movie again, or not again, but this
Mhm.
said
I'll
something about
post it
an.
in private if you want to check it out. You don't
I'm
have to play
sorry.
no sound or nothing, but it just shows them.
This is
Or
supposed to be, yeah. Can you see this? Am I putting this on right
yeah,
now?
yep, I see it. Yes, you are. Mm-hmm.
I just saw this fax. It said in most intense handshake battles, so I had to go ahead and click it. I
Oh, it's
saw him do
always
this
the
with the
best.
king. He did this with the king. It was hilarious. They
Oh.
were like fighting back and forth.
Well, he
It
didn't
is kinda
yank him, and he didn't go up too high. I mean, they both seemed kind of
They look
modest
like they're
there,
going back
really.
and forth. Like, I'm tough
Yeah,
too,
for
damn it.
sure. Yeah, that's Trump's
They,
favorite.
they made such a big deal out of Trump pushing everybody on the handshake that he had to make sure that he didn't give in.
He couldn't give old bitch made handshake.
Yeah, because they've made a big deal out of it over the last couple of years about him overpowering people on the handshake. So I figure Mr. Ping Pong was like, yeah, I can't, I gotta hold my own.
All right. Outlandish said, I think that was just press fighting for space. I heard a lady as they were going in the room say White House only. Interesting. Donald Trump will be the first president, 50 plus years of business, China's Temple of Heaven. Seen it though, don't see Trump, same height. The guy did look like him, only older. Oh, so his nephew or something played him in that new movie, and there was I almost got some clips from that, and I was like, there was too much Hollywood. I still have a bunch. I don't know if I'll get to. I'm looking at what Dee's got right here, or trying to. Let's see. Lost it. I'm back. All right, here we go. Gosh, I've got way too many tabs open. I guess I've got the world's best computer or something because it keeps letting me use it, even though I'm overloading it. Oh, this is the Michael Jackson thing. Oh, it does look like a woman. Oh, God. And I got to make sure I mute it because it's got the Annie, are you okay? All right, I'll share it. Why not? Try to. That does look like Michael, or the most angriest, womanist Michael.
Right.
Oh my
Well, I
God.
mean, he had a horrible nose job. Not a lot of people have that kind of nose. It's not very natural. And then also this week, I'm sure you've seen it too. They were showing videos of his family at his funeral, not looking too sad. Did you see
Actually,
anything
I
about
didn't.
that? No.
I sure no.
That picture looked like Rosie O'Donnell and Mick Jagger had a baby.
Yeah. Woman frantically tries to stop someone from entering the high stakes meeting where Trump and Xi Jinping are holding talks, yelling, White House only. Woman. Of course, it's a woman.
Where'd you go, Virginia? You've gotten quiet. We're not giving you a chance to talk.
I was thinking somebody in the background wasn't just yelling White House only, but yelling number 64 fried rice.
Oh my gosh.
I
Oh,
apologize.
we were talking Met Gala and stuff, or Yorga said something. We shared some of it. There's a whole lot in here. This is Madonna. She looks like a black bride, a black wedding dress bride or some shit. I'm gonna leave the music off because it's some creepy Madonna song anyway. But look at that one. I feel like they are. And okay, so here's my thing. This thing on her head here, I don't know what it's supposed to be, but it kind of reminds me of like a bird cage. And I know they say a bird cage on top of your head, which I've seen before randomly, represents mind control because it's like the birds in the cage kind of thing. I don't know. It's weird, but I've definitely heard that before and I've seen it a lot. I don't know if that's what's going on there. What's that?
It's a ship.
A ship?
Yep. If you look, this year's theme at the Met Gala was about art pieces or whatever. So each person is actually dressed like a certain painting. And see, it says above, inspired by La Tentacion de San Antonio by Leono something.
And look, the girls too, they've got the weird, creepy blindfolds. What's that about? Is that part of the painting too? Interesting.
Yeah. Oh, there are different paintings. Like each person, there's an art piece associated with the outfit. Each person based their costume on a painting.
Interesting. I saw somebody that had a statue, and then there was one that had some creepy thing hanging over her shoulder. There's a lot of weirdo outfits.
Yes.
I guess that maybe almost makes it.
The one with the extra head hanging over his shoulder, it was a lot. And, you know, I mean, costumes are weird, but there's a theme for sure, kind of a dark theme that every choice was open to demonic interpretation. I mean, you could also go not. In this painting, like the person with the ship on their head, I think they're bending over and water is pouring out, which is the water bearer. But it's going into like this stream.
But you were talking about that one bigger guy that had the like plume on his head, and that looked like a humiliation ritual. I think even the title said so as much. Is that what you were talking about?
Yeah, the dude with the like a head
feathery thing on his
back and
Yeah. Just sent me something else, you guys. I'm gonna go ahead and it's like 40 seconds.
Okay.
On X again. She shocks the room by saying we should be partners. I don't know. I don't want to. I'll just play it.
A stable bilateral relationship is good for the world. China and the United States both stand to gain from cooperation and lose from confrontation. We should be partners, not rivals. We should help each other succeed and prosper together and find the right way for major countries to get along well with each other in the new era. Mr. President, I look forward to our discussions on major issues important to our two countries and the world, and working together with you to set the course for and steer the giant ship of China-U.S. relations so as to make 2026 a historic landmark and
a little bit more than we had, I suppose, right? It seems like everything seems normal, but the way that they exited that room, just maybe it was just the way it came across. I don't know.
Virginia, you there? You still there? Okay. Seattle and apparently Vancouver, BC are doing a big homeless cleanup for the World Cup, which is the 1st of July. Okay.
Huh.
Can you guess who's coming into my hometown here in Pierce County?
Mr. Clean.
No, well, a bunch of the people that Seattle don't want are sending a bunch of homeless junkies into my hometown right now. I've seen some brand new ones. I know the permanent homeless. I know who they are. I recognize them. Sometimes I give them cigarettes and stuff. But yeah, it was one guy sitting in front of the supermarket just today. All of his bags. He just got off the commuter train, the Sounder train, and he had all of his bags with him, and he had a handful of crisp $20 bills. He's counting them
Good to
out.
see you, that.
So they're paying these people to get on the train and go to another city before the World Cup. Thanks again, Seattle. Thanks a lot.
I
Yeah.
will say I did like the Mr. Clean guest, though. That was pretty brilliant.
That's the best I could do.
It was pretty good. I liked it.
Yeah, I'll be curious how that pans out. I would think there would be a backup plan other than busing them 15 miles away. Ultimately, that won't change much.
No, it just moves a problem. That's all. They don't have to deal with it during the World Cup event on the 1st of July. They just get them out of the way, have the event, and then come what may. And they've done this to us before, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a bunch of them, man. It's just so disappointed. Why can't they come up with a solution instead of just moving the problem, you know?
That's what I'm saying. Yes.
Yeah.
So that's one of the ones I thought had 6 fingers, but it doesn't. I can't tell really. I saw one thing that said she had 6 fingers, and I saw another where I looked like I counted 5. But that's Katy Perry, and she's got. And there's the one I said looks like a statue. I don't
What a
know.
bonehead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
Pootie said what I saw. They said they weren't even supposed to be filming there to start with, so maybe that's why they rushed him out of there. I don't know.
Trippy.
Anyway, I was just putting this in the background.
and The
'cause-
Rock is wearing a dress.
Yeah, whatever this is. What's he saying?
Oh.
We rock skirts, the most masculine men, but not that I'm one of them, but the most masculine men wear lava lavas and skirts.
Kosher Gator, we've run out of time. I think
I
it's a
didn't
very
see
good
that one.
time to
Angel wings.
end this segment.
The angel wings back there. That's like fallen angel to me.
That's weird, man. That's some weird stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's the
I thought it
shoulder
was very
one.
strange.
Mm-hmm.
Creepy, man.
Got a monkey on my back.
Yeah.
They're all pieces of art, like Heidi Klum, right there, Heidi Klum. That's if you've ever seen, there's a certain marble statue of a woman, and it's almost like it looks liquid. Like, how could you even carve that?
And
I
it was
can't
sculpted.
Like a melted candle.
Yes,
Yeah, so beautiful.
it is. It's pretty remarkable. That's what she's trying to emulate there.
Can you, I wonder how much that stuff costs. Some of those individual works of art, man, those must be really expensive.
Oh my God, it's ridiculous. We could live off of it for 10 lifetimes, probably off
And
one of their
you'd
outfits.
have to have a crew, like a NASCAR crew, just to get that shit on and off of you.
That's a fact. That's a fact. That's a fact.
The
It'd
amount
be
of
funny
money.
if they all went down and hung out in the bar after the thing, you know, and you have to wear all this shit, you know, the monkey on your back and Statue of Liberty and all that dumb shit.
No, they just strip naked.
They need to call in the pit crew.
No, I did. They did say though, I can't remember which thing it was. Beyonce and Jay-Z had an after party, and I thought that's brazen. In light of all the P. Diddy stuff and all the things, they're gonna have a party like everything's fine. Jay-Z's name's been dropped all kinds of places. Like it just seemed pretty crazy to me that they did that. I'm not sure which event it was after, but they did. Cost $100,000 just to get in. I don't know. We put them all on a cruise ship, Jason. That's kind of
You know
funny.
what fucks me up about that whole shit is that all of those people have a shit ton of money, and that
Oh,
is
yeah.
what they chose to look like.
They did this shit on purpose.
Yeah.
Well,
you're
there's
going out
apparently a
on
thing where it's
everybody.
like, who can out weird everybody else? You know, who's the weirdest? Oh, I got this, man. I'll out weird that guy, man. You know?
Hey, I don't mind that at all. I don't mind that at all. Okay.
If you
Just
can't
saying.
out them, you just go naked.
I don't
Yeah,
even
yep,
know,
yep.
man.
That's
It's like,
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
how can you go like they're all going to different planets? Once you go so far, I mean, it's not out weirding. It's just you're all equal. You're just coming from a different planet. All right. I'm sorry.
Oh my God! Look at that.
That dummy on the back thing is creepy, man.
Yes, it is. Mm-hmm.
That's a man, Maury.
Yeah, I actually skipped over all the alien stuff, and I had tons.
What
I
if they
think I-
really had a midget in that suit or something and it was like alive?
Right.
Oh God, there probably is.
That's
Or
the
an
worst
entity.
thing. That's the worst one I've ever seen in my life. That's just so gross. That's not even a costume. That's just a
So it's coming out of her ass.
weirdo statement. I'm a weirdo Satanist.
Can't they figure out something better to do?
Oh shit.
Coming out of her ass.
It
So it's
is.
a fart. It's a fart person. What the hell?
I miss the days when rich women would go to those type of things and their tits would be out.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, I
okay
miss
with
those
that.
days
With
too.
her neck, not out. Like
Can
the
we go back
bustier,
to
it's not
that?
actually hanging out. No, I know what you mean.
Well, their ass is always hanging out now too.
Oh, there's plenty
So
of
that's
tits hanging
different.
out in these
Yeah.
things.
It's all still TNA.
I just like look
That
at
one
this
was creepy
psycho bitch
too.
that you're showing right now.
Yeah.
Katy Perry.
That's so
She looks
creepy.
like a rich Mighty Morphin Power Ranger.
The
True.
kind of models that I like to see is those women, the models that are wearing tape. Have you guys ever seen that?
Yes, I have seen that.
Yeah, man, I like that. I like that. But this weird space looking, I don't know.
Okay.
Anyway, I don't know. I just like the human body, man. I don't need all that weird stuff.
Oh yeah, this is like she's like the insides or the outside. Oh, it's creepy. This one is. It's on purpose.
The human anatomy. Michael, your thoughts on this particular production?
Okay, so this
It's
outfit is
basically
getting,
two boring dresses. It's two boring dresses, if you ask me. But no.
It really is. And this girl, she's like an advocate for like mental health. And if you're an advocate for mental health, do you wear a dress that like, oh, this symbolizes my flesh, and then taking off the flesh, and that's the red blood? It's like, why would you do that?
I mean, it is pretty nuts, but yeah. I was like, whatever. Yeah, that is almost out weirding. The weird and the wonderful, trying to out weird each other is a good way to. But yeah, but I also agree with you too, Cujo, that they're all equally weird. That's Sam Smith.
I expected worse from him, so he met my expectations. It's certainly not worse than I thought.
Not worse than I thought.
What?
I don't know what she thought would have been worse than this.
What does this guy do for a living? What the hell does this guy do, man?
He sings. It's Sam Smith. He sings. I actually
No,
like
wait a
one
second.
song.
That's a dude.
That's a guy.
You got- oh my God.
Yeah.
I mean, that one was kind of mild if you think about it.
My time is near.
Hey, Doxy.
I thought that he had flowers on his head in a little skinny dress. You telling me that's a dude?
Yeah, I think that was a dude. Oh boy.
Allegedly, that's a dude.
Yeah, she had a beard.
Well,
Thanks a lot for telling me the end of civilization is here. I appreciate it, guys. I don't even know why I come on this shit.
Because you're bored.
You can't resist.
That's the same
Right.
reason everybody comes here, because they're bored. It's terrible, but it's
Yeah.
true. Even me.
I really wasn't bored. Like, not bored enough to see a dude in a dress with flowers on his head.
Well,
Yeah, that wasn't in the brochure, was it?
It was not. I was invited. There was a pool when I was sold this fucking place. There was a pool and there was a tennis court. And by hell, when I got here, the net was down and the pool was green.
Oh
Oh
no.
my God.
Ew.
That's a metaphor. I hope you picked
Yeah.
up.
I did
But
not.
if you look at the bright side, there is a tennis court and there is a pool.
Yeah, I guess it's up to me to put the net up and get the pool blue.
Apparently,
that'll
nobody
happen
else is
in
going
5
to do it.
years from now.
Somebody's got to set the pace.
No, he'll do it. He'll just procrastinate till like 2 summers later.
Hey,
But he'll do
hey,
it.
Cola. How
Just
about
kidding.
you take a shut the fuck up pill
Ooh.
and
Oh,
let's go on. No, she's calling me out, guys. Okay, so she knows me personally, and she just told 89,000 million people that I am a procrastinator, and she's 100% correct. But I still want to call her out.
I mean, you're
You
welcome.
all
to
can
do
laugh. That was a joke. I wasn't really mad.
A procrastinator?
Mhm.
Oh, I see. I see. Okay, you're bringing it full circle. Pot calling the kettle black.
Well, he was gonna get mad, but he put it off. He's gonna do it later.
Yeah, you got a rain check,
That
Cola.
was- Sometimes, every now and again, you actually say something funny. Cola,
Oh
that
my
was funny.
It's not gonna be funny later. He's gonna be mad. It's like I put it off now.
No, I was mad I didn't think about it. Instead of saying all the bullshit that I said, I could have just said, Cola, I was going to get mad, but I put it off.
I didn't hear that, Jason, that Diddy's getting out sooner, but I'm so sick of that guy's name. I just really hope that supposedly he's going to do like a comeback thing. And I really hope everybody makes him feel stupid. I hope nobody goes. I hope the couple people that go boo him when they get there. Like, it's not going to happen like that either. There's going to be some people out here like, oh, he's innocent. I can't stand that guy anymore.
Look at OJ. There was people that thought he was innocent. Everybody knows he killed them people.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what I always say. He said on purpose. Yeah, I always say I'm only funny on accident. Like, I'll be serious as a heart attack and everybody's laughing. I'm like hilarious then. I try to tell a joke and it's crickets. I like that. It's nice to be funny on purpose. Like you guys all are. I'm like always funny on accident. It's like the joke's on me, not the one I told.
As long as it's a good joke.
Right. Yeah.
I like when you get mad at yourself for laughing at one of my jokes. That's
Right.
the best.
No, that I said it last week, so it's kind of repetitive, but it was one of the better ones. Like, there's always like you're a skinny girl, but you got your little roll going because you're, sitting down, so it goes over your jeans. So I was young. I would say stuff about my roll or whatever. And I was gonna get this film developed back when you actually develop film. And he like just looks at me, he goes, develop your role. Look like you're already developing your role. I can't help but freaking laugh because I know I'm not like fat. I'm just got my little little hangover roll going on, and it was funny. It was hilarious, and I laughed at my damn self. I laughed with him. It was, and that's what he's talking about. Where I'll be mad.
They call it a muffin top.
There you go. Yeah.
Mine's
But it
more
was
like
hilarious.
a 12-pack.
A keg. No. I don't know if we want to watch the clips about the Justin Bieber thing. Apparently he he did a show for a bunch of billionaires and Oprah and Julia Roberts, and the internet's mad at Bieber.
Oh, yeah, I heard about this, but I don't know. I didn't watch it. But I mean, they get hired for private shows, but whose party was it?
It had to do with Palantir. That's the thing.
Oh no.
for Palantir execs, but also Julia Roberts was there and Oprah. It was supposed to stay private, but Bieber let people like record, and it got out to the internet. And there was somebody had a small. They had the paper. I love it when he does that. Lets us know he's stepping away. That's a smart idea. But when you go somewhere and you have a what's it called when they have a itinerary, sort of like a page that tells, or it's there's a name for it where it tells you what's happened, who's coming up at what time. Just I don't know what it's
itinerary. That's about right.
Just like it's on every table or whatever. They put that on the internet, so that's how people found out the names and who did what. A program. Thank you, Regina. That is probably
yeah.
I should find it. Why not? What else are we doing? I'm just not sure which one it is. There's a couple different clips. They're all very short anyway, but performing Palantir private show to the billionaires, obviously. I think, okay, maybe this one. Let me see if I can find it. Because we could still shot it and look. It's not because it's in here. I did it. It wasn't anything super juicy, but that's how it was supposed to be completely private. One of those. I guess nothing anymore is completely private. Well. Oh my God! But please don't lose that butt. Y'all are hilarious. I love that so many people are in the same, certain jokes are only funny if you're in the right age group, and we do are pretty much in the same little age group of things. Maybe
conference that is held for Hollywood elites. You had Disney execs there. Julia Roberts was there. Last thing, this was a private event, so no one knew this was going on.
So there it is. It's like James Cameron, filmmaker, storyteller, in conversation with Bob Iger. Alexis Cart, Palantir. 3:30 is a break. 2 to 5:30 is Julia Roberts with Trevor Noah. The Heart of an Icon. I don't know. Are they performing? Or I was looking at this. I don't really know what it is. Lena Nair, CBE channel with Oprah Winfrey. Freedom of Becoming. I don't know. Somebody with Justin Bieber. Every question answered. I have no idea. Justin's special performance. Anyways, that wasn't supposed to be public information, and I guess it slipped out there, and people are wanting to be mad at Bieber now. I don't know why. Everybody's pretty much a sellout in that world anyway.
Not my crowd. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just random. And another one of those things.
Probably a good paying job. Like people like Bieber and guests that have a spot on the program, they charge a lot and they get paid a lot. I mean, it could have been hundreds of thousands, if not more. Probably is more because the people setting it up can afford it.
Right. Party Ball Yorga.
Do they ever say how much those costumes cost?
Oh my gosh, I have no idea.
A lot more than what they're worth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There were Palantir execs there, and I think the money was probably from. I don't know all the details on it. It's just floating around the internet. It's not even. That's why I didn't linger too much. Boo, Bieber. I feel sorry for that kid. If y'all don't, I know a lot of y'all saw the same clips I saw with him with Diddy and how he was doing this 48-hour party. There was some creepy shit going on when he was just little. So I feel bad for that guy.
The money out there is just freaking incredible. And I think I told you before, but I was on one of those Hollywood tours, which was great. I enjoyed the hell out of it. But we went by the house he was staying in. This was in 2017, Justin Bieber. The guy said that's his house he's renting right now for $60,000 a month. That was his rent. That was his rent. And this place was completely glass. Everything was glass, but it wasn't the kind of glass you could see through. It was like mirror glass, and it was kind of blue. And it had this big like cylinder thing on it that spun around and shit. I mean, it was like something out of Star Wars or some shit, you know? So yeah, and I just remember seeing that house. I mean, it wasn't like a big deal or anything, but I'm like $60,000 a month, man. Said that's peanuts. That's just your rent. You know, can you imagine how much the amount of money is just mind boggling? Is what I'm trying to say, I guess.
Yes.
Yep. If they got enough money to do.
That day we went by Katy Perry's house too. And I couldn't help but notice. In fact, I counted them. You know, she's all about the environment and all this shit. You know, I call them a Herbie Kirby. You know that thing you roll down your trash thing, you roll down to the road and the truck comes by and picks it up and dumps it. She had 14 of those out in front of her house. It was trash day at Katy Perry's house.
Seriously?
14 of them loaded.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Yep.
14 cans of trash?
Yes, the big ones you roll out, you know. Yeah.
Good Lord.
I don't have any money, but I put 2 out with beer bottles in them.
Oh my God.
Yeah, when I was drinking beer, I was filling up trash cans for sure. But man, I can actually, they come by and pick mine up once a week, and I can go. If I miss it one time, I'm like, no big deal. I won't fill it up. I'll fill my one up in 2 weeks.
Did you? But when you were drinking, did you freak out when you missed the trash because you're like, now I got so many beer bottles?
Yeah, because it was loaded every single time for that. Yeah. Oh yeah, and I would miss them sometimes.
Yeah, that sucks. I'm like, oh fuck.
Anyway. Yeah, then what do you do? Figure something out.
The amount of crap, though, the consumerism, they've got all that money, but they also waste it. And just piles of crap. Plus, why is it that the rich people get sent free shit? They get all the samples, they get design it, you know, anything to get, you know, I guess for them it's advertising, because then the celebrities say, you know.
Yeah, it's got to be.
If you're a musician, let's say you're a big guitar player or something, all your equipment's free from here on out. You don't pay for shit.
It's because everybody's in the same circle. The money just keeps going around in a circle. It doesn't, you know, it doesn't really rest on anyone. It just keeps circulating. And it's dumb jackasses like us that pay for the concerts and the drinks and everything else that just keep flowing it into their hands.
Well, it's also a tax write-off when you give something away. It could fall under advertising or, you know, some kind of gray area that they aren't losing anything, is my point.
No, they're not losing anything because a lot of them are getting endorsements.
Yep.
You know, so that's,
They see it as an investment, and it is.
It's degrees and palms. It's all it is.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I don't know, man. I think if I came into that kind of money, I would probably figure out some way to efficiently and cleanly recycle stuff like plastics and old tires, et cetera, et cetera. I know a lot of places do that already, but there's got to be an improvement to it, make it faster and less chemical waste behind. That's just how my mind works. Or you know, figure out how to buy some land and grow crops and give it away to the hungry people, you know, instead of spending it all on costumes and God only knows what. But that's just how my mind works.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have any altruism. It doesn't even cross their mind to have any altruistic thought.
No, because when they do stuff, it's exactly the opposite. They're doing it like, if I donate to this charity, that's good for my PR, and then this person will do this thing because
Yeah, and you can write it off too.
kickbacks. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
Not
that's what a lot of it is.
charity. It's not for the thing. It's for other reasons, and not the right reason.
Literally, when you get that much money, you literally have to do shit like that.
Yeah.
Well, I would imagine most of those people have got someone else handling their money for them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Maybe they go to maybe they go to the original person for authorization to do this or that, but they have to have somebody, financiers, to handle all that money. People who know what they're doing. You would have to.
Yeah, it's a worthy investment.
Their juice is expensive, Jason. That's true. Go ahead, Virginia.
It's an investment to have a good accountant. Of course, people aren't smart enough to do that, but that's why you pay somebody big bucks.
Oh, they've got a whole, somebody, let's say Katy Perry. There's a team, man, of handlers, of money, of logistics, of getting from point A to point B to everything, security. It's its own little cottage industry, or you know what I'm trying to say.
Yep.
Put porta potty into a tree for homeless can hunt and fish. Okay, that's an idea. Yeah, I guess.
I know. I was kind of confused by that one. I don't know.
Just laugh at it, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like example, the really big YouTube channels, the ones that actually make an income for someone, they have to have somebody else handle it for them, answer comments, come up with new scripts for the videos.
The bigger they get, the more people they have to get.
Yeah, like handling, mailing out all the merchandise, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. I don't see my channel ever getting to there, but
come on. Don't be that way.
We're talking tons of money coming in, and money in media equals advertising. That advertising makes the world go round. Half what they do is for the purpose of figuring out a way to best sell you shit.
Or sell people that are watching you shit, which is why I said, if any of us ever get any kind of sponsorships of any kind, it will be the same ones that like Roseanne gets, because Roseanne is such a cool chick, and she just kind of talks about everything. I've seen her talk about Q. I've seen her talk about all kinds of stuff. And so
I'm going for Dude Wipe. I want to be sponsored by Dude Wipes.
Oh my gosh. Well, they give her stuff like, they give her like survival food kits or things like that. Like we would get prepper things. It would be like things like that. And that makes sense to me. I could understand that. Like it's when they start trying to have you're trying to sell something you don't even believe in, and it gets crazy. Like I can't even imagine what it's like to be in some of these people's shoes.
Here's the thing about with me anyway. I don't have any sponsors. I don't have any membership. I could. I don't have none of that stuff, because like an example, there's a guy in the UK. He's a prepper, and he started off as a small channel, but it's growing quickly because of the Europeans. Now, quite often, he'll do like, I'm going to go for 7 days of eating prepper food, and all food he's eating has been sent to him by different companies. So that means you now work for someone else. It's not authentic anymore. It's all paid for, and I don't want my channel to ever be like that. I do this stuff as a hobby.
It wouldn't be fun. It would become a drag. It would become a drag. I'm telling you.
Yeah. Yep. You're right. A drag and a job. I can't take a day off today because I've got to, connect with the sponsor to endorse his product on my channel now. No, man, I don't want my channel to become something like that. No, thanks.
Well, and the summer is the harder part. It was hard for me to tear away from. Plus, I've got to fix my schedule. I'm getting more back to the vampire schedule. I feel like I wasn't awake very long at all before I fired up the stream, because I'm going the other way. I'm much happier when I get more daytime each day. But
Yeah.
it was hard to break away from like real life to come into digital life tonight. I mean, I enjoy the streaming and stuff, but like there's something about the summertime that live stream, like numbers go down, people aren't there. It's such a good time of year to get away from electronics, like May. And I mean, I hate to say it because here we are, but I'm not trying to sell anybody anything, I like to hang out online sometimes, but like summertime is the hardest time to like break away.
Yeah, I agree. And people are busier longer.
That's true. Yeah.
9 o'clock at night, it's still light here, whereas in the winter by 4:15 it's dark.
Yeah. Yeah, I like this time of year because all day long I'm outside gardening. I'm outside doing what I love. And I don't want to be stuck online all the time. I do have a speaker out there where I can listen to music while I'm gardening, but I want to keep it as a hobby. I don't want it to be a job.
Right. So that's exactly what I'm saying as far as being outside. Same thing, but I need to get if my schedule were better, I could have done both easily, but I've just been getting backwards lately, staying up too late, sleeping in too long, going backwards. But I've definitely got my hands full out here. But everything's doing really good. All the crops are doing really good. I mean, there's nothing too overwhelming, What are you growing? A bunch of stuff. I know Virginia's growing this year. Bob, are you also growing this year? You're saying
all my stuff's in pots. Everything.
Okay.
I really enjoy growing flowers. I grow more flowers than anything else, and it took me about 3 years to come down with the plants that are not consumed by insects. I'm growing a ton of strawberries, just a ton of them, because the bugs only eat the berries, not the plants, and petunias. And now I'm growing some onions because the bugs don't eat onions and garlic. They stay away from it. But other than that, just a pot with some potatoes in it. But I'm more into, converting my lawn into a clover lawn. That's the thing that I enjoy doing. And just get my hands in the dirt, work on it for a little bit, sit down, have a cigarette and a cup of coffee, listen to some music, and get back up and go at it,
Yeah, it's awesome. It's the best time of year for me too. I love it.
It is. It is.
I do have things in the ground. And yeah, Virginia does too. What's up, Virginia?
Yes, I've been doing pots also. Like I'm doing cucumbers. I just did more this week from last week with different stuff, but this week has been some cucumbers, started some pumpkins, a couple of different herbs, some bok choy. I know I'm forgetting something. I got so much shit, like little starters. But so I have a raised bed, but I also do pots. There's certain things that you can grow in pots, no problem. And I've been lining the pots around the raised bed. But I can't wait. Everything looks so good. It really does.
I mean, you should do some, both of you guys, if you're not already, Bob, should do some videos and put them up for people to see what's going on.
Sure.
It's nice to look back at,
Well, what inspired me was to look into some plants and continue growing them that the insects don't eat. Was a conversation with Virginia, because we're not too far away from each other. And well, it's like radishes. I'm just growing a small pot with radishes, and because I know that the insects don't touch it. Radishes, slugs will, but nothing else. And so just different. I converse with people and get good ideas and put it into practice. But I'm growing a new plant this year. It's called borage. And I got that from an idea from a YouTuber, because borage attracts bees. And,
I was going to say, did he have a really boring channel?
It was the boring just.
Yeah. It was. Yeah. It's a boring plant. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. What about you, Georgi? You're not growing anything other than your cactus, your Christmas cactus guy?
I'm growing hair in my ears.
Wonderful.
Oh my gosh.
No, I'm a one plant kind of guy. I've got my cactus going. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm keeping it alive too. I've got propagates of that plant, so that's pretty cool. And then I might even, I don't know, maybe I'll find somebody to give some to. It's that plant's gonna live forever, man. We're just gonna keep populating people with that plant until
And for those that don't know, this was my grandmother's plant. It's a Christmas cactus, and she died in 1977 and had that plant as long as I can remember, you know, when I was a kid. And my sister gave me a piece of it, and it grew into this big afro looking thing. And I broke off some pieces and sent them to Cola. I've given pieces to other people around here, and they always grow and bloom and everything, man. It won't die, man.
It's pretty cool, man. Just to
Unless
think
you
about how
freeze
many generations that's gonna live through, you know.
Yeah, it doesn't like being frozen. I know that much.
No, you know, one of the first ones he sent it got below freezing, and plus it got stuck in the mail. It was during that time when mail was all jacked up for a while. And
Yeah, we're
I
having them
tried.
storms.
Yeah, and then so he had to send another one. We have totally frozen.
Yeah,
Or
they
it
get
got frozen, shipped.
They assumed room temperature.
But I'm like growing a pot with some potatoes in it and some onions and stuff and some radishes. You know, I want you to know the chances are pretty good I'm not even going to eat it. I just think the plant looks cool.
Yeah.
that's the kind of gardener I am, you know. Hey, look at this plant. Doesn't that look neat? Oh, that good enough.
I do like radishes, man. That's all I was thinking. You said the bugs don't mess with them, but the slugs do. I'm like, the slugs know what they're doing, man. Radishes are, I love them.
Oh yeah, I like them, you know, and they're easy to grow. Just drop the seeds in some wet soil, boom, they grow.
Really?
Right. That's the list of what is growing here: garlic, squash, garlic, carrots, squash, potatoes, hot peppers, bell peppers, onions, tomatoes, corn, Brussels sprouts, zucchini, watermelon. I think
Damn
that's it. Yeah. Well, hopefully they all do well. Actually, I think my garlic isn't going to. 8, 9, 10 is the time Scavino posted. So, Hawk, I don't have your email. I know it's horrible, but I wish I could just send you the link and you could just tell us about it. I don't want everybody coming. Yours. Oh my gosh, Doc B. I almost read that out loud. I don't want to read that.
Do you grow pineapple? No.
And things,
No,
but
I
I'm
don't.
waiting for colder temperatures. But as far as the garlic goes, I don't know. It might not ever actually. I did plant it at the wrong time, but I thought it was that or it was going to go bad either way. So it was worth a shot. However, it is growing. It's just not quite turning into like the garlic bulbs. I feel like I'm going to be able to have I could be able to cut the bottom of it and it'll be probably like onion texture and still have garlic to it. There we go. Look, it worked that time.
But you know what? I do know a little something about something. And Johnny here brought up growing pineapple. You can go to Food Line and buy a pineapple. And when you chop the top off and it's got the plant part coming out, just put that put that in a pot with some soil and it will grow. I had one that I kept for years. It got gigantic, man. And it was a Food Line pineapple. And a buddy of mine had one that actually grew a little tiny pineapple inside the middle of it. And it was a Food Line pineapple.
Right on.
Yeah. And the pineapple that came out of it was, I mean, it was little, but it was bright red when it was little. It was weird.
Oh, I was also asked a question on a side chat of if I grow raspberries. No, I don't, but my neighbors do. And that's another plant that most bugs won't eat, or anything that seems to be fuzzy, spiky, hairy. Usually the aphids won't touch them. They'll just walk right around them. But yeah.
Man, I'm sorry. I'm not good with technology at all to save my life. You talk about, I don't know. I can't hardly keep up. Just to see if add recipient. I think I've got the first part. No matches. I know it's not a match. All right. I think I've gotten at least to sending one. I'm trying to send him the link, but It's no offense against the alien guy, but I don't know if we're ready to do all that tonight.
Mhm.
I mean, it's up to y'all, really.
I just work here. It's redacted.
Billy says he wants raspberries. We used to have blackberries that grew around here in just random spots, and we all knew where they were, and everybody could go get blackberries. I haven't seen that since I was a kid. And I'll tell you something else that I noticed lately. Well, actually, in the past few years, but I was thinking about it the other night. I was outside, saw 2 lightning bugs. 2. Man, when I was a kid, lightning bugs in their neighborhood were so thick at night, man. I mean, they were, it was unbelievable how many were there, but that's all we knew. And I thought it would probably always be like that, but man, you barely even see those things anymore. I don't like that.
I still see them. I try to do video the other day I did when I was so mad. I was on the phone. I was trying to get off the phone to get a video of them. And there's certain times that are easier to capture them, like times of the night and stuff. They'll kind of like fade away. I was a little late, but I did get some of them. But I swear, if I'd have pulled out and videoed about 10 minutes sooner, it was lighting up the sky with little fireflies. But I know people say they don't see them anymore. I still see them, just not all the time. Do you still?
So, I mean, it's probably one of the only bugs that I like.
Right.
Oh, Cola, you know, it's been raining for a couple of days here, and today was a steady, full-on rain most of the day. And so I took all my house plants and put them outside, let them catch some of that nitrogen-rich rain, and man, they are happy now. Oh boy, they perk right up when they get rainwater on them. That's the most gardening I did today. Otherwise, I was pretty much in the house. Yeah.
We used to call them June bugs, so maybe it's more June.
No, we have what we call June bugs here, or something different. They're not. I mean, this here, you know, we have June bugs. They're like beetles, but they're not lightning bugs.
Okay.
Those little black beetles. Do you have those in your garden, Virginia?
Oh yeah, but for some reason I thought the June bugs lit up.
Well, maybe some people call them, you know, depending geographically where you are, maybe some people call them that, but we've got, you know, what they call fireflies. We call them lightning bugs. And then we do get June bugs that are like green looking beetles.
Maybe I'm thinking fireflies and not June bugs.
Fireflies, lightning bugs to me are pretty much just, different names for the same thing.
I just can't get over, you know, when I was a kid, how I mean, literally, they were thick out there when you went outside. You know, you're walking through a cloud of these freaking things, man.
It was fun, man. You know, I know some kids would smush them and like put the glow stuff
Oh
on.
yeah, I mean, I was little and all my friends were smushing them and sticking them in jars, and you'd have a jar that was like a lantern, you know. Which, you know, I ain't into killing shit, but I didn't know any better back then. So everybody else was doing it.
I never did smush them or anything. I saw kids do that when I was older, and I was like almost horrified. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's just messed up. But
thanks.
What are you going to do when your older brother does it? You know, you're going to fucking do it. You know?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So on the Hollywood stuff, I do have a little bit more if y'all want to go down the like Rob Reiner rabbit hole, because his
Rob
son,
Reiner rabbit hole.
I know, too many R's. Seriously though, because it is a lot. There was a lot of stuff that I didn't even really notice. Like there's like a lot of, I know Cujo's gonna give me shit, but it's just Hollywood history, like a lot of like dad son mouth kisses, like grown old gray, both visibly gray, kissing on the mouth. Like it's some weird shit, you know.
Yeah, it is weird shit.
There's definitely some of that. And you know, his dad was an actor, he was an actor, his son technically I guess was an actor. He did that one, and it's just like, why did he, you know, one of the first lines, the first clips I was going to share you know, the famous line that he said, every person in jail for violent crime had a nightmare childhood. That's his quote. And now his son is in jail for a violent crime. It's kind of like his own words came to bite him in the, you know, what was so bad about his sons? Anyways, I didn't know if you guys wanted to do that because it is like it's that or
Yeah, let's do it.
all right.
Yeah,
cool.
it shows the generational impact of, you know.
Oh, I want to, yeah. And this guy, but this isn't just all, this is this guy, Tesmosis, I follow that I think is incredible. I think he's probably like near a decade. I don't know for sure, but I think he's probably a decade younger than me. And he's like, you know, goes so down the rabbit hole and puts it together so nicely. So that's where all this is coming from. He did 2 different ones and I watched every second and found it super interesting the way he put things together.
A person in jail for a violent crime had a nightmare childhood. And boy, was he ever right, after being the victim of an extraordinarily violent and rarest of crimes, committed by his own son. It's time to reflect on the wise words and actions of the great Rob Reiner.
At that location, they found 2 deceased adults, a male and a female. Through the night, working with the coroner's office, they were able to identify them definitively as Rob and Michelle Reiner.
Now, considering the depth and level of horrific complex trauma in childhood, which is generally the prerequisite in cases where someone has taken the life of not just one, but both parents, it really makes you wonder how this beloved influential industry figure is quite literally eating his own words, to being at the center of a shocking and bizarre murder mystery. Perhaps the problem existed before Nick was even born. Perhaps there was something toxic and strange about the relationship with his prolific comedian father, Carl. Why would those closest to Rob be making jokes about his suspicious interest in children?
And Rob has always been compared to the great directors, always. When he directed me and all the great cast and Harry and Sally, they compared him to Woody. When he did Misery, they compared it to Brian De Palma and Alfred Hitchcock. When he began working closely with children, they compared him to Woody. But what I respect most about Rob is his deep, almost suspicious love for kids. And he freely gives them his time, his money, whatever it takes to get them into the van.
And being trespassed upon by his own father, and passed him around among other famous friends. Why was his wife, Nick's mother, sitting there cackling along with them from the audience?
On a typical night, Carl would slip into Rob's bed, roll him over, swab him down, and say something like, I'm thinking about hiring Maury Amsterdam to play Buddy Sorrell. What do you think?
That's comedy?
Well, the success of the Dick Van Dyke Show changed things dramatically. Carl started inviting many of his famous friends to son.
That's comedy?
Yeah, pretty crazy, pretty gross. There's Hawk.
Yeah, it is. It is.
So when he's saying to screw his son, they were talking about him, not this, you know, the one that did unalive him. They were saying his dad invited people. It took me a minute. I had to kind of, there's so many more clips of this time frame of what was going on there. How you doing tonight, Hawk? Sorry, I had to have him send you the email because I suck at stuff like that. I'm going to get it saved in when I stream.
No, that's fine. So Gabbard spokesperson stated explicitly the CIA did not.
Whoa, wait, slow down. Gabbard, you said, wait, now what?
Tulsi Gabbard's spokesperson stated explicitly that the CIA did not raid the DNI's office, contradicting Fox reports that featured former CIA officers John Kiriakou discussing seized declassified files. Data Republican went through a full workup to find out whether or not it was true. So the motives, you know, it was basically there was questions in regards to the motives of whoever leaked the initial claim of the CIA raid on the DNI Tulsi Gabbard's office to Fox News after her team issued a denial claiming it falsely. The episode points to possible disinformation or internal maneuvering in the intelligence community as the story spread rapidly before the official rebuttal. So there was never a raid done on the DNI's office. So
that's so weird that reported. I'll send you the link, Moon. Good to see you, Moonchild.
Yeah. So that's just a get that one completely out of the chat, get that one completely off the books, and it was 100% fake. Okay.
Well, why
So
did they do that though? Why did they? So I was thinking it was deep state. I mean, that's what it really did sound like, and a lot of people covered it. So how? I don't understand how it went.
well, this is the thing is, you know, if we think about it on a 5D chess level, okay, or even just a 4D chess level, okay. You know, intelligence organizations make moves according to predictable behaviors, and if predictable behaviors are met by the targets of their campaign, then rumors like that can break into big, into big stories that just basically clutter up the news. Okay. At the same time, you had what you believed was a scare there at the Chinese and Trump meeting. No, that was the removal of the press from the room. They were told that they would be there for each is introductions. So basically a quick statement from Xi and a quick statement from Donald Trump. And at that point there, the press was to leave so that they could get to work. So, you know,
What about this Dan Scavino post at the time? You were saying a little something. It's hard for me to read that and
okay,
understand.
so with Dan Scavino's songs, it could be the length of the song,
right?
Or it could be the timestamp of the song. So the song was posted at 8:49, okay, and basically what it brought up was, I've got it on my screen, so I'm going to go ahead and pull it up for you. And it says, "Watch the water."
Oh, okay.
Okay, so let me make this bigger. I got to move it over to here, and I got to get rid of this. Okay, and what you have here is "Watch the Water."
Right.
This is the Jong-un family. With this is Kim Jong-un's father and Bill Clinton. Okay. And then you've got Kim Jong-un, and I don't remember who the ambassador was at that time. I don't remember his name, but it was "Watch the Water." Future proofs past. You have so much more than you know. Biggest intel drop in our known history. Q. Okay. Basically, the alleviation of certain individuals, certain family members that were directly linked and associated with the CIA, and a Clinton de facto destabilization government. Okay, so when Trump came into the picture in 2016, basically that, you know, one of the first steps that he made was pulling back the CIA out of North Korea. And then what happened about approximately a year later, Trump went to North Korea, and what ended up happening was, or went to South Korea. And what happened when he went to the DMZ, Kim Jong-un came out to meet him and escorted him over the line, walked on to North Korean territory, and then back. Okay. The thing is that the CIA was directly responsible for the proliferation of nuclear material for the Kim Jong-un regime. But with the removal of the CIA, and there was, I believe that there, okay, so unverifiedly, okay, there's two ways to get the CIA out. Either the president orders them out and they follow the order, or you send in special operations in order to remove them. You know,
Okay, so what about if there is stuff posted on X about it? Like, what about that? This one here with Representative Anna Paulina Luna on X about it's a minute long, and she's saying they came in and got boxes on JFK and MK Ultra documents.
They say, okay, so
lying, or how, you know what I mean? Like, it's 1 minute long.
Yeah.
Do you want me to pull it up, or did you already see it?
yeah, I think I have it right here. So give me 1 second. I think I have it right here.
I do here. It's 1 minute long with on X. It's Gunther Eagleman. I don't mind.
Yeah, Gunther. It's I got that one right here. And then come here. I just passed it a minute ago because I was looking right at it, and I was like, it's everybody's playing a role right now as far as I'm concerned. This is all one big fucking movie. So
this one because it is a lot of new stuff.
So one of the ones that got put up was the Wake Up America. Representative Tim Burchett just dropped a bombshell. The intelligence community is straight up blocking Congress from a SCIF with potential UFO evidence. And the thing is they're playing that video off like it's they're playing it off like it's a brand new situation, but that happened like 5.5, 6 months ago.
All right, let me pull up one real quick. It's only 1 minute. I'll pull it up and then we'll go right back.
No, go ahead. I'll pull that down.
I didn't find this one. This came from Echo. I just didn't see it right away because I'm doing too many things. But I'll do it. It's like 1 minute, and then we'll go right back to whatever that was because I haven't honestly seen it.
Out of the CIA that you'd like to share.
Yeah, so we were actually just notified that the CIA went in and took documents out of ODNI, multiple boxes pertaining to the JFK files as well as MK Ultra. The reason why this is troubling is there was an executive order that the president had directed the full declassification of JFK, but then also to the MK Ultra files. The CIA famously has said that, all documents were released and other documents had been destroyed. So these are allegedly those documents apparently never existed. And so very troubling. I did just talk to Chairman Comer, and we are sending in the next hour or so a preservation of documents request to the CIA. I have calls into the White House to the director of the CIA himself. And so obviously, as this develops, we'll keep everyone up to date. But
so let's see. Trying to look to see the date and everything. That's 7 hours. Dropped a bombshell.
But see, that was they were notified. But who were you notified by?
I don't know.
This is the thing, is that, all these, it's like, it's like saying, who was it that was, somebody was just making claims and somebody just said, where are the receipts? Where is the information? Who contacted you? From what department did they contact you from? If it was a security, apparatus, okay, whether it be the Secret Service, the Capitol Police, the CIA, or anybody from in the intelligence community, then it should have been, the statement should have been, we were contacted by the DNI, the Department of National Security, telling us that they had a raid. Okay, but they didn't.
It's almost like the CIA runs the media. It's so weird.
Well, 4 a.m. talking points, sweetheart. Okay. The 4 a.m. talking points started all the way back at the end of the Second World War.
Yeah.
Okay. All the way back at the end of the Second World War, talking points got fed to the news organizations in regards to whatever type of topic that they wanted people to be focused on.
Yep.
Very, very, very few and far between. These guys who were considered shock jocks, do you remember back in the day when Imus in the morning?
Yeah.
When it was Imus at the time, it wasn't Imus in the morning. It became Imus in the Morning later on. He was considered a shock jock. Okay. What's his face there? The idiot with all the freaks around him.
Howard Stern.
Howard Stern. Okay. He was another one considered a shock jock. Okay. When in all actuality, they weren't. They weren't. They were all put there intentionally. They were all put there and directed intentionally.
Yep.
You know, and it's, you know, and this is the thing is, you know, the majority of the Kennedy files, you know, if I'm not mistaken, we're at like somewhere around 70% of them that have been released so far. They still got a ways to go, but there are certain things that certain names have to be redacted because there are people still, you know, older people still alive. There was a witness from Dallas, and the husband passed away. He was the one who was the witness, but people were banging on the door, harassing the widow, trying to get as much information from the widow as they could. And the thing was, is her husband died shortly after filing the report with the FBI. It wasn't but a couple of weeks later that her husband was dead. I don't think he ever had the opportunity to fill her in on, on what he saw. I don't think that there was ever an opportunity because they didn't say that he was in custody. What they did say was that he was sequestered. So he never got to return home. The wife wasn't there when the killing happened. Okay. But people were literally going to this woman's door, and her husband's dead for years and years and years, and people are still knocking on her door. You know, it's like, give these people a break. You know, it's like Bob Joyce, okay? If he's really Elvis, okay, and he turned away from a life of drugs and fame and music and everything else, so what? If he wants to be a preacher preaching the gospel, then let him be a preacher preaching the gospel.
Well, it could be his twin brother, too.
Elvis did have a twin that died at birth.
But it also could be a dude that looks like a lot like him. Y'all heard of the Palm Beach Pete dude? Looks just like
that preacher guy. He's not Elvis Presley. Elvis Presley is dead. Okay.
Right? Elvis lives. All right.
Elvis.
He's living in Antarctica in a tunnel inside of a submarine.
Diana's probably there too, I bet.
In a tunnel inside a submarine.
In a submarine buried in the ice. Yeah, Elvis is in a Nazi. Wait, Elvis is in a Nazi submarine in Antarctica.
That's right. Yeah, see, you know,
he's got a Hitler mustache.
Give me a minute. I need a safety meeting, guys. Give me a second here. You're overloading my brain. Let me safety
I'm
meeting.
telling you the truth. He bought a Hawaiian island before he died, and mysteriously, Lisa Marie and them went there pretty often. I'm just saying, Elvis lived, or he lived.
Yeah,
he bought the island with Nazi gold stolen from the Vatican, and we can build on this, man. We can do that.
And some of them are private and have been purchased, and he was one of them.
And he started global warming too.
I'm sure.
That's son of a bitch, I tell you.
Oh my gosh.
No, he died on the crapper.
It's like people saying Marilyn Monroe was a CIA operative. I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it.
Well,
I don't think she was smart enough to be a CIA operative, but I think she knew a lot of shit. Just from being around a lot of shit, she knew a lot of shit. So she was a liability.
Let me chime in a bit. She was promiscuous. She did have a lot of different lovers, including other world leaders. Some really strange things like this. I'm not saying, okay, they talk about the MK Ultra. They talk about sex slaves. it is alleged she is a presidential model, and
Thank
she
you,
was,
Echo. That's what I was saying. She was a honeypotter.
which is the same thing I'm saying, basically. But
So it's like every Playboy bunny in Hugh Hefner's house.
if you look at all the people she was with, and like presidents and the president's brother, and like I said, other world leaders that weren't even from America, it's just like really strange when you look into her story. And I'm saying she may have not even realized that's what was going on, because they did all these different kind of, she didn't have her mother was schizophrenic and in a crazy lady's home. She was kind of passed around and stuff and married off really super young. And she just, I feel like she would fall in all the categories that they could kind of mess with her mind.
Yeah, I think she was more of a wrong place, wrong time kind of thing, as opposed to she was some secret agent or some shit.
She was a useful idiot, and that would have made her a targeted individual because of all of her connections. I don't think she was CIA per se, but do I
she
think
knew something? She knew something they didn't want getting out, and she was a ditzy chick that would probably blab something somewhere, and they had to do something about it before she did.
They trashed her house looking for a book that she had written notes in. A lot of weird things happened, but I'm just saying the people she was with, the caliber of men that she was around, it was like she was placed in those situations, and she may not have known it, but that's where when they talk about the MK Ultra stuff,
Well, anybody famous, I think she was married to Joe DiMaggio, wasn't she?
One of them, yeah.
Yeah. What was I going to say? Brain fart.
He beat the shit out of her.
But did he? But I don't know. Again, I think she was just, I know what I was going to say. Well, back in those days, or even now, I guess, but Marilyn Monroe, that was a big name, and if you could bag that thing, then you had a feather in your cap, man. You know what I mean? So the rich and famous was like, oh yeah, I dated her, or I married her, or whatever. That was a sign of status, somewhat.
It was a sign of keeping an eye on her, because which agency changes your name from Norma Jean Baker to MM 1313? Does MK Ultra shit on you, changes your whole persona, makes you a sex kitten, and makes sure that you're hooked on medications to function? Who does that?
That's what they call it, the sex kitten programming. I think there's certain ones that did have that. They don't even know it. They don't know that it's been done on them. But
so it's safe to say that me and Virginia disagree.
No, I don't think. Well, I thought we were kind of in line.
No, but you are saying that she was more groomed than just wrong place, wrong time. And I'm not saying that it's not a valid point.
I think they're both true, Yorga. I think it was wrong place, wrong time, but she was also groomed. If you know what I mean? Because if she wasn't in those positions, she wouldn't have been so easy. If she had a mother that wasn't schizophrenic and off in a hospital, and a dad in a normal home, it wouldn't have been so easy to have influence over her and do whatever psychological thing. Somebody would have stood up for her.
I told y'all I've been to her grave. I told you that, didn't I?
I think, but you could tell it again.
Well, it's just it is strange because it's one of those things where I don't know what you call it. It's outside, but it's like a wall of these granite or marble squares, and each square is a person. There's a coffin behind the thing, and she's in one of those things, but it's her one square is different colored than the rest of them, because there's some sort of thing in Hollywood where people come by and kiss her stone, with lipstick. They put that lipstick mark on it, and they have to have a guy come out every single day and take that lipstick off, or try to, but it's still stained like pink all over. This thing is just pink, It's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of sad for some reason when I was there. It's like, it had a sad feeling.
Yeah,
But-
you've been to a lot of weird Hollywood things, or just interesting landmarks. Because I know you were also showed me that picture where you were in the same spot that the Manson girls were in a
Yeah,
picture.
I snuck down into Spawn Ranch. Well, I say I snuck
Spawn
down in
Ranch.
there.
Yeah.
You know, I went down in there by myself one day, man. It was a trip, man. Look, there was bullet holes in the trees still there from the Manson family. I was right there where they used to hang out. And the crazy thing about that is you could look at the pictures from like the late 60s, and those trees, the same trees are there, and they haven't really gotten any bigger or anything, man. I mean, you know, I was finding things there. Yeah, I was at the cave where they took all those pictures. I was down there by myself too, man. It was a little bit creepy.
It was cool. I remember seeing the picture, and I remember the picture of the girls too. Yeah, because I read about all that with the Spawn Ranch and all that. It's pretty nuts.
Yeah.
There was a blind guy, and he just was kind of banging one of the chicks, so he let them all just hang out there. And
Yeah, that was Spawn. That was Spawn. He owned that place. They used to make movies there and stuff because it looked like an old Western town. They did Bonanza was filmed there, some, you know, and stuff like that. But yeah, he ran the place and just let all the hippies stay there, and the girls were giving him favors, you know. And
he had one he was like wifed up with. Yeah, she kind of. Yeah, it was wild reading it there for a while. It was almost harmless fun until it just, you know, whatever else happened after that, all the things. But
yeah, talk about a rabbit hole there.
These Hollywood places, though, like you've been to Marilyn's grave, and then you've been to this. It's crazy when you think about it. I'm sure that's probably it, unless you have any more. Oh my God, Doc P, you read my mind. That was such a good movie. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Yeah, I love that movie, man. That was a good one.
Yeah, they did the scene. They did the Manson stuff, and then they changed the ending. So it was like you think you know what's about to happen because you know the story, but it's
man, I heard so many people when that movie came out were bitching about that, but that didn't happen. I said, think about the name of the movie. It's called Once Upon a Time. Hello. It's a what if story is all it is.
It was a great movie. It really was. I liked it. I thought it was pretty good. I don't know what other people thought, but I thought it was the coolest part is that you thought you knew what was going to happen, and then they twisted it up, you know?
There was a whole lot of shit in that movie that actually I knew that they were leaving like Easter eggs, and I knew, and I took my oldest daughter to that at the theater when it first came out, and it was all I could do I had to make myself shut up because I was going, oh wait, that's this. Like there's one scene where when they were making the 1960s Western TV show, there, you know, that during that whole part where one of the actors, his name was James Stacy, the real guy, he gets on a motorcycle and leaves, and that's all you see of him, and that's it, you know. But what, like, my daughter didn't know, I'm like, that's James Stacy. He's on a motorcycle. He got on a motorcycle in Hollywood. He was a big star too. And he got in a traffic accident. I think it killed his girlfriend. She was on the back of the motorcycle, and he lost one leg and one arm. So he was maimed. And his story went on. They kept trying to get him acting parts because he was real close with Clint Eastwood and all those people. And he even ended up on like Cagney and Lacey, if you ever watched that show, which I didn't. But there was a guy on there that only had one arm and one leg, and that was him. And then in his later life, he ended up getting charged with like groping a minor or something like that. And I think he died in prison. But I mean, it was just this one scene where a guy gets on a motorcycle and leaves, you know, and I was like, wait, I know what happens here, you know, and you can't screw up the whole movie by telling your daughter that shit then. I had to tell her afterwards, you know. And anyway. Sorry about that.
Well,
no, but
I have not seen it, but I know what movie you're talking about, and I just never caught it. But sounds like a lot of twists. The first thing that comes to my mind is they just basically show that they were all actors. Sharon Tate never went down, or whatever they're showing, you know, that it's all just actors.
Well, wasn't it the movie was mostly supposed to be about the duo. It was two guys, and one was the stunt double and one was the actor. and it was kind of like this romance kind of deal. And I'm assuming, although I'm not sure, that it was about two specific people, but I was never really sure who.
It was, and I can't remember who the actor was supposed to be.
It was like the coolest little friendship.
But the stuntman was a real stuntman from back then that they modeled Brad Pitt's part after. Shit, there was something else I was going to say about that too. Yeah, that was a good movie. Oh, I remember I was going to say they have it's coming out pretty soon. All right, his name was Cliff Booth. Brad Pitt's character in that movie. They're coming out with a Cliff Booth either series or just a one-off movie. I think it's going to be on Netflix with Brad Pitt. Continuing his role as Cliff Booth.
Huh. Look at you coming through with new. I had no idea. I thought that shit was over and done. They're going to just keep it going with the show. I'd probably like it too. See, I feel guilty sometimes because I know they put a lot of shit.
But I'm sorry, but Tarantino's not doing it.
Oh, well, there you go.
So it's going to be somebody in somebody else's hands. It still might be okay.
Right. I was just saying that sometimes I feel like slightly guilty if I do like any new entertainment because I know they put shit in there and I should like boycott it. But it's like, I don't know. There's a part of me that still needs some form of entertainment too. Sometimes it's just too heavy to like be all news all the time. But I'm like low-key feel guilty. I'm like, oh yeah, it was a great movie. But it was. I truly enjoyed it. I thought it was a good movie, you know?
Right.
But there was probably stuff in there, I'm sure.
And so many people got pissed off that Brad Pitt's character basically one-upped Bruce Lee. You know, that was a bone of contention with a lot of people.
I guess I kind of missed that. I don't know. Well, how did he one up? Oh, did they fight or so? He smacked. Oh, shit, I'm sorry. I don't want to spoiler alert, but my God, it is an older movie. It's not new or anything.
Yeah, they have a little scuffle.
Yeah. That's silly. It's a movie. Like, once again, it's a movie, but whatever. It was pretty good, though. I don't know. This other stuff is really heavy with the Reiner stuff. But I find it interesting because nobody's really talking that much about it. This kid's just this guy on the internet. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, he's got more viewers than most of us. He's a pretty big deal, but he's not the biggest deal. And he's putting all this stuff together. And it's like, you know,
so
everybody.
What's going on with that case? I haven't heard anything in a while.
I mean, other than the kid said he was going to write a tell-all book. And I'm thinking, he's going to get he's going to accidentally Epstein himself in the cell because they don't want that book to come out. But but what's so weird about it is kind of crazy. Some of the words, the exact words this guy said, the dad that's gone. And, you know, anybody who's in jail for a violent crime had a horrible childhood. He had this whole, it's really creepy. This kid goes through some rabbit holes about, you know, all the things that, just like he's sitting here trying to explain and emphasize how important the first 3 years of a child's life is. And it's like really weird. And it's like he himself had some form of trauma and probably did it to his son too. Or it's kind of like this double thing where it's all about appearances. Obviously, you know, it's not, he really just trying to be in politics. It's really crazy. Nobody's really talking about it. They're just talking about, oh, he's dead now. This great actor's dead. And this terrible, crazy son killed him. It's like, you know, they talk about one of the things he delves into is somebody as young as 15. How are they already addicted to heroin? How did he get access to that much? Where, you know what I mean?
You know, when I was a kid, the grandfather was a big star.
Mm-hmm.
You know, everybody knew who Carl Reiner was. You know, so it's
the rabbit hole.
I mean, they're Hollywood. You know, for forever. You know, they've been there for a long time.
Right.
Yeah.
And Drew Barrymore also, and her family, the Barrymores.
The Barrymores. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But in the same thing too, though, she just hasn't. Thank God, she never hurt anyone. But I believe. And she probably went through some things, you know, there's this same guy does stuff on her and how she was.
I want to say the Barrymores go all the way back to like silent film, I think.
Yeah, they go way back. And Drew Barrymore, she was on the cover of, I think it was People magazine in like the late 80s, already an addict. Like she was a hot mess. And I think she was 13, 14, something like that.
The little girl from, remember, well, you're probably not old enough, but the little girl that was on that show, Family Affair, when I was a kid.
Yeah, I remember that show.
Buffy and Jody. That girl, Buffy, yeah, she ended up ODing. You know, it's that Hollywood lifestyle, man. Man. And the bad thing is the parents, you know, you got a kid that's a star, you're going to pretty much, you know, a lot of them did anyway, you know, whatever the producer or director or whoever is in charge says, hey, I need your kid for 3 days. Okay, bye. You know, God only knows what's going on.
They make good money.
Yeah.
So I will mess this. I've got a short, it's not even a minute. It's about exactly the stuff with Reiner. And it's talking about, this is the part where not the dad, Carl, that you're talking about, Yorga, but Rob Reiner has made a movie with his son about addiction, but he's got like full control. So he can like, anyways, I'll just play the clip because I don't want to be the one narrating. It's not even like a minute. This one part, let him explain it because he does a better job anyway. And it is cringy, like looking back, like, and this is the guy. So this is the deceased now and his son, who is alleged the one that did it, right? Sitting here in this interview. And it's kind of, you know, when you just look at it like that in general.
The image of Nick's movie to be this whole healing and bonding moment to the world, while ignoring the fact that he dismissed and disregarded his son's idea entirely. He took over the whole show and then took credit for the exhibition and monetization of his son's pain that was very highly likely to have been at least in part caused by Rob himself.
Rob Reiner says to Nick, I'm going to give you this opportunity, but I'm going to make sure it's in my vision.
Yeah.
Which is what you're saying.
Which ultimately doesn't make the father look bad, because Rob Reiner's not going to make a thinly fictionalized story about his son's struggles with addiction that paints him as a bad character. So ultimately, every character is creepy and unsympathetic. The father character is creepy and unsympathetic. The Nick Reiner character is creepy and unsympathetic. The whole film is extremely unpleasant to watch.
And, you know, so like he was saying, this movie was supposed to be about the son's addiction, but the dad is like, okay, you can play this, you know, but he was in control of everything. And just the whole thing is painting a picture, sort of, you know, of this jacked up relationship that, I don't know. It's almost like he wants to look like a good guy, but he doesn't. He's not actually really a good guy. I got like another 2 minutes right here. I might as well, while I have it, hopefully, if it's in the right place, play this one more clip for y'all.
Okay.
To have brought them closer together, insiders profess, if anything, working on the Being Charlie movie had only driven them further apart. They had frequent heated arguments in front of cast and crew, and then would make up by kissing on the lips, something that made onlookers feel uncomfortable.
Yes.
Interviews between Rob and Nick, and now Rob and Carl, Nick's grandfather, I'm seeing some similarities between Nick and Rob with how they behave, their body language, and just general demeanor while sitting in the shadow of their father.
In this industry, which is notorious for what it does to families, how you have maintained this intact, loving family structure.
Well,
how'd you and your wife do that?
Well, you know, there's one thing that keeps it. The thing that matters most to my wife and I are the kids.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that should matter to everybody more than anything is the children. What you send out to the world, non-toxic people, keep this world. And if you can send people out that you're proud to have raised.
Notice the same behaviors: spacing out, fidgety, sweating, an uneasy shift. Rob is confident when he's speaking, but as his father speaks, it's like deflating a balloon.
They've done it with their kids. My son Lucas is doing it with his kids. My daughter is a doctor of philosophy and a psychoanalyst. Sending those people into the world is the best thing I've ever done.
Have you ever, Rob, we're talking about this, and this is a great Father's Day, conversation. Have you ever felt that you were disappointing your father? And if you ever felt that, how'd you navigate your way through that? Maybe you didn't, but this is a whole lot of.
Well, yeah, I mean, not that I was disappointing him, but that I
not measuring up.
That kind of thing. Ultimately, it forced us to make the film better. I mean, we get into issues, and I would see, he would. The whole process for me, I can just speak for myself. It did make me understand him a lot more, and I think it made me a better father. Hopefully, it did.
Wasn't there like so much cringe and all of that? Like you can see it.
It was going really good until that part where he like killed me.
Oh my God. He's sitting there though. You can almost see it. The kid did a good job describing that, like generational in the shadow, kind of that little boy or man or whatever, he's about, I don't know how old, 18, 19, maybe even in his 20s, but he looks troubled right there in those images, not sure what to say or whatever. I don't know. It's cringy to me.
Yeah.
And then the mouth kissing after the arguing on set and stuff like that shit's wild, Steph says, why do the other kids feel differently? That's a good question. I don't know. He's the one going to write. I hope he writes that tell-all book. I do. There are some clips. He does talk about it, about there's a son that, I didn't get any of those clips, but he does go into that. There's a certain, he like lists the different type of like abuse. That's not like beating you up or whatever. They're just like the cycle that the other child could be, not even aware. And it's a lot, man. It really is, but there's some good breakdowns of it.
Well, sometimes in those dynamics, there's one chosen to get that treatment. And so the other kids or the other siblings might feel or have experienced something differently because they were not in that role in the family dynamic.
What if he was that one kid that wouldn't shut up, that wouldn't calm down, that wouldn't do what you told him to do, and they start at a young age filling him up on prescription drugs like Ritalin and whatnot, to the point that one kid, he was just a bratty kid, probably, you don't need medication to fix that. And maybe, because we now know that these long-term effects of these, what they call them, SSIs or whatever, could have been, whatever they are. Maybe it's something like that, that he just finally just wigged out on this stuff.
The handlers know which mental conditions are going to be susceptible. Some say it might be autistic people. Some say it might be, a personality function. A susceptibility is my point. And the people who study this, including our government, have honed it down pretty well. And I think they're squashing psychics. There's a lot of things that they call mental illnesses or conditions. And in my opinion, they're actually people with telepathic powers that get told they're crazy.
I think his son eliminated the cycle of evil in their name. That's what I think. I think he killed that son of a bitch because of the shit that he did to him as a kid and what he let his friends do to him. Those famous names.
Yeah, why was that ever a joke? How is that even funny? They made those jokes for a reason. They also made those jokes, though, Hawk, in all fairness, they made those jokes about his father from his father's. His father's father. Saying that his father's father did that to him with other Hollywood when his dad was a child, kind of thing. So this generation shit, it looks like to me.
Think about my statement, where I list the 3 things that can happen if you were SA'd as a child. 3 things can happen. 1, you become a predator yourself as you age. 2, you go into hiding and you never tell anybody about it. And you never ever talk about it. And you keep to yourself forever. Or the 3rd one, which would be a warrior who fights against that type of activity going on at all. I think his son was number 2 for a long time, where he tried to put it in a closet and leave it in a closet. And I think that when it came down to it, that the cycle was never going to end. That he did what he believed was necessary in order to root out all evil. You know, this is the thing is that, you know, when you think about, you know, the old man, okay, and Rob's relationship, okay, and you saw how pacified Rob became when Daddy was talking, right? You know, you saw it. He went from being this, oh, I'm the big shot, to being, I'm just a cuddly kitten in the corner, you know, completely passive. Okay. And I think that was, you know, Rob's only outlet was doing the exact same thing to his son that his father did to him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And in the midst of all of this, there was a rise. Okay. There was a rise in stature for Rob from his younger years, you know, all the way through the Archie Bunker series. Okay. And then the Gloria series afterwards. Okay.
Yeah, there's some actual clips of that, and I do have, if we get
You
to
know,
them, where
you
they
know,
said
but
that it was
it's
possible
but
that Dad was jealous of him because when he was in the Archie Bunker days, he was surpassing his father's acting credentials and abilities. Like the show was doing so good that it was seeming like it was causing contention between him and his father because he was doing so well on that show you're talking about, All in the Family.
Yeah, it was All in the Family, and then there was also the Archie Bunker
Mhm.
series. Okay, Archie was called Archie, and it was about Archie after Edith died. You know, he decided to, you know, open a bar, right?
Yeah, but he ultimately, you know, even with all those series, he ultimately got big time Hollywood when he started directing. I mean, he did The Princess Bride. You know, I mean, the guy was very good at what he did. He was very good. He was a dirt bag.
If you think about it, he surpassed Carol O'Connor.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Okay, you know, the guy who played Archie, Carol O'Connor. Okay, Rob Reiner eventually surpassed him in notoriety, notability, and nobility. Okay, because the Hollywood elite, the Hollywood royalty.
Yeah, he was about as high as you could get.
Yeah, you know. So and it was also the same thing with Weinstein. Weinstein was the exact same way. Okay.
Well, another one that went down that path, I don't mean to veer you off, but was freaking Opie Taylor, whatever his name is. He kind of did the same thing.
Ron Howard.
Yeah, became a great big producer and director, you know, on top of the acting.
Okay, so look at the Ron Howard comparison, okay, and then look at Henry Winkler.
Right.
Okay, Henry Winkler during the 1960s and the 1970s was the go-to tough guy.
Yeah, he was the coolest guy out there for a while.
He's a fucking sissy. He's a fucking sissy. I don't care how good of an actor you are. When you become that, you never ever get to come back from it. You never ever get to come back from it. And that's, you know, so Henry Winkler's gone absolutely nowhere now. It's just the fact that he was Arthur Fonzarelli, okay, for that period of time. You know, guys like Brando, okay, we'll use Brando. We could actually put De Niro in there, and we could put Pacino in there, or not Pacino. The Godfather. It was Al Pacino, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So De Niro played Don Corleone at a particular age. Okay. But you know, Brando took over I think it was when the Fugazis the Brando image came up when the Fugazi family moved into New York, and that's when we seen the character change. We saw the aging difference. We didn't get to watch that between the age of 30 to the age of 50 or 60. We never ever got that part of his life. All we got was that 20-year-old coming off the ship, getting, with his bride, so on and so forth, and killing the first Black Hand there in New York. And then it was all of a sudden Marlon Brando again. Right. So when you look at it, okay, and then you look at Pacino, okay, Pacino's distinctive character, they maintained his character from beginning to end, okay, but Brando, that was kind of like the what's the French thing, the piece, the resistance or whatever, what do they call it, the cream of the crop, or the yeah, it's it's the pinnacle. Okay. After that, he made the appearance in Apocalypse Now, and then he made an appearance. Then he did the one about the doctor on the island.
Okay? Yeah, that was a bomb.
Okay. And after that, he kind of fizzled out. Okay. But what happened with Pacino? Pacino began working in a totally different circle after The Godfather, and he just kept rising and rising and rising. Eventually, it came to the point where people even forgot that Brando was the original Godfather. They're focused on, the Godfather of Godfather 2 and Godfather 3. Okay. Kind of thing. And it's, so it's like looking at the hierarchy and how the mantle is either passed on or it's stolen or taken away, and that is a pretty powerful thing, because of the fact that look at what Pacino did after Godfather, and you begin to understand that Brando wasn't all that. And then you look at where it's almost like there's some kind of a supernatural around the up and coming, especially if it's at the sacrifice of a career of what was the pinnacle of that era of whether it be film or music or whatever. I mean, think about it. When Elvis died, who picked up after Elvis? Who got famous after Elvis? I mean, who really got famous after?
Shit.
Well,
who? I mean, I can think of a few people. You got
who do you think?
Well, I was thinking Johnny Cash blew up quite a bit. Queen blew up.
Yeah, a whole lot of there was a whole lot that did, but nobody took it. It's like I've always said, what's in history, what's the most talked about or famous person? That would be Jesus Christ. Well, what's the second? Elvis Presley. Elvis Presley is number 2 after Jesus Christ.
So pull up Johnny's comment. From one king to another.
Right. Yep, that makes sense.
Who was the king of jazz before Elvis became the king of rock and roll?
Or rhythm and blues.
You see where I'm going with this? So there's always a king. they talk about Hollywood, okay, and this will cycle it back around to Reiner, okay, and even bring in Hanks as well as Jim Carrey, okay.
Well, BB King is some good lovemaking music, I've heard.
Right. Well, I'm about to play another clip back on the Rob Reiner, so I'm gonna let you get back to Rob Reiner, and then I'm gonna stop you so I can play another clip. So you said you're getting back to Reiner.
Cycling back into Hollywood and the movie industry, okay. The rumors that came out through Isaac Cappy talking about the priesthood of Hollywood, okay, and that Jim Carrey played one particular role, but Tom Hanks was considered the king. Okay, and then there's the one actress that was considered the witch of Hollywood. Anybody remember who that was?
No.
Betty White. Betty White.
Oh, I was going to say Betty Davis. Yeah.
Betty White.
More like Joan Crawford.
Yeah.
Okay.
Joan Crawford too.
Joan Crawford would have been before Betty White. You know, you think Mommy Dearest? Mommy Dearest was the pinnacle of Joan Crawford.
I love that. I love that came out because, you know, that little girl got to tell her story, and this shit's horrifying. But I do want to play a little bit because I got several more, but this one was about Nick Reiner still being in the shadows, and like Rob Reiner is doing this thing called I Am Your Child. Like he's the perfect father, like campaign type shit. Meanwhile, it seems like something's going on with his son, and he keeps stressing about the first 3 years, like as if maybe something happened to him in the first 3 years, but maybe also his son. I don't know. It's a lot, but I just wanted to share a little bit more of this with you guys.
Have this tension, kind of a embarrassment from Nick Reiner, because here it is, he's accomplished something. This is ostensibly his emergence from the darkness of addiction, and yet he's still so explicitly in his father's shadow, sitting next to his father on these talk shows. His father is the charming one. His father's smiling. He's still sullen. He's still in this kind of subservient child. His father's explicitly referring to him as his child repeatedly, which is, of course, from Rob Reiner's perspective, not an insult, but an accurate description. But you can almost feel this embarrassment from Nick Reiner. And the entire thing almost is like torturous to look at.
We could argue that, like in many other cases where random acts of violence have occurred, that the desensitization due to the gratuitous violence in media.
By the way, when you see my dad, tell him that I slit his throat in this dream I had.
The excessively traumatic news cycles and constantly driving fear and torment into one's spirit had played a role. But what if, just maybe, something horrific and especially heinous had happened to Nick in his early childhood, which is the common denominator shared by those who have committed the unthinkable act of eliminating one's parents. Oddly enough, Rob had felt he was some sort of expert on these matters, and in 1997, in partnership with his wife and their children's foundation, produced a parenting advice videotape called I Am Your Child. The first years last forever.
Call 1-800-HANDSOME.
Wait, I want to see this.
I do miss it. No, it is funnier when you do it.
I'm Rob Reiner, and for the next half hour, I'll be appearing on your VCR not as an actor or a director, but as a father, which is a lot more rewarding than those other two roles and a lot harder. So any of you parents or prospective parents who are nervous about your ability to raise a healthy child who achieves his or her potential, just know that you are not alone.
The year Nick was born, Rob was developing and filming the movie North, starring Elijah Wood in a story about a boy who rejects his parents for being emotionally unavailable, distracted, and self-absorbed. He essentially divorces them and goes on this surreal journey trying to find someone who will love him properly. Now, you really can't make this shit up, but Elijah is famously known for being one of the first A-listers to speak out openly about the predator problem in the industry as early as 2016. The very same year Nick and Rob were on their press tour for Being Charlie.
Yeah. There's so much. It all does tie in. He does do a really good job covering it. He's going to go on at some point and talk about how on the press tour it's one way, and he's talking about being free of addiction, and he leaves and he goes and gets high. Like he's living double lives, and it's a lot. Pootie, wake up. Pootie woke up. Yeah, I know. He's like, I know. He's like, did y'all hear me? I'm like, yeah, but it's all right.
Yeah, we heard you snoring, Pootie.
But it's all right. It's not a big deal.
Sawing logs.
I can't believe I was kind of shocked at what point he fell asleep, right? During all that crazy shit, we didn't know what was going on, and he fell that's weird. I was like on the edge of my seat, like, what's going on? But he's like, screw this, I'm taking a nap. I couldn't believe it.
You were
But
drooling on your phone, Pootie. That's how we knew.
Dang.
he was so tired, I guess. But it was fun hanging out. I'm glad he came up. What is going on? I don't know. I couldn't take to Rob Reiner, just maybe. The child from Home Alone. Can't remember. Macaulay Culkin.
Macaulay Culkin.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be funny if he turned out to be Kid Rock?
I could see that.
I mean, or yeah, related to him or somehow.
No. Him. Literally him.
I could see that for real, Hawk. They have very similar facial features. Mm-hmm.
So, despite claims by Anna Paulina Luna, DNI Gabbard's office was not raided by CIA. White House and DNI officials confirmed to me. Luna has since sidestepped her claims as well. This age of U.S. representatives saying anything just for some TV time needs to end. The reason this was particularly troubling is because millions of Americans were given the impression the CIA was actively staging a coup and taking illegal unilateral actions mere hours after the president left the country. Even Fox News was duped into believing Luna's story and presented it as breaking news. Same with News Nation. So, yeah. So everybody's being called out about it. So it's not just one-sided there.
That's a good thing then. That's a good thing. That means that the deep state didn't try to come take a bunch of shit, because that's what I thought. That's what it sounded like.
Yeah, it just means that what it means is that researchers aren't just taking the word of the news anymore, and they're actually taking the time and and researching for themselves and finding out. There are times that you could turn around like to Grok or something like that, say, is this true? And Grok, will come back and say, well, we haven't received any information on that yet. But then it'll start scanning all the different news and might come up with something, So, it was Michael. The White House just released a statement stating that it was untrue that about the DNI's office raid. So it's the White House talking about it, and not just some internet reporter like myself.
So why didn't did they, I guess, I mean, I haven't really, I guess they probably have said something since all the stuff happened at that meeting. I haven't really heard a whole lot other than you said, oh, the meeting lasted an hour. Like, I haven't really heard anymore. I guess it was just an overreaction.
They're over at the temple right now. Where they are is called which temple is it? Give me a second. Okay, the Temple of Heaven is where they're at. The honors of Chinese give President Trump are heavenly. Trump is about to become the very first president. Well, he is now the first U.S. president in 51 years to visit China's Temple of Heaven. Now, it is a place of sacred ground where emperors used to pray for the prosperity of the nation. And the only other president to visit there was President Gerald Ford in 1975. It was built in 1420. The UNESCO World Heritage Site is nearly 4 times the size of the Forbidden City. Imperial families held ceremonies here to offer sacrifices to heaven and to pray for good harvests. So that's where he's touring right now. There were a couple of short videos of like them going up steps there at the temple, but there's not any real speaking parts or anything going on yet. You know, where they're having long conversations with the press or anything like that. So, but the talks are underway. Most of Trump's administration are meeting with their individual counterparts throughout different areas of Beijing right now, and then they'll come back together for the second part of the meeting in a little while. But they took a break to go over to the Temple of the Heavens, and that's yeah.
Well,
So I'm keeping an eye on it too, because of the fact that, just primarily because of the fact that, the relationship the United States has had with Chinese all these years, and the capitulation of trade and everything else, basically, what Trump is doing is gaining back our own trade industries. Step by step. You're dealing with, the Asian equivalent to the British Empire. And it takes time. It takes time, and it takes conversations in order to get these things worked out, so that we get back to the kind of world that we were growing up in the 60s and the 70s, if not earlier than that. So, yeah.
I did have a couple more of these clips that, if you guys are interested, it's just like, it ties like Elijah Wood and Corey Feldman and all of them back into Reiner, River Phoenix. It reminds you of I don't know, something about it put me back into that time frame. And it's like from a new lens as far as the Reiner shit, because I do feel like, I don't know, honestly, we are kind of in a bubble. I do wonder if everybody just thinks that this kid is this horrible kid who murdered these people because he's awful, or if he honestly could have been abused. I don't know if that's common knowledge or not. But when they put these things in order and they tie in the projects and people that Reiner, why is every child actor he's around talks about it? They don't necessarily name him, but movies you know what I mean? There's a lot of connections is all I'm saying. This is real short anyway. I was going to play this real quick.
Coincidentally enough.
In a new interview with the Sunday Times, the former child star alleges that pedophilia has been a real issue in Hollywood. He tells the publication, quote, "There are a lot of vipers in this industry, people who only have their own interests in mind. What bums me about these situations is that the victims can't speak as loudly as the people in power. That's the tragedy of attempting to reveal what is happening to innocent people. They can be squashed, but their lives have been irreparably damaged." The 35-year-old adds, "If you're innocent, you have very little knowledge of the world and you want to succeed. People with parasitic interests will see you as their prey."
I'm going to get career doing this. It's going to be good.
Wood says he was not a victim of abuse because his mother Deborah protected him and he avoided those kinds of situations. He goes on to allege that even as an adult in the industry, he has been, quote, led down dark paths to realize that these things probably are still happening.
Corey Feldman, too, of course, who'd co-starred in one of Rob Reiner's most notable films, Stand By Me, alongside Will Wheaton, River Phoenix, and Jerry O'Connell. On behalf of all child stars, but most notably his best friend, Corey Haim, who'd met the same fate as many former child actors have before and after.
Corey Feldman and Corey Haim were two of the biggest child stars of the 80s. Both said they were abused by pedophiles during that time.
I know that there's thousands others that have experienced what I've experienced in the entertainment industry. I also know that there's peers of mine who know exactly what I'm talking about and know all the details, but have been afraid to come forward with their own truths.
The strange coincidences surrounding this case seem to be never ending, because I should also add that Nick was born the same year Nick had died, of a combined drug overdose at the age of 23. River had also struggled greatly with the exact same substances as Nick. after starting around the same age as he, and working in the sphere Nick had grown up in.
Segrid releases a media.
Just gotta love them commercials, right?
Yeah, everybody's always telling me all these tricks for them, and I never do them. But
Man,
yeah,
that
I don't
shit
know.
is really dark.
It
Some of
is.
them were in the religions where, when it comes to the grooming, they start with toddlers or younger, and it's slow but steady. And River Phoenix and Joaquin Phoenix are in a well-known cult that does this. It's called Children of God. They've changed their name
Heard of
to
that.
the family, I think. But their parents were in that. Now, allegedly, their parents left when some of the sexual aspects started amping up. But it's interesting when you weave in all the connections between certain religions, certain people targeted, certain actors are generationally groomed. It's like a recipe for disaster. How do all these people find each other? I don't think it's a coincidence.
Right, it's not. It's definitely not. And then I don't know. I want to play this short one. This one is kind of uncomfortable, but I didn't really realize this. I was kind of naive to a lot of stuff. Like, I don't know what exactly it's called, where I'll just let him explain it because I don't even want to say it, honestly. But it's a Lost Boys tells a story. I love that movie. Anyways, let me just play it real quick. I'm getting sidetracked. The chat does happen. Totally does happen.
How scary being a new parent can be. So the first bit of advice I have for you is just relax. All parents have felt the way you're feeling right now. But you should also feel excited because startling new scientific discoveries have given us insight about the emotional and intellectual development of a child and what we as parents can do during those first 3 years of life to affect what kind of person he or she will turn out to be.
If only Rob had taken his own advice, and rather than putting on his best performance of Father of the Year, and had actually put some of what he was peddling into action. Instead, it seems he was preoccupied with finding new and inventive ways to cater to a particular demographic. With North being just another example of the tainted TW theory I keep mentioning.
North, if you settle here, you'll be many years younger because of the difference in time zones.
Which means that you won't die as early as you would if you lived on the mainland.
The basis of TW theory is how many unnecessary scenes there were in movies from this era that required children to be in various stages of undress. These recurring themes are basically the breadcrumbs to follow that reveal a pattern of child exploitation among certain spheres. The article mentioned gives a lot more history, context, and explanation of the overall theory, but you should still be able to follow even before reading. I couldn't feel comfortable not blocking this out, because even more disturbing than tidy whities or a child having to wear swim attire on a set full of adults, who may not have a child's best interest in mind, but the harness and shorts put Elijah on full display. If you know what I'm saying.
So
Yeah.
that's what I'm talking about. I never thought of, because you're just a kid yourself, or even a young adult. If you're not a weirdo, that's not the thing you're thinking about. But when you go back on certain producers or whatever, and you start watching all these movies, like you're like, oh God, there are way too many unnecessary. It's unnecessary. They didn't have to be wearing that or doing that. And you know, when you don't think like that, you don't think like that. But when you look at it with a new lens, it is kind of creepy. Like, I don't even want to go back and watch that scene not blurred out, because the way he described it, I can already tell it shouldn't be in there. They should have edited it, cover that kid up or something. Like, I don't know. It's pretty cringy when you think about it.
But who knows how to spot things in film better than those who make films? And Elijah said it, the thing that saved him was that his mom paid attention. And she paid attention all the way up until he did Lord of the Rings. And when he did Lord of the Rings, he became more powerful than those around him who could have harmed him. Stepping stones,
Right.
one step at a time. You think about it. Most of these kids, they'll have a one-off series. They'll try to get a movie in their teens. They'll try to get a movie in their 20s. They'll try to get a movie in their 30s. But does it ever really go anywhere? No. not really, you know. And those are the kids who didn't give it up, or they were the kids that did give it up, and were ashamed of it.
Well, that it gives a new meaning to they catapulted into stardom.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's why I said, you know, they have the three choices. You can either become a predator yourself, you can become a recluse, never ever talk about it, keep it hidden forever, and just never associate with people, or you become a warrior against that type of activity. And you know, the thing is like, you know, I look at the Corey and Corey situation. Okay. Corey Heyman said that Corey Feldman is the one who introduced him to the people who harmed him.
Mm-hmm.
And Corey Feldman says, well, but they were doing it to me too. But you're the one who brought me there. You knew this was going to happen. You know, that's no different than these victims from Epstein Island, the older women who claim that they're victims of Epstein Island, okay, who, you know, there very few of them filed police reports when all this went on. Virginia Giuffre was one of those that immediately filed, you know, police reports. But what did these other girls do? Well, after they were abused, they turned around and they brought their friends to be abused. They brought their relatives to be abused.
Yeah, some did.
They fed the beast.
Right.
If you feed the fire, you burn in the flame.
Well, that's how the beast, yeah, it's the beast system. And yeah, Doc P, recruiters, that is how it works. They are desensitized, and it's easy to identify them. The handlers can easily identify them, and then they become handlers. The cycle continues.
Right. And that's exactly what they're showing on here is the cycles and everything. And I skipped all the way ahead again. Let's see, where am I at?
Hey, I gotta go sleep, y'all.
All right. Good night, York. I know you can't hardly get a word in. Thanks for hanging out for so long.
No, it's not that. It's just we're 5.5 hours in, and so
thanks for being here.
My work is done
You're
here.
not as young as you used to act like you were.
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Yeah,
yeah, I remember the nights where you just didn't want it to end. Okay, I remember those nights, mister.
Yeah.
I'm glad you do, because I don't. I was probably really drunk.
That's true.
We had a lot of fun back in them days.
We probably will be ending pretty soon. And if you're bored and you can't sleep, you can come back to the backstage if you want.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
have a good
All
night.
right. Well, it's good talking to everybody. Love you all, and I will talk to y'all soon.
Have a good night, Jorgen. Rest well, man.
Okay. Bye.
He's caught me before I played another one. This one I think is the two older, and it's all about the approval from dad stuff. I mean, it's creepy, but you can totally see it. There's no doubt about it. It's there. But this is, so I went through a whole episode. I got a couple clips out of this episode, and then I'm done. It was a lot of stuff. I skipped over so much. The Walt Disney stuff's in here too, Virginia. I was talking about earlier. I would like to get that one clip out for sure.
Proven to be eager to please and gain the approval of more dominant men, thus allowing them to be so willingly playing the butt end of the joke, which enabled him to be graced with the presence of dominating comedic figures of the era. Carl was also known for being the party palace for these comedy legends. And when you consider Rob speaking about how his early childhood had affected him, paired with the perhaps slightly exaggerated, but what seemed to be disclosures under the guise of jokes, had created a generational ripple effect in time that would later impact Rob's own ability to provide a safe and wholesome environment for his children.
I don't know, but I think that, and you'll see it in the film, what happens is, you know, if your kid is going through rough times, you know, the parent your main job is to keep your child safe. So I would do anything. I felt at a loss. So I would do anything that, as we say in the film, anybody with a desk and a diploma, I would listen to them. And the whole idea of tough love and you have to be a certain way. And it's not my nature. It's not the way I am built, but I went and did that.
I mean, the kid looks like he's holding back to me, and he even held that mic up to his mouth like he's about to say something and then didn't. Like, I mean, there's so much going on in this. I'm almost done, though.
You know, and I think that, you know, at the end of the day, I know my child better than an expert does, and I probably should have trusted my own instinct. And that's one of the things I did learn about the whole experience.
So, I don't know. There's so much. I think that it does go. You
It's
can
weird
see-
how people would notice.
What's that, Virginia?
How did people not notice at the time? Because these are like photo ops. These are pictures from, you know, magazines or whatever. It's just, I don't know. I guess everybody was blind, including myself. Some of this stuff in retrospect is wild.
No, I believe that I don't believe that him and Penny Marshall had a I don't think that they had a child. I don't think. Geez, it's I haven't even thought about looking into Penny Marshall. I mean, as a parent wise. Let's see. Let's see. So they were married from 1971 to 1981. They were both prominent figures in the entertainment industry. They also appeared together in The Odd Couple. Did they have any children is what I want to know. Marriage duration 19. They had one daughter, Tracy Reiner, whom Rob Reiner adopted.
Right.
Yeah, so Tracy Reiner was her daughter from a previous previous relationship.
Right.
And but his second wife was the one that his son was born from.
Right. It's good to see you, Snow. If you want to come up, I'll put a link out, but I'm only letting her up if I do put it out. It is good to see you. She looks like Marilyn Monroe. She's totally got Marilyn Monroe vibes. Very pretty. She's cool. But anyways, I'm going to play one more clip real quick. This is the one I was talking to you about earlier, Virginia, about, it talks about, okay, there's the link if she wants to pop up. I'm not letting anybody else up. No alien guys tonight. But it talks about Walt Disney and how, you know, what changed after he was gone and how he was like, it's crazy. Like, I'll just let it do the talking because I'll mess it up.
And for the best interest of the shareholders. As early as 1961, Walt was corresponding with the FBI for intel and coordination in creating 3 different films for various age groups, warning children and advising parents about those who wish to do harm and or trespass against them. The movies were never able to come to fruition before Walt died in 1966. His older brother Roy, a lifelong Freemason, took over operations and established the ultra-exclusive Club 33, located deep within all 4 Disney World parks. Roy retired in October of 1971, but had suddenly died of a stroke that December. Garber had apparently contracted hepatitis while in India in 1976. He died on June 13th, 1977, at the age of 21. His family vehemently denies that this had anything to do with drug use or other extracurricular activities, but rather due to contaminated meat.
These 2 charming, delightful young people provided a wonderful center for the film.
I think the one thing that comes off with Disney movies of the old days, and especially Walt himself, was his love of innocence. And I think that's what Walt revered in We Children, and that's what he wanted to send us away with still. And he succeeded. After Mary Poppins and after the No Mobiles, Matthew and I had made the 3 films together. And we really didn't stay in touch. I remember his mom, Margot, calling to let us know that Matthew had died. That was so unexpected and very sad. And then, of course, with anybody's death comes regret and sorrow. I wished I had picked up the phone over the years. I wished I had treated him more like a brother, but he's indelibly printed in all of our minds. He's eternal from those pictures, and Mary Poppins especially. And what a cute little boy, an amazing little soul.
I know Walt has a bad rap, but to be honest, digging into the history and looking back, his passing away may have been the beginning of the end of all things pure and good in the industry, as what has been referred to as the Disney Renaissance seemed to spark the reign of covert terror on young actors and viewers alike, merging mind and behavioral techniques with media, enabling them to manipulate and control the masses in a way that the general public is only really just beginning to understand today.
Dude, his brother looked exactly like Mickey Mouse.
You think
that's saying the features, the ears.
That's awesome. It is nuts, man. I never thought, you always think Disney. I think Walt Disney. I think of him, but really when the way that kid broke it down, when you think about it, I'm calling him a kid. He might be even my age. I'm thinking he's like 30 years old, the one narrating, but I could be wrong. But the way he explained it, like maybe he wasn't actually the one that made all the bad decisions. Maybe he was the one, they just kind of took his name and went with it. All right, awesome. I hope to see you next Wednesday, girl. Walt and Adolf do look very similar. I've heard that before too.
Telling you, man.
Oh no, I freaking X'd it out. God, that's gonna suck having to pull all that. I'll find it. I didn't mean to X it out. I was on the next clip too. My bad. There really isn't but a couple more clips. But I don't know. There was something about I was like reliving it, the time frame. Even River Phoenix, like it really wasn't that long ago. I mean, I guess it was, but
there's a few celebrities that were in that cult. If you remember, what's her name that kind of started the Me Too? She was in Scream. Rose McGowan.
Rose McGowan. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, she was raised in the same thing. Man, there's a few more escaping my mind right now.
Oh,
but,
you're talking about that. Yes, the cult thing. Yes, I know. It is. That's a whole, it's not really a separate rabbit hole. It's kind of the same one, but yeah, it kind of is, it's the same one though. And there's so many of those too. Like that's not, what is it you're talking about? The cult of, what is it called? The cult
Children of God.
Children of God. There's so many though. You know what I mean? Like different names and stuff. It's pretty nuts, man. And some people would argue that's religion too, depending on who you talk. To some degree, maybe.
They do.
So this one goes into the part I was saying earlier about how there was almost a rivalry between them, that he was possibly the two elders, not the one that allegedly murdered him. His dad and his father had maybe some contention because he was doing so good on All in the Family. And it's just a little short clip about that. I mean, it is like
too ahead of ourselves. In 1971, Rob was given his role as Michael Stivic, but more commonly referred to as Meathead, for All in the Family. It ran for 9 seasons and was the most watched sitcom by Americans for 5 consecutive years, exceeding the timeline of early success of his father, Carl. And this seemed to create tension.
Rob Reiner used to be known some years ago, probably best known as the son of Carl Reiner, the actor and comedian and producer. Right now, he's a star in his own right as the son-in-law on the most successful television show in the last couple of years, All in the Family. And on top of that, he just wrote and narrated this record album, contemporary version of Peter and the Wolf. Would you welcome, please, Rob Reiner?
How you doing?
I'm fine. It's good to have you back with us.
Yes. That show that you mentioned in the blurb at the beginning, the That Girl show, where Anne got her foot stuck in the bowling ball. I was in that show.
Were you in that particular episode?
I don't know why I bring it up. I mean, it's a proud achievement.
No,
I'm a big part of it.
I think anybody who was in that show should bring that up occasionally.
I played the bowling ball.
Good.
Which was fun. I was fun.
All in the Family was known for highlighting controversial societal issues while being as sexist, racist, and homophobic as possible, and portraying the men as useless, brainless buffoons.
Way to put it, right? Kind of. I mean, everybody loved that show, though. I know all kinds of people that talk about loving that show.
I mean, it was funny.
And before that was the Honeymooners.
To the moon.
Alice.
Mm-hmm.
One of these days. Pow, boom, zip to the moon.
I feel like I would like to believe that anything that was still there was some good in it, and I don't know, maybe there wasn't in anything, you know. Look, the Brady Bunch. I'm sure there's something horrible about that too, but didn't it seem like a wholesome ass show? Like it's hard to make the Brady Bunch a bad show, but I'm sure somebody can do it. I'm sure it's doable.
Yeah, there were rumors back. I remember when the Brady Bunch ended,
Yeah, I knew it,
and what was the Emergency 51 was really picking up. Quincy was coming on the air at that time. There were rumors that Greg and Marcia did it, and that Marcia was pregnant with Greg's baby. And that was the reason for the final season, was because she was pregnant and they didn't know how they were going to tell that story to the public. So they silenced it by canceling the next season, and then came back 3 or 4 years later and did a movie. You know, but whether that's true or not, I didn't follow it, but that was back when the Inquirer first came out. I remember like the first 10 editions of the Inquirer. It's funny.
Well, it seems to be plausible that Greg was not only with the mom, but the oldest daughter.
Yeah.
Also, there's enough anecdotes and witnesses out there. It kind of makes you wonder, you know.
And you notice that there's only one that still pops into the limelight lately. Peter.
Who?
Right.
The guy who played Peter.
Oh.
He makes appearances every once in a while. And he's pretty much the only one out of that entire crowd who still comes out.
Mm-hmm. I've got a little clip of them talking about being a loving family and stuff. Him with, I think this may have been the one he did have more than one wife or girlfriend, and like you said, he did adopt someone's daughter. I'm not sure if this is the one. One of the women he was with is in a clip with him here.
Industry, which is notorious for what it does to families, how you have maintained this intact, loving family structure.
Well,
how do your wife do that?
Well, you know, there's one thing that keeps it. The thing that matters most to my wife and I are the kids. The thing that should matter to everybody more than anything is the children. What you send out to the world, non-toxic people, keep this world. And if you can send people out that you're proud to have raised, then you've done nothing. There's nothing that you could have done in movies or anything else in the world. Maybe cure every disease in the world, but that's not even. But sending out like this.
But in the same way, the little young guy next to him kind of looks almost shut down or despondent or just something submissive. He's doing that to his father. It's creepy. You can see it. Anyway, I'm sorry. There's only a couple more seconds.
3 kids I have, the kids that my grandchildren, I have 5 grandchildren. They're all part of that thing of sending out wonderful people in the world.
Although there's no certainty of what exactly caused Carl to reject his son, Rob and Penny's marriage came to an end in 1981, but not before creating this awkward and strange segment together called Spare the Rod in 1979, which was a television special encouraging people to not physically discipline their children, as kind of a precursor to the I Am Your Child campaign.
Yeah, I came from a family that yelled a lot, and I got smacked, and I was punished a lot. I think I was punished for most of my life. And I know, I'd ask, why? And they'd say, because. And I'd say, because why? And they'd say, because I said so. Or they'd say, because why is a crooked letter? They'd always
All
say
solid reasons.
Yeah.
Well, I was raised completely the opposite. I was the product of a very permissive home. My parents let me do anything I wanted. There was no real strict guidelines set down for me. And I don't know if that was right either.
How come you landed up the yeller and I landed up the quiet one?
Don't know. I don't know. I think probably both ways were not exactly correct. And I think the reason, again, going back to why discipline is so talked about, is nobody knows really exactly what's right.
I think that was the one that he adopted her.
Well, I think that God knew, because he said, spare not the rod.
Right. Yeah, he said what side he was on.
Whip that
technically.
child's ass is what he said.
I mean, it does say that. Maybe not exactly those words, but it does say that. Everybody knows. That's
Yeah.
like moms that want to spank your ass's favorite scripture, right? You know, the Bible says.
Yeah, yeah. I did not. I did not see that. But give me a minute, and I will take a peek and see if it's. You said the White House put it up.
Oh shit! What we got?
No, well, I think it was Pooty who said it. Asked the question of. I could have swore I just saw it.
I'm behind. I'm trying to see if I.
What did you think about the money video the White House put out? So I'm taking a look to see if I can see a money video. I'm not seeing one yet, and I'm about halfway through it. I'm not sure, but I do know that Kevin Warsh was his appointment was today. His nomination went through. He is now the chairman. He's not just on the board of governors. He is now the chairman of the Federal Reserve. Which means that what's his face there is on his way out, big time.
Who was the
guy who's $2 billion over on their construction project, Powell. Too late,
Powell.
Jerome Powell. Yeah,
I wasn't sure, but yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, he does. He's got a nickname for that guy too. You know he does.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. No, I am not seeing a money one on the ex White House page.
Someone sent me something about Trump's name being on a $100 bill or something like that.
That's fake. It's fake. If you look at the date on it, and stuff like that, yeah, it's fake.
Good.
They did do the thing in the long-term financial security for millions of children by establishing tax advantage investments accounts for the U.S. citizens under the age of 18. Parents and guardians can enroll by completing the IRS form 4547, and that's for the Trump accounts. Newborns start off with, actually, up to 5 years old, being registered to the program. Automatically, there's $1,000 put into it. All newborn children, the accounts are being set up as children are born, so that their accounts are already going, and you can contribute to it. Other people can contribute to it, and corporations can contribute. On a national level. And really build these accounts up for kids so that by the time they get 60 years old, they can retire. They don't have to worry about, all that. And I think that that's going to be a big thing. But other than that, no, I'm not seeing anything else on the White House posts. But if I do see something, I will definitely dive into it and take a peek at it. Absolutely. Because when it comes to the financial reform in this country, that's a big thing for all of us. When you think about it, we've all taken a hit over the last 12 years, and it's not been a gentle hit. It's been a pretty serious hit. Most of us cannot do shit of what we used to do before Trump came down the golden escalators. In comparison, funding wise, we did have some great times while Trump was in office, but these guys were working so hard against him that all the benefits that he was getting for us, our states our counties were basically sucking that money up in whatever taxes that they could add onto properties, what they could put onto vehicles, what they could put onto gas. We're up to $7 a gallon again. Okay, and they're talking about it being up to $9 a gallon within the next 30 to 60 days. So this is absolutely ridiculous. And even him eliminating, you know, because he's getting ready to sign an executive order eliminating the federal tax on gas for a period of time, so that people will get some kind of a break. But the problem is these idiots in our state offices and our governors and our counties are going to find a way to rake that tax back in, you know, by levying their own tax on it. And then you've got the price gouging from the gas stations directly. You know, people who just aren't going to drop the price because they know that it's going to go up in a couple of days. So they don't even bother changing the signs. They keep making that high dollar instead of giving people a break. The energy. It's like energy knows that it's getting ready to come to an end because devices are going to be available for people to provide the energy necessary to propel vehicles, to run your house, everything all the way down the line. And I think back to the dreams that I had in regards to being away from this farm at another place, and coming out after going to a dealership to buy a new vehicle. And I walked up to the vehicle, popped the hood, and took a black box that was about half the size rectangularly as a pack of cigarettes. And I set it on top of the motor, got in it, hit the button, and the truck started. And you know, I have no idea. It was one of the freakiest fucking dreams I ever had. But the thing is that on the seat next to me, and I kept looking at it as I'm driving down the road, and I pull up to the place that I'm living at now, and I pull up to where the power box is, you know, what they call the H board for a piece of property, which has got all the, all the direct panels and everything that come from the electric company to the property and then disperse throughout your property from that board. And I got out and I took the bigger block that was sitting on the seat next to me and set it on top of the box where the meter would go on the top of that box, but there was no meter. Meter was gone. And as soon as I set that block on top of the box, the whole property lit up. You know, every light in the house was on. You know, is basically the easiest way to put it. You know, driveway all lit up, buildings all lit up. Every window had light in it. So you knew that you had power. And there was no flipping of switches or anything else. I literally took the box or that black box off of the seat, set it on top of that, and boom, the place had power. What would be strong enough to power something like that? You know, it's weird, but it's almost like they're trying to drive us away from that type of energy. And, you know, I talk about the data center sites all over the country and stuff. Honestly, I don't think that those are for data centers. Okay. For the United States alone, one of those data centers would be enough. Okay. All these other ones, I think that they're there for production. No different than the generators that were being designed and built instead of ventilators. Trump mistakenly stated it a few times during his first administration, and he talked about how the generators were necessary. And then all of a sudden we see them wheel off a portable nuclear power station in one of the southern states. They delivered one down there that basically can power 6,000 houses. I'm just saying that there's something going on there. Yeah, and OPEC, the UAE left OPEC. Saudi Arabia is leaving OPEC as well. So you think about it, and there's something going on. There's so much more to this picture, and then you add in the downfall of the British Empire, no different than the fall of Rome. Okay, what's going on in Britain right now is no different than the fall of Rome. And when you look at that, it's like, okay, history repeating itself, but in a way that is side by side comparable. Invasion through immigration and illegal immigration, overpopulace, too many mouths to feed, so much violence, and the Senate crumbles. Once the Senate crumbles, there goes the Republic. So there's a lot there. There's a lot there. I'm babbling. I'm sorry.
Are you still here, Virginia?
Yeah, I mean, potentially, but I don't think there's anything good coming out of those data centers. I don't think there's any good intent whatsoever. But the only time will tell. That's all we've got.
Right. I was going to play like 2 short clips. I know they're still on the Reiner. I know we're going all the other places, but there's only 2 short clips I wanted to play out of this left.
Oh, Charlie Rose.
Mm-hmm.
Saying that the reason that I am this wonderful and warm and engaging and intelligent and athletic human being at age 55 is the fact that my parents in my first 3 years of life told me how wonderful and extraordinary and special and loving I was. It gave me more than my share, which they did. Yes. I got more love. I never doubted for a second that I was loved, that I could do anything in the world that I wanted to do. It's held you in good stead. Everything in the world I wanted. It's held you in good stead. Yes, okay. But I didn't realize it would happen all during the first 3 years of my life. To a large extent it does, though, because the way we attach to our primary caregivers, usually the mother or father or another caregiver, happens in the first year, the first couple of years. What do you mean the way we attach? The way you bond with your primary caregiver, the way you make a connection with your parent, your mother or your father. That attachment, that ability to attach, lays the foundation for your ability later on to make attachments to other people, to the opposite sex, to coworkers, to friends. A successful attachment early on holds you in very good stead later on in life. You will not find one single person in jail for a violent crime who had a great childhood. Are you serious? I mean, there are studies that show this. Yes. There's not anybody that's been accused of a vicious, violent crime. I don't mean accused. I mean actually committed a crime. Yes. Committed, did the deed. Right. Who had a warm, loving, supportive childhood. No. You can look at every single person who was either raped or murdered, and there is some dysfunction. And we can now track it and see. We don't talk about it in terms of touchy-feely stuff anymore. This is something we thought about in terms of child development. But now we have hard brain science to back it up.
Oh, Moonchild, good to see you, girl.
What's up, girl?
I have one more clip and then I'm through that. How you doing tonight, girl? You there? Your audio working? Put you on the spot.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. I'm almost done with these clips, and I'm probably going to shut down anyway, which I know is probably music to your ears. She likes the backstages. I'm the same way, though. It is more fun. It's less, it's just more.
I got to head to bed. I got to be up early in the morning, and now that I got my tuck, I get to I do. I got a tuk tuk today. I posted a video of it up on my page. It's like a minute long. It's called a tuk tuk. It's actually really freaking cool. And I love it because when I had the quad out here and when I had the Prowler out here, and you remember those from when you were out in Virginia, okay, you know how the dogs would bark at it and run alongside it or in front of it?
Yes.
This thing makes absolutely no noise whatsoever. And they like didn't run in front of it. They wanted to run behind me. And I was like, this is freaking awesome. I was like, you know, but the biggest thing was that they weren't trying to attack it like they would with the Prowler, you know, because that motor was in there, you know, that the gasoline motor was in there. And those things ain't silent in any way, shape, or form. And I was like, oh my Lord. It's a trike, but with a dump bed on the back of it. And so and I have somebody coming first thing in the morning to pick up one of the puppies and dropping me off 10 bags of dog food that get to load into the tuk tuk.
Thanks for coming up. Good night.
Yeah, you girls have a great night. Behave yourselves. Don't get into too much trouble, and don't beat up all the guys who come backstage. All right?
Never.
Yeah, I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear about black guys and broken knees and broken balls in the morning. I just don't want to hear. Okay? All right, you guys have a great night.
Good night.
You don't have to shut it down because I'm up here. So I mean, it's up to you. It's your show.
I
just came up here because.
No, I've been going forever. I was going to eventually anyway, which I just felt like you probably wouldn't be like opposed to anyway. And I kind of like it better too, to be quite honest. I can't help it. But I had one more clip, and because I'm gonna get these chicks' names wrong and stuff like this. So I think I'm not even sure, but I'm thinking that these 3 different people he used the word unsubscribed. You know, since that, let me just play the clip. I'm probably going to mess it up, so I'll just play it and let them say it. I won't screw it up that way. But it's the last one anyway.
Victoria Jones, Catherine Short, and Jacqueline Falk, all of whom had grown up in the same sphere, have either accidentally or purposely unsubscribed from Earth since Nick Reiner's arrest, and all of which seem to have been the scapegoat in their respective families, Nick included. So we'll be dissecting what we can see and know for sure on the surface as Nick's trial unfolds, while also analyzing and dissecting the numerous complex layers between Rob's latent narcissism, the inappropriate interfamilial interactions.
Things that when you get older is number 1, never pass up a bathroom, and this for men, and number 2, don't waste a hard on, and 3, never trust a fart. Yeah. Those are the 3 things that you should do when you're older.
And rampant self-medication seeming to plague so many of them. What kind of nightmare was Nick living in? It was being concealed in silence throughout his early teens and going into early adulthood. 18 different psychiatric and rehabilitation facilities, including those troubled teen wilderness camps and other residential programs, have since been heavily criticized and persecuted for the harms and trespasses that were happening to the teens. Not to mention how inhumane and dehumanizing these programs were. What was really going on here? That these industry giants spent exorbitant amounts of cash to try and smooth things over for those who were choosing to not assimilate with the Hollywood agenda, and may one day tell secrets this inner circle may not want to be told.
Yeah, that's it. That's what I worry about. He's talking about writing a tell-all book, and I'm afraid he's going to Epstein in there because they're all like, oh, he can't tell all. I'm in that. Anyways. Yeah, but that same creator, like Tez Moses, is covering all that too. And I mean, Law and Crime and channels like that probably will too. I'll probably watch both, to be honest. Because I like his opinion. I like the way he goes back and finds all these great clips to put context to things, but so we'll see what happens. I think he's guilty of the crime, but I don't know what he could, what his defense could be. I don't think it was self-defense, but he could have stuff to say. I don't know. It's going to be interesting, at least, unless my worst fear is that he gets Epstein, while he's
Right.
trying to write this book or whatever. But yeah, I would. It's funny. It was so hard to get through all those clips. I'm pretty much through them. I did skip over some, and I skipped over everything Alien tonight. I do almost have Alien fatigue because we've talked about it like every week, and they say they put new stuff out. I mean, it was a couple little things. There were a couple little things, but none of it was really worth too much.
Right.
See, what's this? Your second account. See, you're giving yourself away. Now I should write this shit down so I know, because you're like, nobody's gonna do all those things. You just gave your other account away, right? You know what I'm saying? Who else is doing all those emojis and saying that shit? It's cool. I mean, thanks for the heads up. Appreciate it. I didn't block them in the first place. I just didn't do the link tonight because we weren't really doing aliens, and it was already kind of off the hard to keep up with. Miss Mender Sue, she says we can keep going if we. It's basically like, just keep going. It's fine. Having much to do with it. Yeah, he's talking about those wilderness ones. Like, that's the stuff, if you really listen to Paris Hilton, that shit's nuts. Have you ever heard her tell that story? She got like they kidnapped her, but it wasn't really a kidnapping because their parents paid for it. That would still be freaky, to just be like ripped out of your home or whatever.
Yes.
Isn't
and a couple of them
no.
Dr. Phil used.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't Nicole or Paris Hilton's sister Nicole married to one of the Rothschilds?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Are you talking about Nicole Richie or her sister Nicole Hilton? I don't know.
Yep.
Probably.
She is. She's married to one of the Rothschilds. Yes.
Kind of crazy, man. It's so hard. There's so much going on all the time. And like a lot of the stuff is kind of like when you look backwards is what's really crazy. I feel like that's going to happen to us soon about all this disclosure and stuff. Like 5-10 years from now, we're going to look back and it's all going to make much more sense. Then, it'll all I don't know. I kind of feel like it already has done that to some degree, but I don't know. But it probably would be better just to shut it down. I can't believe I did get through all those because that was two different. And like I said, I'm going to keep my eyes on it. I hope you guys will too with what happens to this kid, because I feel like he at least should have some form of defense. That's exactly freaking what's her name that got out of it with Casey Anthony used that defense and she didn't do any time. And she totally, I feel like allegedly, whatever, I feel like she did unalive her child. But then she did some horrific claims.
Casey Anthony. What's that one gypsy girl that wants I'm sorry, I shouldn't say it on live stream. Never mind. I won't say it.
You're good. Go ahead.
But she spent some time, but it's like she's got praise now, and so it's crazy to me. Which I think she's a fake. I don't know about the Gypsy Rose. She, you know what I mean? But that's another example of having a fucking. Yeah.
Yeah, she's creepy as shit. Like, I mean, I hate to say it like that. It's what she went through was horrible, but yeah, like, I don't know. I feel like there was
something odd about her.
Yeah, I mean, and it would be if you went through all that, but yeah, it's creepy. That's a whole, and I've watched so much of that. I'm not even gonna lie, but I probably
There's a saga with Gypsy Rose and the dudes, and yeah.
There's a what? Did you say there's a
saga?
saga? Yeah. Because there was like a guy while she was in jail and she got with him and like split up with him and then got with this other guy that she was already with before that guy. It got kind of creepy there for a bit.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah.
I don't know. She's just trying to be a human, I guess. I want to give her slack. I just worry about the kids. Hopefully she'll be the best mom ever and everything will go smooth. But being that she was all jacked up as a kid, like I feel like maybe it's going to be hard for her to know how to be a good mom,
Yeah.
It's just crazy. Anyways, yeah, I think she's talking about Casey Anthony. Kaylee Anthony was a really pretty little girl.
She
really was.
That was a fucked up situation.
Mm-hmm. And I don't know which parts are true. It's a lot. Like she's definitely kind of a diabolical person, but there's a very good chance she was abused in different ways as a kid, and maybe that's what's wrong with her in the first place. So like, I try not to be too hard on her, but I feel like she did get away with something. Some people think the brother or the dad did it.
Yes.
Some people think the
No.
brother or the dad did it. I don't really know, obviously, but
I mean, I don't know. In my head, it's like, even if I don't know, you are as a mother, like there was tampered. You need some kind of like, even if it was a total act.
She should have reported her sooner too, huh? It was like 30
Yeah,
days.
it was. Yeah, and played out this fucking story like it was.
Yeah.
I mean, it was totally fucking fake, and it was like, no, like even I don't know. I don't like it. I didn't like that at all.
Right, me either. But I do think we should take it backstage. And I don't know, you think we should drop the link or should we just close it out? We'll just shut it down. And if we want to, it'll be in the chat. Did you guys have any last thoughts? I'm just going to say good night, YouTube. I'll see y'all next Wednesday. Did y'all have anything? It's good.
Well,
do the legs up. All right.
I like
good
that
night,
one. I'll
YouTube.
second that.